The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 12, 2021. I hereby appoint the Honorable Luis J. Correa to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 4, 2021, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member and other than the majority and minority leaders. And the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the British statesman Sir Winston Churchill is credited with having stated, "Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." This is the reason why, in part, I will be introducing legislation for a Slavery Remembrance Day. Slavery Remembrance Day. Currently, no such date exists in the United States. National Days of Remembrance provide an effective means to honor those impacted by horrific events, prevent the tragedy from fading from our memories by educating the generations to come, and they highlight the modern-day implications of such events. My resolution would provide a day for slavery remembrance, and the language of the resolution would commemorate the lives of all enslaved people while condemning the act and the perpetration as well as perpetuation of slavery in the United States of America and across the world. The resolution would discuss the Middle Passage, the Underground Railroad, the lives of Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, and John Brown. It would also make the 18 persons who were elected to Congress from the Reconstruction era as honorary co-sponsors of the resolution in a posthumous way. I'm proud to do this, and I ask that all members please consider becoming original co-sponsors of the resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Objection.
Mr. Speaker, equal justice under the law is a cornerstone of our American democracy. At home in Pennsylvania and around our country, our communities are blessed with dedicated law enforcement officers who work daily to protect and to serve. During National Police Week, the American people honor and thank the law enforcement officers who keep us safe each and every day. With no organization being perfect, our local police work hard to uphold the law and maintain peace in our communities. As Chambersburg Police Chief Ron Camacho told me just this week, good police forces are centered on protecting and learning how to protect better. He said that good police forces are constantly evolving and improving. I wholeheartedly agree with my friend, the Chief of Police in Chambersburg, and Congress must do our part to support these heroes. Instead of talking about defunding the police, we should be working to better train and equip law enforcement officers to do the job that we have entrusted them to do. As we move forward, the American people know that Republicans are leading common sense bipartisan solutions. For over a year, Senator Tim Scott, and Congressman Pete Stauber have led our efforts to improve transparency, accountability, and training. Rather than defund or dismantle the police, the Justice Act will enact bipartisan reforms to better equip these brave Americans that serve our communities. I was proud to co-sponsor that legislation, and I encourage my colleagues on all sides of the political spectrum to join us in this common sense approach. The Democrats say that they want to work together on police reform. Well, now is the chance. Getting this right today is critical for the future of policing in our nation. We cannot allow the radical left to erode trust in the justice system and degrade the good name of the public servants for the sake of their own woke agenda. Right now, our law enforcement community is facing unprecedented attacks. Every day, the left threatens to abandon these heroes who protect us. Chief Camacho leads an exemplary police force in Franklin County, Pennsylvania. He and the vast majority of law enforcement community go above and beyond to protect our communities. As a nation, we must never turn our backs on the police. We must never defund the police. During National Police Week and throughout this year, it is my privilege to stand with the Thin Blue Line, and I will always back the blue. Thank you, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, staff are the backbone of this institution. In fact, the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress over the course of the last few weeks has had hearings specifically related to how this institution can recruit, retain, and have more diverse staffs. The staffs who work in Congress are dedicated public service servants who are here because they want to do meaningful work for our country. And today, I want to rise to say thank you to some very talented and very special staffers who were instrumental to the success of the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress in the 116th Congress. Allie Neal, Jake Olson, Danielle Stewart, Mariah Harding, and Sorrell Gaynor. As chair of the Select Committee, I was fortunate to have Ms. Neal and Mr. Olson at the helm, leading our staff and guiding our members through an incredibly productive 2 years. Their dedication to our bipartisan mission, along with their institutional expertise, was critical to the committee's success. And to their credit, when they came in to do the work of our committee, they weren't wearing red jerseys or blue jerseys. They were wearing jerseys that said, "Let's try to make Congress work better for the American people." On top of that, Ms. Stewart did an extraordinary job of amplifying the work of our committee and sharing it with the American people. Ms. Harding handled the critical behind-the-scenes work like a pro. And under Ms. Gaynor's direction, the committee produced an outstanding final report for the 116th Congress. These staffers exemplify public service at its finest, and I want to rise today to thank them for their contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, racism is the practice of according rights and privileges to an individual not based on equality under the law, but rather according to what race that person was born. It is antithetical to every principle our country was founded upon, from the promise of our Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal to the Equal Protection Clause of our Constitution. It was a malignancy we fought a civil war to remove. For generations, it has been denounced by every American of goodwill for the evil that it is. Yet this dangerous social pathology is now rampant in this House. The Judiciary Committee recently adopted a measure on a party line vote to establish a commission with the avowed purpose of enshrining racism into law under the guise of slavery reparations. The biased composition of this commission, there's not a single Republican appointment, lays its intent bare for all to see. It is designed to reach into the dead past, revive its most malevolent conflicts, and reintroduce them into our age. I cannot imagine a more divisive, polarizing, or unjust measure than one that would use government force to require people who never owned slaves to pay reparations to people who never were slaves, based not on anything they did, but solely because of what race they were born. History offers us an inexhaustible supply of grievances and injustices that are powerful enough to stoke hatreds and resentments that can tear any society apart. That is what this movement is all about. It is evil in its effect, if not in its intent. Lincoln often pointed out that our country was born into a world where slavery was an established institution. The American founders reviled it, and they placed principles in our founding documents that they were confident would ultimately place that wicked institution upon the course of ultimate extinction, and that would lead to a republic where men and women of every race and background could together enjoy the blessings of liberty. Equal justice under law means a colorblind society where race simply becomes irrelevant. And until recently, we had made tremendous progress toward that vision as a nation. Martin Luther King expressed the gold standard of racial harmony, that we should be judged on by the content of our character and not the color of our skin. It is the equal protection of the law and the vision of a colorblind society stretching from the American founders to Lincoln and King that is now under attack by the racist left. Yes, there are racists in our society. There are racists of all colors in every society. It is the baser side of human nature. But no nation has struggled harder to transcend that nature and isolate and marginalize its racists than have Americans. And yes, extremely damaging and foolish policies have disproportionately impacted black communities in recent decades. Union-dominated schools that have failed to educate our children in inner cities, welfare programs that destroyed families, and the withdrawal of police protection from crime-plagued neighborhoods are certainly among them. But these policies devastate every community where they are practiced, regardless of race. The answer is to change those policies, not to excuse them because they're ideologically pleasing to the left. The racist left is content to ignore all of these current ills. It instead attempts to set neighbor against neighbor and American against American on the basis of their race. They say this is healing. It's precisely the opposite. They know it. Indeed, they count on it. I think all Americans of goodwill of every race and creed have had enough of this. We are tired of seeing our children taught to hate themselves and to hate each other. We are tired of seeing our country demonized as racist by those whose first and solitary focus is on race. We are tired of the lie that our nation is systemically racist when it has done more to produce a civil and tolerant multiracial society than any people in the history of civilization. It is long past time that every American of every heritage denounces this evil for what it is, and to extirpate from our civil discourse those race baiters of every persuasion who have polluted our national dialogue and corrupted our national heritage. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I have very strong views about the national protests taking place across Colombia over the past 2 weeks and the brutal, absolutely brutal response against the demonstrators by the Colombian public security forces. But today I rise about a very different and specific human rights crisis in Colombia, one that receives little attention in the United States and from the international community. I'm speaking about the plight of the Raizal people who have lived for centuries on the islands that make up the San Andres archipelago. The Raizal are descendants of pilgrim settlers, enslaved Africans, Amerindians, and British immigrants. They speak Creole English and are most are Protestants. However, in a twist of fate characteristic of the history of colonization, the islands on which they live, San Andres, Catalina, and Old Providence, are under the sovereignty of Colombia, whose population is Spanish-speaking and largely Catholic. It's been that way since the 1800s. For a long time, the Raizal were left largely to their own devices. They were self-governed with a self-sustaining economy. But in the 1950s, the Colombian government decided to strengthen control over the islands by promoting tourism and mass migration from the mainland. The result is that San Andres, the largest of the islands, is extremely overpopulated. The Raizal have been reduced to minority status on that island, and the development for tourism has so seriously damaged the pristine environment that UNESCO tried to protect it by declaring it a biosphere reserve in 2000. But the smaller islands of Old Providence, accessible only by ferry or small plane, and Catalina, connected by a bridge, largely escaped the fate of San Andres. The population of both is almost entirely Raizal, and their communities have successfully resisted efforts to bring in big development projects or build military installations there, until now. The islands were hit very hard by Hurricane Iota last November. On Old Providence, hundreds of houses were damaged and hundreds more destroyed completely. Colombian President Ivan Duque promised to rebuild in 100 days. It's now been 6 months. The next hurricane season is on the horizon, and reconstruction is nowhere near complete. The delay is partly due to the government's failure to properly consult with those most affected. But what the government did do was allow the Colombian Navy to take advantage of the crisis and build a new dock, a project the community had previously rejected due to the risk of environmental damage. The Navy has installed its dock near a fisherman's co-op whose own dock was destroyed by Iota, cutting off its members' access. In response, fishermen whose livelihoods are at risk have been protesting for 62 days. There is a profound difference of vision between the islanders and the mainlanders. The Raizal fear that if the government continues to ignore them, their way of life in Old Providence and Catalina will be overtaken by the mainland population, as has happened in San Andres. And that would be a major violation of the human rights of the Raizal people. In 2004, when the UN Special Rapporteur on Racism visited the archipelago, the Raizal communities complained of political discrimination and marginalization from the decision-making processes that affected their territory. They also described cultural domination by the mainland. For example, the exclusive use of Spanish as the language of instruction and pressure to convert to Catholicism to be able to advance economically. More than 15 years later, the Colombian government persists with many of the same practices that led to the Raizal to lodge those human rights complaints. It's time to change course. It is time to prioritize the human rights of the Raizal people. It is time for the government to recognize that the Raizal as legitimate interlocutors and respect their right to protect their ancestral lands. I urge the Duque government to accelerate reconstruction so that the people have adequate shelter and medical facilities as soon as possible, and certainly before the next hurricane season. I urge the government to stop importing labor from the mainland and instead employ local Raizal workers. I urge the government to remove the Navy's new dock, rebuild the co-op stock instead, and end further militarization of the islands. I urge a thorough review of any U.S. government resources used for post-Iota reconstruction to ensure that they were expended in full compliance with requirements of prior consultation. And I encourage the United Nations and the Inter-American human rights bodies to immediately review the situation of the Raizal people and issue new recommendations to the Colombian government to ensure that their rights are fully protected going forward. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Brooks, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor George Mills, an extraordinary Alabamian I recently met in Decatur at a Kiwanis pancake breakfast. George is a former World War II prisoner of war and will celebrate his 100th birthday on May 23rd. The youngest of 8 children, George graduated from Decatur High School in 1939. While in high school, George worked for Western Union, delivering telegrams on his bicycle from 5 to 11 every night. After high school graduation, George sold pianos for Forbes Piano Company. In 1942, at age 21, George Mills enlisted in the Army and was assigned to Company E, 109th Division under General Omar Bradley, making him a member of one of World War II's best-trained divisions. Sergeant Mills arrived on Omaha Beach 25 days after D-Day. For 7 months, he was in combat, engaged in 4 major battles, including the Battle of Normandy, the Battle of the Bulge, and the battle at Hurtgen Forest. After the Hurtgen Forest battle, George and his company were sent to the Germany-Luxembourg border, where one morning they were awakened by exploding rockets and artillery. His company was surrounded by 15,000 Axis forces. Despite overwhelming odds, they held their ground for several days. Eventually, Axis forces blew a hole in the house Mills was sheltered in. Bazookas and flamethrowers followed, setting the entire house on fire. George was injured by shrapnel. On December 18, 1944, after more than 2 years of service, George was captured by the Germans. After the fight, the Germans flattened the surrounding town, shooting civilians and the mayor. The Germans interrogated the soldiers before taking them to a German POW camp where they were fingerprinted, photographed, given dog tags, and registered as prisoners of war. They remained there for 2 days before the Germans segregated the soldiers, sending officers to concentration camps, forcing privates to work, and sending non-commissioned officers, including George, on a 5-month walk across Europe that broke their souls and their bodies. George tells many vivid stories of the cold winter, lack of food and sleep, abhorrent treatment by their captors, and the good friends made along the way. Thankfully, George was liberated on April 14, 1945. In October 1945, George was discharged and returned to America. After a very long bus ride home, he arrived at his Alabama hometown, where his sister was so excited to see him, she forgot to unlatch the screen door, and his faithful bulldog nearly broke down the door to get to him. 4 years later, George and his wife, Charlie, were married. They enjoyed 66 years of marriage before Charlie passed away in December 2015. In 1983, George retired but stayed busy, traveling with his wife across America, Canada, and Europe, while looking up George's Army buddies along the way. One of George's proudest moments came on November 16, 2006, when France's president named George Mills a Chevalier for his gallantry during the liberation of France. Vigorous as ever, George is involved in the Military Order of the Purple Heart, the American Legion, the VFW, the Masonic Lodge, the Kiwanis Club, and several other community organizations. He is a frequent speaker at several local high schools, community organizations, and church groups. A true Southern gentleman, he is a beloved representative of America's greatest generation. Mr. Speaker, George Mills' exemplary service to America and his local community is emblematic of what makes America a great nation. I wish George Mills the very best as he and his family celebrate his 100th birthday. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of my incredible friend, Tom Hess, a beloved resident of Northville, Michigan, who we lost last month after a courageous battle with cancer at the age of 76. Tom was born in Detroit in the summer of 1944 to Raymond and Jessie Hess. After graduating from Michigan State University in 1966, he joined the United States Army, where he attended Infantry Officer Candidate School. He went on to complete all the training necessary to become a Green Beret and proudly served his country as a first lieutenant during the Vietnam War. This was something that Tom was deeply proud of, his service to the country. Upon his honorable discharge from the Army, Tom returned to Detroit, where he graduated from Wayne State University Law School and was admitted to both the Michigan and Florida bar. He became the managing partner of a law firm in Daytona Beach and had many exciting real estate adventures in Florida before moving back to Metro Detroit in 1990 to establish his own firm, where he practiced for another 18 years. Tom married his exceptional wife, Janet, in 1991, and together they opened their hearts and their home in Northville to members of our community on countless occasions. This was the stuff that the Democrats of Western Wayne County are made of, and it is what raised me as a young candidate for Congress to propel me into this office. Their generosity was boundless, their ability to connect people endless, and it is something that we will remember for all of time in their home in downtown Northville that looked as if it was built in the 1800s, but was actually built by Tom himself. With his generous spirit and political acumen, Tom was a tireless advocate for the causes closest to his heart. He cared very deeply about the work being done in this chamber, and he was focused on efforts to make our democracy more fair, strong, and inclusive for generations to come. During my final visit to Mr. Hess, when I got the opportunity to say goodbye to him, because in classic Tom Hess fashion, he insisted as he lay in hospice on having an open wake, on having a living wake. He looked me in the eye and he said to me that his ultimate wish, his dying wish, was to see H.R. 1, the For the People Act, signed into law. He was passionately committed to ensuring the success of our democracy, and he recognized the historic opportunity we have before us right now to bring our elections into the 21st century, ensure that everyone has the right to vote. And he looked me in the eye and said, I ask you to tell your colleagues on both sides of the aisle, but most penetratingly, the other side of the aisle, to join you in getting H.R. 1 done. Now, we know we have taken the H.R. 1 vote already in this chamber, and it is going to the Senate. And so I send the message from Northville, Michigan, as any good representative of their constituents would do. Pass H.R. 1 now. Send this to the president's desk for signature. Tom showed us a life well lived. For if cleanliness and perfection of home is godliness, that was Tom and Janet. The Wall Street Journal in August of 2020, of just last year, reflecting on the hobbies that people were taking up in the pandemic, shared stories about people building the model train model trains in the bottom of their basements, in the bottoms of their homes. And that was something that Tom already had in his home. He had this model train station that we would, during the picnic, go down and look at, and he disassembled it and gave it to a museum before he passed away. So he beat the pandemic trend. We know that Tom is obviously survived by his loving wife of 29 years, Janet Hess, his children, his son Raymond, and his beloved granddaughter Hazel, in-laws, many nieces, nephews, and extended family members throughout Michigan and Indiana. The family pays tribute to Angela Hospice, who I had the chance to meet when I was visiting with Tom, their tireless work and dedication to the people in the most sacred time in their life. And of course, the VA hospital in Ann Arbor, which Tom loved so dearly. Thank you, my colleagues, for joining me and recognizing my beloved constituent, Tom Hess. I yield
Thank
back.
you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Today, I rise during National Police Week to honor the men and women of the law enforcement community and to condemn the ongoing attacks of those members of our law enforcement community. In particular, to Wisconsin's law enforcement community, I say thank you. The past year has been particularly tough on our law enforcement officers. Just outside the state capital of Wisconsin in Madison is the Wisconsin Law Enforcement Memorial. Last year, this memorial was vandalized. A criminal took a sledgehammer to the granite, which is etched with the names of the men and women who died in the line of duty protecting our communities. Last week, 6 more heroes had their names added to the Law Enforcement Memorial. But the ceremony was interrupted by anti-police protesters. During the prayer, protesters yelled that the deaths of these officers, whose names were being etched into the memorial, that their deaths were not a sacrifice. Anti-police protesters held up signs with hateful words and disrupted a solemn ceremony with vile chants. It was disgusting to see the absolute lack of respect and the display of hatred and complete ignorance. Contrary to the anti-police protesters at the ceremony, these officers are heroes. They died protecting us. They died protecting our communities. Let me tell you about just one of them. Officer John Hetland was one of the names added to the Wisconsin Memorial this year. He was a 24-year veteran of the Racine Police Department. Officer Hetland was a hero. He made a commitment to serve and protect our communities, whether on or off duty. When a local business was being robbed at gunpoint, Officer Hetland attempted to stop the suspect. Officer Hetland was murdered. He was shot in the chest by this criminal. He died protecting our community. We've seen anti-police rhetoric go too far. After riots broke out in Kenosha, officers from Kenosha and Racine, Walworth, Rock, Waukesha, Milwaukee counties, and across the state of Wisconsin put their lives on the line to defend Kenosha and protect the people in our communities. I'll never forget hearing those same vulgar chants when criminals attacked officers in the streets of Kenosha. As fires were being set throughout the city, I remember watching officers duck as Molotov cocktails were being thrown at them, as water bottles filled with concrete were being thrown at them and hurled in their direction. And even as an officer was struck in the head by a brick and knocked unconscious, the criminals cheered. That is unbelievable. That is heartbreaking. Violence towards our police officers is something our nation cannot tolerate. We should collectively speak out against the attacks on our police and against the calls to defund the police. We should be supporting our men and women in law enforcement. To the members of the law enforcement community, I want you to know this. The people of Wisconsin's 1st Congressional District say thank you. Thank you for keeping us safe. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Today, the House is holding a hearing on the insular cases, doctrines which hold the territories in a perpetual state of colonialism. Earlier this year, I served as a House impeachment manager in the second trial of President Donald Trump. My presence on the floor of the U.S. Senate carried a great deal of weight to me, great deal of meaning. It also said a lot about America. Although I was making the case, I was unable to actually cast a vote in the House. My constituents in the Virgin Islands, U.S. citizens, remain unable to vote for president, lack any voice in the Senate, and have only a limited vote in the House. The second-class treatment of the territories is not just unfair, it's un-American. More than 3.5 million Americans are denied the right to vote simply because of where they live, whether it's Puerto Rico, Guam, Northern Marianas, American Samoa, or my home, the Virgin Islands of the United States. This number of people is equivalent to the population of the 5 smallest states combined, and each of the territories send more men and women to the military per capita than any state. More than 98% of the territorial residents are racial or ethnic minorities like me, a fact that cannot be a mere coincidence in our continuing disenfranchisement which extends well past the century mark. Our nation's founders never intended our country to work this way. Alexander Hamilton, who as a young man arrived in New York after spending his formative years in my home on St. Croix, and he and others risked their lives to reject colonialism. They wanted no part of it. They understood that governments derive their just powers from the consent of those governed. America has, from its inception, included U.S. territories. The original understanding was that the Constitution provided a promise of full political participation to each resident of a territory through eventual statehood. Until that happened, the Constitution was understood to fully protect their rights. That promise was broken after the United States began acquiring island territories in 1898. And during that time, in a series of decisions known collectively as the Insular Cases, the Supreme Court invented an unprecedented new category of unincorporated territories whose residents were not on a path to statehood, which territories the court determined were unincorporated turned largely on the justices at that time's view of the people who lived there, people they labeled in those court opinions as half-civilized, savages, alien races, ignorant and lawless, people like Alexander Hamilton, Camille Pissarro, the founder of Impressionism, Edward Wilmot Blyden, the founder of Pan-Africanism, and me, lawless, savage. While other racist Supreme Court decisions from that same era by those same justices, such as Plessy v. Ferguson, have long been overturned, the Insular Cases remain. And the last three administrations, Bush, Obama, Trump, have all upheld and fought for these same cases. Indeed, our own House parliamentarian uses the Insular Cases to deny the people who live in the territories and their representatives full voting rights on this floor. The ramifications go well beyond just voting. We do pay billions in federal taxes, and yet residents of the U.S. territories are denied and limited access to federal programs and support. Otherwise eligible citizens in the territories are denied SSI, leaving our most vulnerable seniors and disabled to fend for themselves. Federal programs like Medicaid, SNAP, Child Tax Credit, Earned Income are capped or denied altogether. The Supreme Court will still tackle questions of federal discrimination against citizens in the territories in the United States versus Madero, a case where the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit ruled unconstitutional the arbitrary denial of SSI benefits in Puerto Rico. The Justice Department should not continue defending this case. The House should not continue to defend and utilize the Insular Cases to deny people living in the territories basic rights. Making sure that 3.5 million U.S. citizens can vote is not a partisan issue. My 4 other colleagues in the territories, 2 are Democrats and 2 are Republicans. We are not a monolithic people. Our country has been given a collective opportunity to ask what America is and who we are as a people. This question extends to America's
Gentlelady's time's expired.
To citizens living in the territories. Please reject the Insular Cases. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This year, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines restricting outdoor activities. Many children will be stuck inside when they should be outdoors in the sunlight, playing, learning new skills, making friends, and enjoying their childhoods. This is not only important for their mental health, but also for their physical health and enhancing their immune system. And it is even more critically important in those states which have still not reopened their schools fully to in-person learning, despite all scientific evidence to the contrary. Yesterday, the New York Times reported that the CDC had hugely exaggerated their guidelines by saying that less than 10% of COVID-19 transmission occurs outdoors, and that the actual estimate of outdoor transmission is somewhere between 0.1% to 1%. This misleading guidance from the CDC has led to confusion, increased hesitancy to view outdoor activities as safe, and many summer camps have been yet forced to close their doors again for another year. We have known for quite some time that the risk of transmitting COVID-19 outdoors is exceedingly small, and in Iowa, there was not a requirement to wear masks outdoors, even though physical separation and maintaining small group size was encouraged. Due to shelter-at-home orders, the number of youth depression, anxiety, attempted suicides, increased drug use, and hospitalizations have continued to increase despite the decrease in new COVID cases, hospitalization, and mortality rates. A staggering report from the CDC found that from March to October 2020, mental health emergency department visits from adolescents had increased 31% from the same time in 2019. With the good news related to rapidly approaching community immunity from the pandemic and the relaxing of a number of protocols and controls, the CDC's newly released guidelines for summer camps is both overly cautious, rigid, and unscientific. Many of us have fond memories of spending time with friends and family, including a week at summer camp. Summer camps are a staple of childhood and adolescence. More than 6 million children attend the day and overnight summer camps in any given year, and denying children their ability to attend these camps and the opportunity to make a friend, learn independence, life skills, teamwork, build self-esteem, and continue their education beyond the school year is atrocious. With over 12,000 summer camps across the country, there are plenty of opportunities for our children to grow, learn, and play. Iowa is home to several great camps, including Forest Lake Baptist Camp in my home county, Hurt Go Hollow, a camp for children with diabetes, and Camp Courageous, a camp specifically for children with disabilities. Summer camps also provide employment for over 1.5 million Americans every year. This represents a great opportunity for high school students and adults to have great experiences outdoors while earning an income. As a doctor, former president of the Iowa Medical Society, and former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health, I have addressed the severity of COVID-19 and have been a strong and consistent advocate for all 3 of the safe and effective vaccines developed through Operation Warp Speed, and in fact just finished attending and administering vaccines at clinics in all 24 counties in my district. Just a few days ago, the Pfizer vaccine was given emergency use authorization to be administered to children 12 to 15 years old. It has been well documented that children are exceedingly low levels for risk of serious illness, and they do not transmit the virus. COVID-19 deaths were 277 through the end of April. To put this in perspective, the CDC estimates around 600 children died of influenza in the 2017-2018 season, 358 died during the 2009 H1N1 pandemic, and each year, more than 700 children die from drowning. We can see the light at the end of this pandemic tunnel, and as the number of Americans who are vaccinated continues to grow, coupled with those who have natural immunity from having the disease, I expect to see a return to normalcy and a return to pre-pandemic life. A return to normal includes allowing our kids to be kids. I am hopeful that we will be able to send our children to summer camp in the coming weeks so that they can have an experience and opportunities that they deserve. Time is extraordinarily limited, and I implore the CDC to act now and allow summer camps to reopen to full activities without the wearing of masks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Carvajal, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to vote for the American Rescue Plan because I knew it was the transformational investment we needed to get the pandemic under control and our economy back on track. 2 months later, it is clear the investment has paid off. We have gotten more shots in arms, lifted families out of poverty, help children get back to school, help businesses stay open, and workers keep their jobs. And we are just getting started. Much of the vital support for workers and families included in the American Rescue Plan is still on the way. One of these measures is the expansion of the child tax credit, a historic investment in the future of our country. It has become harder and harder to afford college a college education, a home, and childcare. As the cost of living continues to soar and wages continue to stagnate, the American dream is slipping out of the reach for many working families. We need to level the playing field so every child has the opportunity to fulfill their potential. The child tax credit expansion means working class families will get $300 per child under 6 and $250 per child age 7 to 17. $300 a month helps put food on the table so kids do not go hungry, and helps pay for childcare so parents can get back to work and build a better life for their families. And it helps cover healthcare expenses so children stay healthy. This lifeline benefits a whopping 85% of the children in my district on the Central Coast of California. That means a stronger economic foundation for over 135,000 children in our community. For the 11,200 children in my community living in poverty, the child tax credit could make all the difference in their lives and their futures. I come from a low-income family myself, a working-class family, so I know that $300 a month would have lifted a financial burden off my parents' shoulders, who already worked so hard to give me and my siblings a chance for a better life. Advanced monthly payments of the child tax credit will start to be sent out in July and last through December 2021. Families will get the remaining tax credit when they file their 2021 tax returns. Families can make sure they get an accurate payment quickly by filing their 2020 tax return as soon as possible. Even individuals who lost their jobs during the pandemic or do not normally file taxes should file this year to receive the credit. The IRS needs the information from the tax returns to calculate and issue the monthly child tax credit payments. I will continue to fight for working families in Congress so they keep their hard-earned money in their pockets and every child has the means to achieve the American dream. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And the chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during National Police Week to thank and show support for our police officers, particularly the New York Police Department, and also warn my colleagues of what happens when politicians think that they know how to do the job on the street better than our cops do. Because I've seen it happen in New York City. I've seen the quality of life deteriorate. I've seen the crime skyrocket, and we must learn from what has happened here to not make this mistake and adopt those very policies on the federal level. This past weekend, we saw 3 innocent bystanders, one of whom was a 4-year-old child, shot in broad daylight in the middle of Times Square. Fortunately, NYPD officer Alyssa Vogel was there. She sprinted into action to save these individuals' lives. That's what this mother was doing Mother's Day weekend, and we thank her for her heroic efforts. Sadly, we also lost a police officer, Anastasios Sakos, who was in Queens directing traffic in the middle of the night after there was a car accident, and he was struck and killed by a hit-and-run driver who was operating a vehicle unlicensed and under the influence. Sadly, this is what our police officers do each and every day, put their life at risk, sometimes giving up their life to protect the rest of us. All through the pandemic, we praise them as heroes for working the front line. COVID was the leading cause of death for our police officers in 2020. We lost 8 NYPD officers, sadly. Also, as we approach the 20th anniversary of 9/11, let's not forget the sacrifices of our police officers, not only on that day, but in the days since. We continue to lose people to 9/11-related illnesses, and in the NYPD's case, they lost 7 since January 2020. Mr. Speaker, in New York City, we have seen policies that have hurt our law enforcement officers. How did we get here? Well, decriminalizing quality of life crimes, which was something I warned in 2017, that it would lead to crime skyrocketing. The broken window theory is real. Then you add the state legislature's attempts to reform bail, the rush to close Rikers Island, emptying the jails, putting dangerous criminals with lengthy rap sheets back onto our streets, governor's parole board that has released over 16 cop killers and other murderers and other rapists, once again putting people who are dangerous back on our streets. Eliminating the NYPD plainclothes unit, tying the hands of our police, and then lastly, cutting $1 billion, 1/6 of the NYPD budget. As I mentioned, the 4-year-old girl who was shot this weekend, she was just one of 43 individuals shot in the last week, a 169 increase over the same period last year. And there were 9 murders last week in New York City, up 350% over the same period last year. But the trend is not just starting now. It's not just a result of defunding the police. It's the other policies, as I've mentioned. Homicides in 2020 soared 45%. Shootings doubled, with 1,868 people shot in 2020, up from 923 in 2019. This is a result of an abdication of responsibility from my colleagues in the city and the state level. Now they want to take away the qualified immunity from our police officers, something that many of you voted to do here for our federal law enforcement officers, despite when they already give up their immunity when they are operating, if they are not operating within the NYPD guidelines or if they violate someone's constitutional rights. There is no question that the demoralization of law enforcement over the past year has contributed to a sharp rise in departures from the NYPD, which are up 75% compared to 2019, with the lowest number of NYPD officers in uniform in over a decade, when we have all this rising crime taking place across our city. It's absolutely disgraceful, Mr. Speaker, and it must end now. City and state have a responsibility to keep the public safe, and quite frankly, if they're not going to do it, if my mayor and my governor continue to tie the hands of our police officers and not allow them to do their job, then we need the federal government to step in, send DOJ, ATF, FBI, DEA, and the U.S. Marshals, because we have a responsibility to the citizens of our city and nation to keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Police Week, it's important that we remember the innumerable sacrifices that are made every day by the men and women of law enforcement. In communities across America, they serve as the gatekeepers of law and order. Even as the far left calls for defunding the police, these dedicated heroes will not hesitate when called upon to serve. I believe that their hard work should be recognized every day because without them, law and order would cease to exist and criminality would reign. May God bless the proud men and women of law enforcement. Under your watch, the American people remain protected. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Director Don Berman for his nearly 10 years of service in the United States Air Force and 8 years of service within the Department of Veteran Affairs, 6 of which was in Nebraska's 2nd District at the Nebraska Western Iowa Healthcare System. Don is retiring from federal service. Don is a Vietnam-era veteran. He served as a telecommunications center specialist, supporting the mission in Arkansas, Hawaii, also at Fort Belvoir Army Installation and the Defense Nuclear Agency in Virginia. Don's healthcare career spans nearly 33 years, 25 of those which were in private healthcare. In Nebraska's 2nd District, Don has since March of 2015 served as the director of the Nebraska Western Iowa Healthcare System. During his tenure, he was instrumental in proposing a partnership between the Department of Veteran Affairs and members of the private philanthropic community. His vision began a collaboration that produced the groundbreaking public law known as the Chip In for Veterans Act of 2016. This law authorized the VA to carry out a pilot program under which it may accept donations from non-federal entities. The Nebraska philanthropic community provided a gift of $30 million to be used to construct a new 157,000 square foot ambulatory care clinic located on the grounds of the Omaha VA Medical Center. Through Don's leadership, tenacity, and innovation, a second public-private partnership recently began. CHI Health and Nebraska Western Healthcare System opened a new 34-bed community living center for veterans in a non-VA medical facility at the CHI Midlands Healthcare Facility. Additionally, a new mental health pavilion and a new physical therapy and prosthetics building have started construction. Omaha's new 500-stall parking ramp opens in November, and all 7 of the current community-based outpatient centers located around Nebraska and western Iowa have been rebuilt and or refreshed in order to provide the most up-to-date healthcare facilities to veterans. In August of 2020, Forbes named America's best employers by state, and the Veteran Administration was cited as the best employer. Among the 17 states mentioned, the Nebraska VA was identified. Bringing Don's private experience and innovation to the Veterans Administration has served our veterans well in Nebraska and western Iowa. Don continues to use his personal and professional experience to aid him in the understanding the needs of our veterans while solving complex issues associated with running of a leading healthcare system for Nebraska and western Iowa. Never forgetting the mission of service to other veterans, I want to offer my sincere appreciation to Don, who's my great friend, for his years of dedicated service to our great nation and to Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District. Don's accomplishments in his military service, civil service, and his private career are credits to his dedication to the provision of world-class health care, no matter the venue. Don's retirement is well-earned and deserved, and I wish Don all the best in his future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of my constituents, Ernie Edison West, who passed from this life on May 1st. His fellow soldiers knew him as Private First Class West. His friends knew him as Ernie. Mr. West bravely served his country during the Korean War, and his heroic actions earned him our nation's highest military honors, including both a Medal of Honor from President Eisenhower and later a Purple Heart. Although Mr. West lost one of his eyes while defending and saving the lives of several of his fellow soldiers in Korea, he never considered himself disabled. As a town mayor, coach, friend, and mentor to many, Mr. West was an unconditional friend to all he met and lived a life of selfless service to his community. He worked all his life to help veterans and was buried in the very cemetery, the Veterans Cemetery Northeast in Greenup County, for which he himself worked to secure the land and the funding. Mr. West's efforts were also crucial to the establishment of the Greenup County War Memorial. This memorial honors hometown heroes on the main street of Mr. West's hometown in Wirtland, Kentucky. Mr. West leaves behind his daughter, Amy West Hogsett, her husband, Randy, 5 granddaughters, and 7 great-grandchildren. In the words of his niece, Marnie Gillily, Mr. West was larger than life, truly a hero to many, and personified the good in people. May this brave hero rest in peace. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to wish a happy 100th birthday to a well-loved member of the South Texas community, Captain Robert Batterson, whose friends call him Bob. Bob has spent his life in service to a nation that he loves. He served at Naval Air Station Pearl Harbor, where he worked on December 7th, 1941. Shortly after witnessing the Pearl Harbor attack, Bob was accepted for Navy flight training. He was awarded his wings and assigned to Fighter Squadron 1. Bob's life paints a picture of sacrifice and duty that we can all learn from. May it serve as a reminder of the price that he and others like him paid for our freedom. After World War II, Bob did not stop his commitment to serving our great nation. He transferred to the Navy Supply Corps, where he worked for 35 years until his retirement in 1974. He raised 5 children, 4 of whom also served our nation, and he's one of the USS Lexington Museum's first volunteers who can often be found on the aircraft carrier's Pearl Harbor exhibit. He has a true passion for speaking with people of all ages about becoming personally involved in the United States' future, especially by contacting their elected representatives. Happy birthday to a true American hero and an inspiration to all of us, Captain Batterson. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about a bill I'm introducing today. This bill is called the Preventing Endless Armed Conflicts and Engagement Act, otherwise known as the Peace Act. The Constitution makes it clear that the authority to declare war rests with Congress, and it's important that members of Congress have the opportunity to carry out our duty to regularly review current military engagements. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. Today, less than 1/5 of the current members of Congress voted on the 2001 and 2002 AUMFs. This statistic ignores the many members of Congress who have been elected and since left since that time, who never got a chance to weigh in on the AUMFs. It's critical that new members of Congress with new constituencies do their duty and provide input into military operations. It's my hope that the Peace Act can ensure regular oversight is being conducted on future military authorizations. First, this bill would require each military authorization, called an AUMF, to sunset after 2 years. Now, why 2 years? Well, obviously, it would give each member of Congress, and therefore the people they represent, the opportunity to review and weigh in on ongoing conflicts. The President, of course, has the authority to deploy military forces in an emergency and respond to imminent threats, and that would continue under this bill. Sustained military operations, however, need approval from Congress. This is a principle firmly rooted in the Constitution, which stipulates that funding for our military should not extend past 2 years. The Peace Act would also set the standards for new military authorizations. For instance, each authorization would need to set a geographical scope on where military force can be used. A clear objective would need to be established for each authorization so that we know when victory is achieved. And the countries and groups that the U.S. are authorized to fight must be listed. Additionally, the Department of Defense and State would be charged with publishing an annual report on existing military operations for congressional review. This report will include information such as whether the military is meeting defined objectives, the number of casualties, and total cost. Finally, the DoD and State Department will be required to brief members of Congress on the contents of this report every 6 months. It's never easy to decide between risking the lives of our troops or jeopardizing our national security. However, this is a decision that members of Congress are elected to do, in large part because we are the body in this federal government that is closest to the people. Military deployments that are accountable to we the people are one thing that sets us apart as a nation, to ensure that our fight is always for what's right. We owe it to our troops. We owe it to the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Now the chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor Donald Scott Overton of Savannah, Georgia, who passed away on April 14th at the age of 89. Scott served our country in the U.S. Army and trained to be a pilot towards the end of the Korean War, giving him a love for flying that he would have for the rest of his life. He became an accomplished glider pilot and enjoyed building planes from a kit in his garage. Everyone who knew Scott recognized his giving heart and love for adventure. With his wife and friends, Scott cruised to all the continents except Africa. Professionally, Scott worked tirelessly as the president of the Arthur D. Crane Real Estate Development Company and owned numerous small water companies. I am thankful for the immense impact that Scott had on our community, and I know his legacy will remain. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Georgia Representative Mickey Stevens for his remarkable career in the Georgia General Assembly. Mr. Stevens is a native of Savannah and a proud graduate of Savannah State College. He served one term in 2002 and was reelected in 2014 to the House representing the 165th District. As an educator, he was a great asset to Savannah High School, Schumann Middle School, and John W. Hubert Middle School. Additionally, he served on the Savannah-Chatham County Board of Public Education and the Savannah Zoning Board of Appeals. Mr. Stevens is known throughout Georgia for his civic service, including his commitment to the community and his efforts in supporting the education of youth and adults. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for all your work to make Savannah a better place to live. You are an inspiration to all of us about giving back to your community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember and honor the former mayor of Thunderbolt, Jimmy Petrie, who passed away on April 24th at the age of 74. Jimmy spent his entire life serving others. After graduating high school, Jimmy enlisted in the U.S. Navy to serve our country and went on to serve 3 years in Vietnam. He was elected mayor of Thunderbolt in 1981 and was reelected for multiple terms until he resigned in 2005. During his 24 years as mayor, Jimmy was highly regarded by his constituents as a person of unquestioned integrity and dedication. After a quarter century of service to the town of Thunderbolt and the coastal empire, one cannot visit Georgia's 1st Congressional District without seeing the profound impacts Jimmy made for his community. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Martin Bell's remarkable career as general manager of the Okefenokee Swamp Park. For the past 26 years, Martin Bell has welcomed guests from around the world to experience the wonders of the Okefenokee Swamp. Known as an intensely creative and hardworking leader, Mr. Bell's accomplishments are impressive. Under his management, many projects were completed to support the park's growth and sustainable force. Some of his more notable accomplishments include the establishment of the Okefenokee Railroad, launch of the Holiday Light Show, construction of the Cypress Cove Annex and Greenhouse, and reopening of a water trail that had been closed for 40 years. Through his stewardship, Mr. Bell has exposed the beauty of the Okefenokee Swamp Park to visitors from across the globe and built the park into our state's most desirable ecotourism and educational destination. His passion and leadership for the park will be missed by all of those, like me, who appreciate his steadfast stewardship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the floor and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to strongly condemn the terrorist acts conducted by Hamas against the State of Israel. These horrific scenes coming out of Jerusalem depict countless rockets being launched from Gaza with the intent to massacre innocent civilians. What we have seen from the Iron Dome's ability to intercept this high volume of rockets is truly remarkable, but unfortunately, some of these rockets are getting through, and that underscores Israel's security vulnerability. It reminds us why the United States must continue being an ally of Israel and why our commitment to Israel's sovereignty and independence is so crucial at a time of heightened regional hostility. Quite frankly, I'm surprised there haven't been more members of this institution to extend their support for Israel. That's why this week I'm introducing a resolution to not only condemn Hamas for these acts of terrorism, but for Congress to signal its unwavering support to our strategic partner Israel and to the Jewish people. I urge my colleagues to join me in this resolution, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chairman now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the incredible life-giving care, life-saving care provided by pregnancy resource centers across the country. Thanks to the 2,700 pregnancy resource centers in the United States, mothers looking for help, hope, and healing have a safe place they can turn to. In my own district, Virginia's 5th Congressional District, We have 10 outstanding centers where lives are saved and mothers are given new hope. To recognize the exceptional work they do, I've introduced a resolution designating the week of November 8 as National Pregnancy Center Week, highlighting the vital role that pregnancy resource centers play in helping mothers and families. As a result of their work, young lives will be given the opportunity to live, grow up, and work in our great nation. Despite there being over 3 times as many pregnancy resource centers as abortion centers in the United States, sadly, most Americans are more familiar with the anti-life groups like Planned Parenthood because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle stumble over each other to throw taxpayer money in their direction. But without pregnancy resource centers, millions more babies would be murdered by the scourge of radical anti-life groups under the guise of family planning. To all those who selflessly serve in pregnancy resource centers, I say thank you for your life-saving work. Mr. Speaker, no more fundamental right than the right to life exists in our country and in our world today. And there's no more fundamental responsibility of government than the responsibility to defend the most vulnerable among us, and that includes innocent, precious life in the womb. Everyone knows abortion is wrong. The clear science shows us that it's the taking of innocent life in the womb. The only question is what priority will we give that unborn, precious life in the womb? Thankfully, our country has a history, an admirable history, of correcting civil and social injustice. The glaring exception is the ultimate injustice of abortion. I pray that we will soon correct this injustice, and I believe that history will rightly condemn those who stood on the wrong side on this issue. I pray that we will correct the injustice of abortion, which has tragically taken the lives of some 70 million unborn children. And I yield back my time.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commemorate the life of Sergeant First Class Donald Keith Strickland, who recently passed away. His favorite quote was that my proudest accomplishments were defending our great nation. Close quotes. Donald K. Strickland. Sergeant First Class Donald Keith Strickland was born on May 13th, 1934, to George and Ruth Strickland in Richmond, Indiana. The Stricklands moved out to California for a better life, like many did back in those days. Young Donald grew up in the San Fernando Valley, had many different jobs, from family's grocery store to doing a paper route on his horse called Star Baby. While attending high school, he had a call to duty and joined the Navy on his 17th birthday. His father had to sign papers in order to release him and to enlist for the Korean War. While in Korea, he served on the famed aircraft carriers USS Yorktown and USS Hornet. After the Korean War and 3 years in the Navy, Donald decided to join the Army, which he spent the next 18 years of his life. Did basic training at Fort Bragg. During his first jump after training, his parachute did not open until he almost hit the ground. As he tells the story, quote, "I was the last one out of the plane and the first one down," close quotes. During his time in the Army, he was stationed in West Germany, where he met the love of his life, Antoine, and have been married for over 60 years. Donald was sent off to the Vietnam War, where he served 2 tours of duty and was awarded the Bronze Star for bravery in action during the Tet Offensive. He rose to the rank of Sergeant First Class. After getting injured in the war, Donald became a drill sergeant at Fort Ord Army Base in Monterey, California. As his kids tell their friends, imagine having a drill sergeant for a dad. In reminiscing with his children, he was always proud to be called a soldier for America. He considered the United States of America the greatest country in the world. In 1973, he retired from the armed services and relocated in Simi Valley, California. He worked for the police department and there. He loved working with his hands and could fix anything. He never had a negative comment about anyone and any person who knew him and loved him for his hard work and his smile. His commitment was resounding. He did not retire until the age of 75. He's survived by his wife, Antoine, his children, Gabrielle, Renee, and Anthony, his grandchildren, Jacob, Samantha, Natasha, Alexandra, Ruby, and Anthony, and his great-grandchildren, Wyatt, Kayla, Sophia, and Bryce. He's been a resident of Ventura County since 1973 and resided in Camarillo since 2000 with his wife for the remainder of his life. I ask unanimous consent to extend notes to the record, add notes to the record, and I yield back.
Objection.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12, subsection A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, you have searched us and known us. You know when we sit down and when we rise up. You are aware of every action we take, when we pause from our labors, and when we get up again to tackle the day. Even with this knowledge of our innermost being, O God, you deign to show us your mercy. In your ever-loving care, you continue to guide our paths. You keep us safe from harm from within and without. Such knowledge, O God, is too wonderful for us to comprehend. In your mercy, cause us to pause and reflect on the intimate relationship you have established with us. May we give thought to the words yet on our tongues, to the plans we organize, and to the decisions we contemplate, that all that we would say or do would reflect your infinite love. Search us again and again. Know our hearts. Test us and reveal our thoughts. If there's any wickedness in us, lead us instead to your redeeming and everlasting way. Aware of your abiding presence, we pray that nothing we do this day would give shame to you. It is in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Ross. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Chair will lay before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 12, 2021, at 9:50 a.m., that the Senate agreed to Senate Joint Resolution 15, signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 384. Resolved that the following named members.
Unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
In March, the House passed, President Biden signed into law, the American Rescue Plan. This bill expanded the child tax credit in an unprecedented way. Experts predict that this expansion will cut childhood poverty in this country by 1/2. Thanks to efforts, the American Rescue Plan and the Biden administration's rollout of the vaccine, we are finally starting to see light at the end of the tunnel for this pandemic. But vaccines alone will not be enough, and the economic crisis caused by this virus. This pandemic exposed and worsened longstanding economic issues in our society. Wages are too low, child care is inaccessible, and a lack of paid leave to allow workers the ability to properly care for themselves and their families. Policies like the expanded child tax credit are essential to our economic recovery, to help working parents, especially mothers, re-enter the workforce knowing their children are safe and cared for. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Police Week and formally honor our men and women who have answered the notable call to serve in law enforcement profession. Every day, police officers patrol our streets, answer emergency calls, put away criminals, and sacrifice their own safety in order to protect members of their community. Law enforcement officers are our community's most essential line of defense against those who seek violence or criminal activity. This week is also an important time to pause and pay our respects to the police officers who have laid down their lives in the line of duty. May their sacrifice not be in vain and their memory be a blessing. May we continue to recognize the heroic efforts of all members in the police community and do all that we can to show our appreciation for their sacrifices. I will always stand with our men and women in blue, and may God continue to keep them safe as they work tirelessly and with an unwavering commitment to put service above self. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an extraordinary public school in my district, less than 1 mile from my house, Wiley Elementary School. For the second time in 5 years, Wiley has been named a top magnet elementary school in the nation for its dedication to excellence. It is both an international magnet and a true neighborhood school. A diverse and welcoming community, Wiley's teachers, faculty, parents, and staff go above and beyond to ensure that every student receives the best education possible. Wiley offers International Studies Magnet program, which allows students to take as many as 8 electives, including 5 foreign languages in elementary school. Through this program, students are able to learn about cultures other than their own and experience diverse perspectives. I believe the foundation to a quality education begins in elementary school, and I know Wiley is setting students up for success. I'm honored to represent Wiley Elementary School in Congress, and I'm awed by all that their children achieve. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
Rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
This past weekend, we celebrated Mother's Day, a day for families across our great nation to honor our mothers. God has blessed me with a wife, the mother of our 3 beautiful children, including 2 daughters. My own mother, Lala, has instilled in me the values I am proud to cherish today, including my faith and belief in family. My mother, who's almost 80 years old, fled communist Cuba under the Castro regime, is now a proud American. Her love of country inspires me each day. Mother's Day was founded by West Virginia native Ann Jarvis in 1908, but the radical left, including some members of Congress, have begun to referring to mothers as, quote, birthing people. NARAL, the pro-choice lobbying group, tweeted on May 6, when we talk about birthing people, we're being inclusive. It's that simple, close quotes. The canceling of the term mother actually began here in the Congress when Speaker Pelosi changed the House Rules package, eliminated the word mother and father, son and daughter, and replaced them with parent and child. It defies common sense that the cancel culture and some members of Congress would seek to cancel the term mother. It's wrong it is wrong that we cannot celebrate mothers on the House floor. All mothers play an important role.
Gentleman's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as we continue to grapple with issues of race and justice in our country, I rise today to share a story of tragedy and progress from my own district. More than a century ago, Charlie Hale, a young African-American man in Lawrenceville, Georgia, was abducted, brought into a city square, strung up, and shot, simply because of the color of his skin. No arrests were ever made in his murder. Decades passed, Charlie's name was forgotten, and in a cruel twist of irony, a Confederate monument was erected mere steps away from the site of his murder, and so it stood for decades until now. That Confederate monument stands no longer. It was removed following our country's long overdue racial reckoning this past year. In its place will stand a memorial to the life and death of Charlie Hale. I want to recognize the leadership of Marlene Taylor Crawford and her work with the Gwinnett Remembrance Coalition Project, the Gwinnett Historical Restoration and Preservation Board, and all the activists who pushed for this change for years. The dirt where his blood was spilled will be collected and displayed in perpetuity in Gwinnett County, as well as in Montgomery's Legacy Museum and Memorial. I want to be clear, even more than a century later, this does not make things right by Charlie Hale or those who loved him and lost him. but it does take an
Gentlelady's
important
time's
step
expired.
to ensure the injustices of our
Gentlelady's time's
past are not
expired.
forgotten.
For
I
what-
yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
To address the House for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At a time when the economy should be roaring back, we just witnessed one of the worst monthly job reports in history because of the Biden administration's socialist policies. Despite loosening restrictions on businesses, the unemployment rate has actually gone up. Why? Because the Democrats want to pay people to sit at home rather than actually go to work. Republicans in Congress warned about this, and lo and behold, we were right. While campaigning, candidate Biden promised to shut down the virus, not the economy. Well, the virus has been shut down because of Operation Warp Speed, yet now President Biden has shut down businesses because he pays people to stay at home. My Eastern North Carolina district is set to have a huge tourist season, but they can't find anybody to come to work. The same with boat builders, hotels, and other businesses. They cannot open up normally. They cannot open their doors because the administration's socialist policies want to pay people to stay at home. America, despite your government, you need to get back to work. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I represent a working class district in Chicago, and my community has been especially hard hit by the pandemic. I have one of the largest percentages of school-aged children in my district, and my neighbors are worried about putting food on the table. I've seen the lines at food banks grow and grow, but the expanded child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan changes that. Nearly 90% of the children in my district will benefit, and more than 40,000 households will get an average of $3,300. Parents like Jaime and Logan Sker will finally be able to send his son to college this year at the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana thanks to this tax credit. This program is about helping the children thrive, and in my community, it's already working. I yield back.
And yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a remarkable individual from my district, Colonel Ralph Puckett, a 94-year-old veteran who will soon receive the nation's highest award, the Medal of Honor. Colonel Puckett is a native and graduate of West Point, and soon after graduating, he was deployed to fight in Korea in the 8th Army Regiment. In November of 1950, he heroically led his Ranger Company on a freezing day in the Battle of Hill 205. His platoon was overcome by an onslaught of Chinese attackers and a barrage of military fire. Colonel Puckett sustained several severe injuries. Although his injuries had incapacitated him, Colonel Puckett selfishly ordered his Private First Class Billy Walls and Private First Class Davis Pollock to leave him on the battlefield. He could see the Chinese soldiers within yards of attacking his Rangers, but his comrades returned to carry him to safety despite the danger. Colonel Puckett went on to serve honorably in Colombia, Germany, and Vietnam until his retirement in 1971. Though his active duty has ended, he continues to serve honorably as colonel of the 75th Ranger Regiment and still inspires young people today. Colonel Puckett was inducted into the Ranger Hall of Fame and received a Distinguished Service Cross for his actions at Hill 205. In addition to 2 Silver Stars, 5 Purple Hearts, various awards from Vietnam, Colombia, and a Distinguished Graduate Award from West Point, his bravery is a testament to his strength and patriotism, and he is an inspiration to the people of the 3rd District of Georgia as well as our country. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Colonel Puckett and extending our sincere appreciation to him and all of our men and women in uniform. As a nation, we are forever grateful to their service and their sacrifice.
Gentleman's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Nevada rise?
House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the historic first class of medical students to graduate from the Kirk Kerkorian School of Medicine at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. 4 years ago, 50 students of this inaugural class donned their white coats, pledged their formal oaths, and began their lifelong medical journeys. But for Southern Nevada, this was more than your average first day of school. Nevada has consistently ranked among the lowest states in doctors per capita. And before this class, Las Vegas was the largest metro area in the nation without a medical school capable of bestowing MD degrees. These graduates are pioneers in providing for the health of our community, and their dedication to home is clear. 97% of this class hails from the battle-born state, and well over a third of the graduates will stay right here to continue their education. We cannot thank them enough for their dedication to the health of our community, especially in the midst of this pandemic. So congratulations, UNLV medical graduates, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentlelady
time.
yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize National Police Week. Our police officers put their lives on the line every single day they go to work. They answer the call of duty on holidays, weekends, birthdays, and through the COVID-19 pandemic to selflessly protect our communities. When I was chair of the Orange County Board of Supervisors, I introduced a resolution to recognize Law Enforcement Appreciation Day in Orange County, because now more than ever, we owe these brave officers our support and appreciation. I'm especially grateful for our Capitol Police officers who have been through so much this year with the devastating loss of multiple officers in the line of duty. Thank you to all police officers for your continued bravery. I and so many others are proud to stand with you, and every day I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the American Rescue Plan is the most transformative economic legislation for working families in a generation. Our expansion of the child tax credit will literally cut child poverty in half. But unless we make the expansion permanent, we will find ourselves a year from now in the same dire straits that existed before the pandemic. A country where we accept that 11 million people live in poverty, nearly 15% of all children in this country. A country where we accept that 25% of black children live in poverty. I've been in Congress for 5 months, and I'm already tired of having to vote to reauthorize things that we know should be permanent. Expanding the child tax credit is a moral and economic imperative. It should not have an expiration date. For the last year, we have talked about the impossible choices that families have been forced to make: child care or health care, food or rent. The reality is, these impossible choices existed for millions of families before the pandemic began, and they will continue to exist after the pandemic is over. Poverty is a choice that we make here in this chamber, and we can choose to end it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the life of Sergeant First Class Donald Keith Strickland. Donald passed away recently after a long life of service to his country, fellow Americans, and his family. Standing with me today is my good friend, Representative Alex Mooney of West Virginia. We're both dear friends of Donald's son, Tony Strickland, who I came up with the legislature with, long relationships with this great person here. And what you see with a legacy, like a man like Donald, who is, again, an Army staff sergeant, also known as a drill sergeant, which, by the way, the family home was known as Strickland, because it's very strict there due to that background. But it also, the legacy it shows is the great family that we know in Tony and his kids and all the great grandkids that Mr. Donald Strickland had. And so he's survived by his wife, Antoni, and again, his 3 children, many grandchildren. But the legacy of how we're measured is truly in your family and what you leave behind as you touch your country. And so for our dear friend Tony, our hearts are with you at the loss of your father, and God bless you all.
Gentleman yields back. Chair. Chair now recognizes the gentleman, or for what purpose is the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I recently toured my district to meet members of the community nominated by their fellow residents who served their fellow citizens extraordinarily during the pandemic. During my tour, I had the honor of meeting Mena Police Chief Tommy Stewart and Bearden Police Chief Nathan Greeley. These men cared for their communities by delivering food and prescriptions and taking care of the sick and elderly, all while dealing with their own staff shortages. When our local police officers go to work, they wear many hats. Of course, they are protectors, but they also play the role of nurse, comforter, teacher, caretaker, and confidant. Ask any police officer, and they will say it's just part of the job, but it is a grave mistake to take this for granted. Madam Speaker, another grave mistake is the Democrats' move to defund police. This National Police Week, let's honor the heroism and the daily kindnesses shown by our law enforcement, and let's work to support those brave men and women who protect and serve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Chair, I rise to ask for permission to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in honor of the National Police Week, a week where we honor the men and women who risk their lives every day to protect and serve our neighborhoods. I want to take this opportunity to highlight some of the great work from law enforcement in my district who have been helping to keep their communities safe. First, there's West Lafayette Police Officer Brian Dengowski, who risked his own life to provide life-saving care for a 22-year-old from a gunshot wound. In Frankfort, Indiana, Sergeant Chris Salaba was awarded Officer of the Year last year for helping his department overcome challenges from the COVID-19 pandemic. In Putnam County, Sheriff Scott Stockton and his deputies kept deadly drugs off of our street by seizing 225 pounds of meth. These are just a few of the examples of police officers working to keep our neighbors and our neighborhoods safe. I think it is important to highlight their work and remind citizens that most police officers are good people who want to protect their communities and serve the people within. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Riverheads High School football team of Augusta County, Virginia, which recently won the Commonwealth's Class I state football championship. After a close first quarter, the Gladiators scored 34 points in the second quarter, propelling them to a resounding 65-29 victory over the Galax Maroon Tide. Riverheads has now won a notable 5 consecutive state titles. And senior running back Zach Smiley, who led the team with 121 rushing yards, said, "It almost feels normal, but it's not." The Riverheads' running game had been strong all season, which allowed the Gladiators to catch the Maroon Tide off guard with an impressive 3 passing touchdowns, culminating in an all-around unstoppable offense. When asked what the pressure was like to win again, head coach Robert Casto said, "We didn't get caught up in all that stuff." He said their victory was just a byproduct of the hard work these kids have put in. Indeed, every state championship is earned, not given, and this squad certainly earned it. Congratulations to the players, coaches, and staff on your remarkable accomplishment. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is the gentlelady from Michigan rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today I rise to be the voice for business owners in my district who again have been kicked while they're down. This majority and President Biden insist people need more unemployment benefits. They don't. There is a record number of open jobs, more than 8 million, of which only 266,000 of those jobs have been filled. That means that this administration is incentivizing people not to work. For President Biden to suggest that we need to spend another $4 trillion on the backs of our children and grandchildren to get back to work is insane. The jobs are there. The incentives to take the jobs are not. This nationwide problem is impacting Michiganders. In fact, the biggest issue that I hear from business owners in my district is not about COVID or mask mandates or vaccines. They need workers. I'm calling on the Speaker to actually go out into her district and learn what businesses actually need. They don't need more money. They don't need more stimulus. They need more employees. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the energy crisis created by the Russian hack of the Colonial Pipeline is impacting my district in the worst possible way. Gas prices have skyrocketed. Lines are forming all across the great state of North Carolina. Madam Speaker, I am here today to say what few politicians will, but what most of Americans believe. We were attacked. We were attacked by a foreign entity, and the current administration has done nothing in response. When our leadership is weak, our nation suffers. You don't believe me? Take a look outside. Our border has dissolved into ruin. Gas prices are skyrocketing, and the dollar is worth less and less each day. Israel's burning, China is rising, and Russia attacks our homeland. All the while, the American people wonder when this administration will finally grow a backbone and stand firm against a growing wave of international tyranny. President Biden is weakening our defenses. The wolves are at the gates, and America's leader is asleep at the wheel. But you know what? Thank heavens we have a president who doesn't tweet mean things anymore. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded not to engage in personalities. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in proud recognition of the Mountain, Fife, and Drum music program in my own district in Twin Peaks, California. This program is dedicated to the patriotic mission of teaching young Americans aged 10 to 18 appreciation of and performance of 18th century military music. They do this through instruction in classic musical instruments such as the fife and the rope tension drum. I'm extremely proud that the Mountain, Fife, and Drum Music Program is performing today in Mount Vernon, appropriately the home of our first Commander-in-Chief, George Washington. It warms my heart that programs like this exist to teach this patriotic art and the appreciation of this unique period of American history to a new generations of Americans, and I congratulate them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentlelady from Puerto Rico rise?
Madam Chair, seek recognition for 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of a distinguished past member of this House, the Honorable Carlos Romero Barceló, also former governor of Puerto Rico, who passed away on May 2. Congressman Romero Barceló represented the people of Puerto Rico in this Congress from 1993 to 2001. He was not only a dear friend, but also a mentor, whose tireless lifelong devotion for equality for all island residents inspired me to follow his footsteps. I ask the House to observe a moment of silence in his memory. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of National Police Week to recognize the members of law enforcement who bravely serve to protect our communities across the nation. I would also like to give a special recognition to Detective Stacy Hinshaw from the Lawrence Police Department for being named Detective of the Year. During the year 2020, Detective Hinshaw worked over 119 cases, the vast majority involving complex child abuse and sexual assaults. Detective Hinshaw has developed an extensive network for support resources for victims in partnership with many community organizations and has been recognized by the FBI and the U.S. Attorney Office for her work. Congratulations to Detective Stacy Hinshaw, and I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all enforcement officers. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding work of the Civil Air Patrol, otherwise known as CAP. I've had personal experience with Civil Air Patrol as my son Trey was a member of the Civil Air Patrol while in high school. He gained valuable leadership skills that led him to graduating from the U.S. Naval Academy and now serving as a captain in the U.S. Marine Corps. The Civil Air Patrol protects our homeland by serving as the Air Force's official auxiliary. CAP is active in all 50 states. Last year alone, Civil Air Patrol saved 130 lives while responding to devastating natural disasters such as floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, and wildfires. CAP also helps states distribute COVID-19 test kits, personal protective equipment, and other essential goods, making it their largest mobilization effort since World War II. Greater funding for the force will allow the Civil Air Patrol to train more pilots, continue its cadet program, and purchase much-needed equipment. I want to thank the Civil Air Patrol National Legislative Coordinator, Dr. Gerald Marquetos, for his strong leadership and compassionate commitment to our nation. I urge my colleagues to join me and Representative Mike Thompson to support Civil Air Patrol funding appropriation requests for fiscal year 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1448 as amended, the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1448, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to carry out a pilot program on dog training therapy and to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide service dogs to veterans with mental illnesses who do not have mobility impairments.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Well, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1448 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am so pleased that we have reported Congressman Steve Stiver's bill, the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act, favorably out of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and are bringing it to the floor today with the support of over 300 members on both sides of the aisle. I'm especially pleased to have negotiated, with the help of Ranking Member Bost, a new bipartisan version of the bill in time for Congressman Stivers to see it move before he leaves Congress. The Department of Veterans Affairs has been a leader in offering veterans with PTSD and other invisible wounds of war a wide spectrum of evidence-based treatment options and adjunctive approaches to promote their mental health and well-being. This bill ensures that veterans can participate in service dog training through pilot program partnerships between VA and accredited service dog training nonprofit organizations across the country. Madam Speaker, the bill also removes current impediments to VA's ability to prescribe mental health service dogs for veterans with PTSD, and a newly added section ensures that VA's current veterinary insurance benefit is also extended to those veterans receiving mental health service dogs through VA. I therefore ask my colleagues to join me in supporting the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1448. As amended, the Puppies Assistant Wounded Service Members of or the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act. This bill will help connect veterans with PTSD with service dogs by establishing a service dog training pilot program, supporting service dog training organizations, and authorizing the VA to provide veterans with PTSD, service dogs, and veterinarian assistance for those service dogs. The Pause for Veterans Therapy Act is sponsored by Congressman Steve Stivers from Ohio. Representative Stivers is an Army veteran. He has spent much of his congressional career advocating for his brothers and sisters in arms and has been a champion of this bill for many years. I'm grateful for his leadership and commitment. The Pause for Veterans Therapy Act will further the life-saving bond that exists between man's best friend and veterans in need. And it will continue our efforts to promote creative ways to support veterans who are struggling. I'm proud to be one of the 313 co-sponsors of the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act, and I'm proud to vote in support of it today. I hope that all of my colleagues will join me, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and original co-sponsor of the bill, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act. I'm incredibly proud to be co-leading this bipartisan bill to connect veterans with service dogs in their communities through a new pilot program at the VA. There are 2 organizations in Livingston County in my district that train dogs and place them with veterans in needs. Veteran Service Dogs in Howell and Blue Star Service Dogs in Pinckney, Michigan. In 2019, I had the chance to visit Blue Star Service Dogs. It was incredible to see these dogs in action and to hear directly from the veterans about how these remarkable animals are helping them heal from depression, PTSD, and so many other invisible service-related wounds. The bill sets up a pilot program through the VA to partner with local nonprofits, just like the ones in my district, to create work therapy programs for veterans to train and potentially adopt service dogs. The issue is extremely personal to me. I'm an Army wife, married to a 30-year Army officer and Apache pilot. I have a stepdaughter currently on active duty and another stepdaughter who's a doctor at the VA. I'm also the mom of 2 wonderful rescue dogs, Rocky and Boomer. I've seen how big of an impact service dogs can have on people's lives when it comes to dealing with mental illness, and that's why I'm so passionate about this pilot program. When we make the decision to send men and women in to fight for our country, we make the decision to support them for the rest of their lives. The Pause for Veterans Therapy Act helps us honor the commitment that we have and in a real day-to-day impactful way for our veterans. I want to thank Representative Stivers for his leadership on this issue and wish him all the best as he departs Congress. He is a Republican, but much more concerning for me, he is from Ohio, and we have still managed to work closely together on this issue. To my colleagues, if I can work with a graduate of Ohio State University, you can get on this darn bill. I urge both sides to join me in supporting the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield to a gentleman who has served this House well, who is an Army officer himself and is the chief sponsor of this bill, who has also served in this body and does a great job of that. We will be dearly missed, but I will yield 3 minutes to Representative Stivers.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 1448, the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act. As a Major General in the Ohio National Guard and a congressman who represents 43,000 veterans in my district, I know the struggle of the invisible wounds of war. I've met with a Vietnam veteran who was unable to leave his house for decades, a soldier who was deployed to Iraq, who when he returned was addicted to heroin for 7 years, and another who was under my command in Operation Iraqi Freedom, and his only goal was to take his fiancée out to dinner. Unfortunately, these three stories are not unique, but these three have happy endings because by working with service dogs, these veterans got their life back. Under the status quo, veterans aren't able to access this life-saving treatment that these three veterans have gotten. We have a chance today to change that by passing this bill. The Pause for Veterans Therapy Act would establish a pilot program. This is not even a permanent program. It's a pilot program at the VA to provide grants to local service dog training organizations so that veterans can benefit from work therapy by learning the art and science of training a dog for service. After graduation, the veteran can adopt their canine partner if the VA if the veteran and or his VA health provider agree that that veteran will benefit from another course, for continuing courses of treatment from that therapy dog. I've seen the peer-reviewed information from Kaiser Permanente and Purdue University that shows that these programs work. They reduce the amount of psychotropic drugs that these veterans are on. They reduce suicide. They improve overall mental health. Today, we lose veteran and active duty, 22 veterans and active duty members a day to suicide. We can't let that go on. This can help that effort. It is a small price to pay, and we can't afford to wait any longer. I'm today calling for us to pass this bill today, take it to the Senate, get it hotlined and signed and on the President's desk by Memorial Day. I do want to thank the bipartisan folks who've helped on this. Chairman Takano, Ranking Member Bost, Representative Rice, our lead co-sponsor, now Governor Tim Walz, who was the sponsor in the last Congress, the floor leader Steny Hoyer, now Governor DeSantis, Sheriff Rutherford, Dr. Dunn, Representative Slotkin, Representative Sherrill. They've all played a very important role. I want to thank the staff on Mr. Bost's team, Samantha Gonzalez, Christina Hill, Maria Tiplar, and on Mr. Takano's staff, Matt Reel and Heather O'Byrne Kelly. Lastly, I want to thank my legislative director, Mimi Baer, for all her hard work, and my chief of staff, Nick, for his hard work on this as well. I know this is asking for a parting gift, but I would ask you to all vote yay in this bill, and I look forward to seeing this signed soon. I want to thank my colleagues for their bipartisan effort on this and earnest work to help our veterans, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I am delighted that the Veterans Affairs Committee can once again unite America, including Michiganders and the Buckeye State. And I would now like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and former member of the Veterans Affairs Committee and the lead Democratic co-sponsor, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Rice.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1448, the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act. No group in America is more likely to suffer from post-traumatic stress and other mental health conditions than our veterans. Tragically, as my friend Mr. Congressman Stivers just said, this means that 22 veterans are dying every single day by suicide. This is a crisis. We cannot look the other way. We must make sure that our veterans have access to every available mental health resource out there. The research on this issue is clear. Service dogs are proven to help people suffering from a wide array of mental health conditions, including PTSD. I have seen the evidence of this with my own eyes. Veterans have told me that they would not be here today if it weren't for their service dog. That's how much these dogs mean, and that's why this bill is so critical. By creating a pilot program on dog training therapy at the VA and providing service dogs to veterans, this bill won't just improve lives, it will save them. I am incredibly proud to co-lead this bipartisan bill, and I thank my friend, Representative Steve Stivers, who is a great American and a true gentleman, for introducing it. I urge my colleagues to join us in support of this today. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the great chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Congressman Takano, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Representative Rose.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Puppies Assisting Wounded Service Members for Veterans Therapy Act, or the PAWS Act. Americans enjoy the blessings of hard-earned peace and liberty because our warriors who answer the call to defend our country. Our men and women in uniform are a constant reminder of the true source of our nation's greatness. In Middle Tennessee, we have a proud history of military service. Our veterans represent the very best of America, and they deserve our full support when it comes to ensuring that they have access to the resources they need to help them live a meaningful, productive post-service life. It is widely acknowledged that the suicide rate for veterans is tragically high, as 20 veterans are lost to suicide every day. We need to address this problem. No one can deny the emotional and psychological benefits of man's best friend. But for our service veterans, that connection has an even greater impact. Psychiatric service dogs paired with veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder have been shown to provide hope, independence, security, and companionship. As I travel my home state and speak with our nation's heroes, I have heard how service dogs help improve their quality of life. And I've even heard that had it not been for their service dog, they wouldn't be with us today. The PAWS Act would pair more service members with quality service dogs trained by reputable organizations. Every veteran has earned a life after their military service free of post-traumatic stress disorder that too often leads to suicide, and that in that regard, we should do everything we can to ensure their well-being. In my view, passage of the PAWS Act is a minimum down payment on what we owe these brave Americans. I encourage my colleagues to join me in letting our veterans know that Congress stands with them in their path to healing. And I would like to thank my colleague, Representative Stivers, for his leadership on this bill and wish him success as he leaves the House next week. I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize for 2 minutes Representative Gonzalez Colon from Puerto Rico.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1448, the PAWS Veterans Therapy Act. I think from a personal standpoint, this legislation would require the Department of Veteran Affairs to collaborate with non-governmental entities and carry out a service dog pilot program to address the post-deployment mental health and PTSD in our veterans. And I got a big community, more than 136,000 veterans in Puerto Rico, and well-trained service animals provide disabled veterans with PTSD numerous benefits. And for example, they can be trained to wake up veterans from nightmares, interrupt flashbacks, and quite literally watch their back. I think there's a growing evidence that service animals interventions really worked. Veterans reports that animal training can help mitigate the effects of intrusive memories while grounding them into the present moment. A growing body of research also show that patients with service animals experience a better quality of life, lower levels of stress hormone cortisol, and increases the chance of sustaining meaningful employment. As well, as we all know, the Veterans Affairs Administration is a leader in health care and research for veterans, and this bill will provide an opportunity to support a growing standard of care for our veterans. And knowing this, by a fact, all veterans organizations on the island support this bill, and that's the reason I support the bill as well, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 1448. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Reserve.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
No,
Oh, someone's coming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like at this time to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Representative Rutherford, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Illinois, my great friend, Mr. Boss, for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the PAWS for Veterans Therapy Act, and I'm a proud original co-sponsor on General Stivers' bill. This bipartisan bill supports veterans who are suffering from TBI and PTSD, and it helps them to live better and more fulfilling lives. And it does this with the assistance of man's best friend. Dog owners around the world will tell you of the special connection between humans and their canine companions. The Pause for Veterans Therapy Act harnesses that unique bond in a way to serve those who have suffered the invisible injuries of war. Service dogs have already been established as a proven therapy for PTSD and other related challenges. And today's legislation not only would allow these veterans to adopt a service dog, but also give them the opportunity to take part in the training of that dog. Simply put, the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act will save lives. I've seen firsthand what a service dog can mean to a veteran struggling with PTSD. In Northeast Florida, we are blessed to have a group called Canines for Warriors who pair trained service dogs with veterans. During my visits to Canines for Warriors, I've often had the opportunity to speak with these veterans and listen to their personal testimonies of survival. Many have told me, but for that dog, I would be dead today. Last Congress, we passed the Pause for Veterans Therapy Act out of the House, but we were not successful in getting it through the Senate. That means with around 20 veterans taking their lives each day, we've since lost 7,300 veterans' lives since we passed it last year. We cannot allow that to happen again. I call on the Senate to join the House and pass this bill and get it to the President's desk to become law. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I close, I want to thank the Chairman Takano for working with Representative Stiver and myself to find common ground. I would be remiss if I did not also thank Majority Leader Hoyer for his assistance scheduling consideration of this legislation before Representative Stivers leaves the House of Representatives. And I encourage my colleague to support this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I also thank my colleague, the ranking member, Congressman Boss from Illinois. I do believe that H.R. 1448 is now in a form that would be acceptable to the Senate, and I'm hopeful that it will pass. And I do wish our colleague from the state of Ohio the best of luck on his new chapter in his life. And I urge all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 1448 as amended. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question now occurs, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1448 as amended? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose?
Request a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 958, Protecting Moms Who Served Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 15, H.R. 958, a bill to codify maternity care coordination programs at the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 958.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, the United States is the only industrialized nation where the maternal mortality rate is on the rise, and we have one of the highest rates of maternal mortality in the developed world. Black, American Indian, and Alaska Native moms die from complications from pregnancy at approximately 3 times the rate of white, Latina, Asian American, and Pacific Islander women, regardless of income or education levels. Today, women veterans are the fastest growing cohort in the veteran population, and more than 40% of women veterans using VA for their health care are of reproductive age. Black women serve in high numbers and represent nearly 1/3 of women using VA for their health care. The Protecting Moms Who Served Act, introduced by Congresswoman Lauren Underwood, would codify maternity care coordination in law and provide additional resources to the Department of Veterans Affairs to ensure that veterans receive the best prenatal and postpartum care possible. Madam Speaker, we do not yet know if pregnant veterans have better, worse, or equal rates of maternal mortality compared to non-veterans. This bill would address this knowledge gap by requiring the Government Accountability Office to conduct a comprehensive study on maternal mortality and morbidity among veterans. This study would not only examine racial and ethnic disparities in maternal mortality and morbidity, but would also seek to capture data from federal programs besides VA, including TRICARE and Medicaid, as well as the Indian Health Service, private insurance, and the uninsured. While there is not yet enough data to make an authoritative conclusion, there is some evidence that veterans who use VA have lower maternal mortality rates than non-veterans. The study mandated by this bill would identify what best practices VA has implemented that results in better maternal health outcomes. Madam Speaker, last year, approximately 6,000 veterans using VA became new moms. Moms who have served their nation exemplify strength and resilience. Supporting moms means ensuring gender equity, and that begins with health equity. I therefore ask my colleagues to join me in supporting the Protecting Moms Who Served Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 958, the Protect Moms Who Serve Act. Just 3 days ago, we celebrated Mother's Day, so it is particularly fitting to be here to discuss a bill to improve the care that is provided to veterans' mothers. Women are volunteering into service in uniform at a rapid rate. And when they become veterans, they seek VA health care at a rapid rate as well. I'm committed to making sure the VA is equipped to provide them with the highest quality care they've earned. The Protecting Moms Who Serve Act will strengthen VA's maternity care coordination program. It will expand training on the physical and mental health needs of pregnant and postpartum veterans. It will also require a GAO assessment of maternal health outcomes among women veterans. I'm grateful to the bill's sponsor and my fellow Illinoisan, Congressman Underwood, for introducing this bipartisan bill. I'm pleased to support it this afternoon, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield at this time 2 minutes to my good friend and chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Health and also the co-sponsor of this important piece of legislation, Representative Julia Brownley from California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 958, the Protecting Moms Who Serve Act, which I was proud to co-lead with Congresswoman Underwood, Congressman Bilirakis, and Congressman Fitzpatrick. This bill would ensure that veterans get the high-quality maternal care they have earned by codifying the Maternity Care Coordination Program. Additionally, this bill will require GAO to report on maternal mortality and morbidity among veterans. I thank the chairman for his support on this issue, and I'm proud that this bill passed the committee with broad bipartisan support. As you may know, among developed countries, the United States has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, with an average rate of 17.2 deaths per 100,000 live births. For women of color, the rates are even higher. For black women, the maternal mortality rate is 41.7 deaths per 100,000. And for American Indian and Alaska Native women, it is 28.3 deaths per 100,000 live births. More than 50% of pregnancy-related deaths happen after delivery. Today, there are 2 million women veterans living in the United States, and women comprise the fastest growing subpopulation of both the military and veteran populations. Yet many of their health needs go unaddressed in a VA system that has not evolved to equitably serve a rapidly changing population. As the chairwoman of the Women's Veterans Task Force and chair of the House Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Health, I am proud to join Congresswoman Underwood, who has truly been a champion. She is the founder and co-chair of the Black Maternal Health Caucus in fighting to end disparities in maternal care for women veterans. Our veterans have sacrificed so much for our country. It is past time that we address this inequity. I urge my colleagues to support our women veterans and vote yes on H.R. 958. And with that, Madam Speaker, as your gavel goes down, I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield at this time to my good friend, the gentleman from Florida, Representative Bilirakis, 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is very important. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Protecting Moms Who Serve Act, which I co-lead with my colleague and friend, Lauren Underwood. I also want to thank Representative Underwood for her efforts on this bill to help ensure that all female veterans have access to the maternal health care and support they need and deserve. Our nation's heroes deserve the best possible care, and this legislation gets us one step closer to achieving that goal. Women are currently the fastest growing group within the veteran population, creating the greatest demand for maternity care ever faced by the VA. I've heard from my local VA medical centers about the growing challenges they face in providing maternity coordination for female veterans. The demand on this maternity coordination process has significantly increased over the past 5 years, or the past few years, from an average of 50 patients per year to now around 140, featuring a generally higher risk patient population than the private sector. My local veterans medical centers said that the additional program support and additional maternity care coordinators would be crucial in meeting the growing demand which this bill will provide. The bill will also provide community maternity care providers with training and support with respect to the unique needs of pregnant and postpartum veterans, particularly regarding mental and behavioral health conditions in relation to the service of the veterans in the armed forces. Very important. These veterans honorably served our country. It's only right that we provide the quality maternity care and support they deserve. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I would now like to yield as much time as she may consume to my good friend and author of this bill, the gentlewoman from Illinois and a member of the Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Health, Ms. Underwood.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Well, Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 958, the Protecting Moms Who Served Act, my bipartisan bill to address maternal mortality among veterans that I proudly introduced with Representative Gus Bilirakis and Julia Brownlee and Brian Fitzpatrick. Madam Speaker, the United States is currently confronting a maternal health crisis. We have the highest maternal mortality rate in the developed world and significant racial and ethnic disparities in maternal health outcomes. Some of the drivers of maternal mortality and morbidity can even be more common in women who served. For example, 1 in 3 women veterans report that they experienced military sexual trauma, which is linked with risk factors for pregnancy-related complications. With unacceptable maternal mortality rates for all U.S. mothers and unique risks for veterans, we must ensure that the VA is providing the highest quality maternal health care and support to moms who served. My bipartisan Protecting Moms Who Served Act would codify VA's maternity health care and coordination programs, which offer screenings and treatments to pregnant veterans with mental health conditions, and include measures to strengthen community partnerships with organizations that support new parents. The VA's maternity care coordination programs have been successful in ensuring that veterans can receive high-quality, culturally appropriate care and robust support throughout pregnancy, during labor and delivery, and for the full year-long postpartum period and beyond. By codifying and strengthening these programs, veterans will continue to receive the world-class care and support that they have earned. The Protecting Moms Who Served Act would also invest in trainings for community maternity care providers so that nurses, midwives, and physicians caring for pregnant and postpartum veterans understand the unique needs of their veteran patients, particularly related to mental and behavioral health conditions that might have been caused or exacerbated by military service or the transition back to civilian life. These trainings will ensure that veterans receive care that is responsive to their lingering physical and psychological impacts of their service. Finally, my bill would commission the first ever comprehensive study of maternal mortality, morbidity, and racial and ethnic disparities for veterans. By having a complete understanding of the ways in which our nation's maternal health crisis extends to our veteran population, we can develop evidence-based solutions to improve outcomes and save veterans' lives. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Protecting Moms Who Served Act, and I thank the chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, Chairman Takano, for his leadership to advance this critically important bipartisan legislation, the first bill in our Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act to be considered here in the House. As a co-founder and co-chair of the Black Maternal Health Caucus, I am committed to advancing each bill in the Momnibus to save moms' lives and support families. Finally, I would also really like to thank, truly it's been a pleasure to work with Representative Bilirakis, Representative Brownlee, Representative Fitzpatrick, and Ranking Member Bost. Thank you for co-leading this bill with me. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
I'm prepared to close at this time if the chairman is prepared.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm delighted that we are taking this significant step in addressing the terrible mortality rates that we are facing among our nation's moms, and especially our moms of color. And to the extent that we can shed light on this issue through this very important legislation being brought forward by Ms. Underwood and Ms. Brownlee, I think that this is a truly a tremendous step forward. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The question now occurs, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 958? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 297.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 297, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to conduct a study on the establishment of and the potential land that could be included in a unit of the National Forest System in the state of Hawaii and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 297, sponsored by my Natural Resources Committee colleague, Representative Ed Case of Hawaii. This legislation would require the Secretary of Agriculture, in coordination with the Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources, to conduct a study to identify lands in the state of Hawaii that merit inclusion in the National Forest System. Hawaii is one of the most ecologically diverse places in the world, home to 10 of the 13 world climate zones, with ecosystems ranging from the desert to tropics, where plants and animals that found their way to Hawaii evolved like nowhere else. The study would consider how a Hawaii national forest could contribute to the conservation of this biodiversity not found elsewhere in the National Forest System. H.R. 297 provides the first step in establishing a national forest in Hawaii and a basis for bringing together local stakeholders to move forward the conversation on how to responsibly establish a national forest in Hawaii that benefits both Hawaii's island communities as well as the National Forest Service. As we continue to work toward the Biden administration's effort to protect 30% of U.S. lands and waters by 2030 and identify solutions to our climate and biodiversity crises, I hope we can all see the value in taking this step towards protecting Hawaii's unique forest resources and its native species. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I rise in support of H.R. 297.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 297, offered by our Natural Resources Committee colleague, Congressman Case of Hawaii. This bill is the first step towards the creation of Hawaii's first national forest. This bill requires a study to identify potential parcels of land that could later be incorporated into a national forest that would help fulfill the National Forest System's mission. Hawaii is one of the few states without a national forest and the only state that has tropical rainforest. Hawaii's rainforests are among the wettest places on Earth. This bill would help inventory how best to conserve and expand Hawaii's unique forest and lay the groundwork for the establishment of a national forest. While I question my friends from Hawaii on why they would be interested in potentially giving the federal government jurisdiction over any land in Hawaii, especially considering the unfortunate state of our national forest on the mainland, I do urge adoption of the measure and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, we thank the ranking member for his positive comments, and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 297, the bill that I have co-introduced with my colleague from Hawaii, Representative Kaali'i Kahele. As Mr. Soto and the ranking member have noted, this legislation would require the Secretary of Agriculture, in consultation with the state of Hawaii, to conduct a study to identify lands in the state of Hawaii that merit inclusion in the National Forest System. This would be the first step in potentially establishing a national forest in one of the few parts of our country with no such system. As my friend and colleague Mr. Soto has noted, Hawaii is the most isolated island chain and one of the most ecologically diverse places in our world. Within our borders, we have 10 of the 13 world climate zones, ecosystems that range from the deserts to the tropics, where plants and animals that found their way to Hawaii evolved like nowhere else. A 2014 survey identified 9,975 endemic species in Hawaii, many of which are reliant on Hawaii's fragile ecosystem, including our forests, to survive. However, since the onset of human arrival just centuries ago, Hawaii has lost almost half of its unique native forest cover and countless fauna and flora species. Despite these threats to our unique biodiversity, Hawaii remains one of 8 states that does not have a national forest or grassland. The study authorized by the bill would take steps to correct this oversight. It would consider how our national forests could contribute to the conservation of this biodiversity not found elsewhere in our national forest system, while supporting the research mission of the Institute of Pacific Islands Forestry. It would help inventory where Hawaii's native koa, ohia, and sandalwood forests can be conserved and expanded for cultural and commercial practices. It would help identify where cultural sites could be better conserved and access expanded to public and practitioners. And it would help provide the basis to bring together local stakeholders to advance the conservation of how to responsibly establish a national forest in Hawaii in a manner that will benefit both our island communities and the National Forest Service. I want to thank my colleagues in the Hawaii Congressional Delegation for their support, to the chair and ranking member of my subcommittee on natural resources, to our subcommittee on national parks and forests and public lands, chair, members, and ranking member and staff for their support and assistance in bringing this bill to the floor. I take my ranking member's comments to heart. I certainly hope that this study will not only evaluate and investigate how we can create a national forest in Hawaii, but how we can make that a model for how national forests can and should be administered throughout our country. And I endorse his concerns as to the administration of our national forests, and certainly would look forward to working with him in our subcommittee and committees. As we continue to identify solutions to our climate and biodiversity crises, I hope we can all see the value in taking this step towards protecting our unique forest resources and native species, along with providing important opportunities. Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire whether my colleague has any remaining speakers on their side.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, we thank the ranking member, Mr. Westerman of Arkansas, for his positive comments and bipartisan spirit. Thank Mr. Case, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? H.R. 297. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 49.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 49, a bill to designate the National Post Memorial located at 1912 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32806, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of our bill with Representative Demings and Representative Murphy from Central Florida, H.R. 49. Nearly 5 years ago, 49 angels lost their lives, and many others, 53, were injured when a deranged gunman opened fire at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. You could see those we lost right here next to me. Their photos, lives cut short. This horrific act of hate and terror against our LGBTQ and Latino community and African American community, Anglo community, could have divided us. But we came together stronger than ever before. Orlando swore as a community to never forget those we lost that night, their stories, their images, their memories, and their spirits must live on in our hearts. We were all there for vigils in Orlando where the bell rang 49 times for those angels we lost. And I'm honored to say across this nation, in all 50 states and many countries, we saw vigils also recognizing it, which is why it's so critical that this is a national memorial, because it was truly a national and international tragedy. To honor the fallen and survivors of this tragedy, I join my colleagues to introduce landmark legislation to designate the Pulse nightclub as a federally recognized national memorial site. This designation as a non-affiliated National Park Service national memorial would not require federal funds, but it would honor the 49 lives taken on June 12, 2016, as well as the survivors, the first responders who so heroically came to the rescue of so many others, and the entire Central Florida community. Together we will open minds and hearts. We will make the Pulse Memorial a national symbol of hope, love, and change. I would like to again thank my amazing colleagues, Congresswoman Val Demings and Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, for joining me in leading this important legislation, and I urge a yes vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 49 offered by my colleague from Florida, Mr. Soto. Nearly 5 years ago, on June 12, 2016, a senseless and horrific mass shooting was perpetuated by an ISIS-inspired coward at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. In the attack, 49 innocent people were killed and 53 were wounded. This bill and the number H.R. 49 is a thoughtful tribute to the 49 individuals killed in the attack. In the aftermath of the unspeakable tragedy at Pulse, the owner of the club established a nonprofit called the One Pulse Foundation to memorialize those who died in the mass murder known as the 49. The foundation worked quickly to establish an interim memorial in Orlando and has been working to build a permanent Pulse Memorial and Museum, which will be completed in coming years. This bill would redesignate the Pulse Memorial in Orlando, Florida, as the National Pulse Memorial. The bill makes clear that this memorial will not be a unit of the National Park System and that designation as a national memorial does not require any federal funds to be expended. The House's action on this bill today complements the United States Senate's resolution passed on June 11, 2020, honoring the victims of this tragedy, as well as the state of Florida's designation on June 12 as Pulse Remembrance Day. I urge adoption of the measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, we thank the ranking member, Mr. Westerman of Arkansas, for his bipartisan support and yield as much time as the gentle lady from Florida, my colleague, Congresswoman Demings, may consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to ask my colleagues to join us in supporting H.R. 49 to finally designate the Pulse nightclub as a national memorial in honor and remembrance of the 49 people who lost their lives on this tragic night 5 years ago. Orlando Strong is more than just a slogan. It is a promise to support each other and to never forget those we lost and those who were injured on that tragic night. By establishing Pulse as a national memorial, we will honor their memories and remind ourselves of that promise. My bishop once called the Pulse nightclub a place for late-night fellowship, a place for fun, laughter, family, and friendship. These are such fundamental things. We know this now more than ever after the pandemic. We see just how precious these things truly are. I thank the House for moving forward with this legislation. I thank my constituents. I thank the co-sponsors, Congresswoman Murphy and Congressman Soto, for your work to make this day a reality. As we pass this legislation, I know that the memories of those who died will live on in our hearts. They will not be defined by their tragic deaths through gun violence, but by the lives they lived, the people they touched, and the love they gave. Dr. King once said this, "So I have decided as an individual to stick with love, because yes, hate is too great a burden to bear. And it has been on me, my community, and my city, and my nation for too long." Again, I thank my colleagues for joining us in supporting this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 49 to designate the Pulse nightclub as a national memorial site and to honor those whose lives were taken by a gunman with hate in his heart. I thank his leadership. I thank him for his leadership and for sponsoring H.R. 49 along with Congresswoman Murphy. I visited with Mr. Soto in Florida, near Orlando, and actually toured the Pulse nightclub site, and what a poignant visitation that was. Almost 5 years ago, the nation awoke to the heartbreaking news of a mass shooting that unfolded at a nightclub in Orlando. 49 lives were taken and 53 others were injured, and it was another devastating loss to the LGBTQ+ community and our nation. The gunman had targeted Pulse nightclub, a nightclub frequented by Orlando's Latino and LGBTQ+ communities. This was a safe place for many of the people who were there that night. The shooter violated a safe space where LGBTQ people, and in this case LGBTQ+ people of color, were able to be themselves and to live and dance freely without fear or judgment. Our community, that is the LGBTQ+ community, is still healing from this attack. And families and friends are still mourning the loss of their loved ones. I'll never forget waking up in my Washington, D.C. apartment to the news as I was scrolling through the news, and I was just in disbelief that another shooting had occurred. And since then, we've had so many other senseless shootings. By designating Pulse nightclub as a national memorial site, we can always remember the vibrant lives of those we lost. This memorial will serve as a reminder that we cannot stop fighting for equality. So I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 49, and I thank you And I yield back. I thank everyone. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we thank the gentleman from California, Chair Takano, for taking the pilgrimage to the Pulse Memorial along with me and others and listening and paying your respects. So we appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. 5 years ago, 49 people were murdered in a violent, hate-filled mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Orlando, the Pulse nightclub. And I thank Congressman Soto for his leadership and our colleagues, Congresswoman Murphy and Congresswoman Demings. I, too, had the opportunity to go to the site and to read the beautiful notes written about the young lives that were taken that night. And the very special place that Pulse was. I was, in fact, in Florida this weekend with Barbara Poma, the owner of the Pulse nightclub, who is leading an effort to turn this site into not only a sacred place, but a museum, and shared with her what, for young LGBTQ people, nightclubs were and still are a place of sanctuary, a safe place where people can be themselves, where they go to dance, to be with friends, to share a sense of community. And that was all shattered by the brutality of the events of the evening in which this occurred. This shooting was an act of terror, an act of hate. It left the nation really grasping for answers. In the days that followed, we heard stories of incredible courage and bravery and resolve. But mostly there was unspeakable pain for those who lost someone in this attack. And although I pray that the passage of 5 years has brought some measure of relief, the truth is that their pain will never fully go away. And it's critical to designate this memorial today so that our country never forgets those who are lost. And you may, Congressman Soto will remember, we had on the steps of the Capitol a beautiful remembrance with full-size photographs of each of these young people who had so much to give and so much to offer, whose lives were taken that night. But in addition to remembering, it's also important that we take action and do everything we can to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Individuals that are convicted of hate crimes should never own a gun. And that's why I plan to reintroduce the Disarm Hate Act, to do just that. Because we know if you commit a hate crime, it often escalates, and those crimes become increasingly violent as time goes on. No American family should have to suffer because of the loophole that currently exists today. Let's disarm hate once and for all. But today we remember the 49 young lives lost at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. Let's be sure that we designate this memorial officially so that everyone will know the story of what happened to these young people who were killed because they were in a place of sanctuary and safety and community, but because they were members of the LGBTQ community or allies. So I thank again the gentleman for yielding, for his incredible leadership on this issue, and urge all my colleagues to vote yes. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida.
I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, for making the pilgrimage, paying his respect at the memorial. And Madam Speaker, at this time we have no further requests for time and would inquire whether my colleague has any remaining speakers on their side.
Yes, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I urge adoption of H.R. 49 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
We thank the ranking member, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and our colleagues across the aisle for bipartisan support of this really important bill for our nation. And thanks you to Representatives Demings, Murphy, Cicilline, and Takano for their support here today. And I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 49? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 478.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 478, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to take certain land located in Pinal County, Arizona, into trust for the benefit of the Gila River Indian community and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 478, introduced by our colleague, Representative Tom O'Halloran of Arizona, authorizes the United States to place 55.3 acres of historically and culturally significant land into trust on behalf of the Gila River Indian Community of Arizona. This parcel of land is commonly referred to as the Blackwater Trading Post land because it once contained the Ellis family's Blackwater Trading Post, which sold goods to members of the Gila River Indian community since the 1930s. After purchasing the trading post in 2010, the community found around 1,000 cultural artifacts on the property, including 126 Akimel Odom baskets. Following this discovery, the community decided to apply to take the parcel of land into trust. However, legislation is required for this exchange, as the community's 2004 water settlement explicitly requires that any lands located outside of the community's existing reservation boundaries be taken into trust through congressional action. Passage of H.R. 478 will ultimately allow the community to preserve a piece of their heritage by incorporating this contiguous parcel of land into its reservation land base. I want to thank Representative O'Halloran for his work on this legislation and urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 478, the Blackwater Trading Post Land Transfer Act. This bill would place approximately 55 acres of land in Pinal County, Arizona, into trust for the Gila River Indian community. According to the tribe, these lands and the former Blackwater Trading Post have a historical connection to the tribe, as the trading post served many tribal members since at least the 1930s. In 2010, the tribe purchased the Blackwater Trading Post and surrounding lands after the former owners retired. Pursuant to the 2004 Arizona Water Rights Settlement Act, the Gila River Tribe cannot acquire off-reservation lands into trust absent an act of Congress. I urge adoption of the measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers at the time. And
Gentleman from Arkansas.
I'm ready to close. Madam Speaker, again, I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation for the Gila River community of Arizona. As a corrected thank you for the gentleman from Arizona who knows the state very well, Mr. Gallego. We urge support of the Gila River Indian community of Arizona's incorporation of this additional land, and we thank Representative O'Halloran for his leadership and the bipartisan support of the ranking member, Mr. Westerman of Arkansas, and I close.
The question now occurs, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 478? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose is the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 810.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 810, a bill to amend the National Trails System Act to direct the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study on the feasibility of designating the Chief Standing Bear National Historic Trail and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 810, introduced by Representative Fortenberry of Nebraska, would direct the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study on the feasibility of designating the Chief Standing Bear National Historic Trail. The proposed trail would extend approximately 550 miles from Niobrara, Nebraska, to Ponca City, Oklahoma, tracing the route taken by Chief Standing Bear and the Ponca people during federal Indian removal and their return to Nebraska. The trail would commemorate and elevate the story of Chief Standing Bear, including the trial and historic 1879 court case, where he became the first Native American to be recognized as a person in a federal court. The trail would memorialize the courage, honor, and fortitude of Chief Standing Bear and the Ponca people as they struggled to return to their homeland to bury the son of Chief Standing Bear, serving as a reminder of their fight to achieve justice, freedom, and equality. I would like to thank Representative Fortenberry for championing this important legislation and for his efforts to bring about a greater understanding of our U.S. history and tribal sovereignty. I urge my colleagues to support this good bipartisan bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the majority for the bipartisan support on this good piece of legislation. H.R. 810, authored by our colleague from Nebraska, Congressman Fortenberry, directs the Secretary of the Interior to study the feasibility of designating the Chief Standing Bear National Historic Trail. Chief Standing Bear of the Ponca tribe is one of Nebraska's most important historical figures and is honored here in the Capitol as one of Nebraska's contributions to the National Statuary Hall collection. Chief Standing Bear led his people through a crisis that began with its displacement by droves of westward-bound settlers. The Ponca tribe moved twice in search of new land but had no success. Finally, in 1877, the U.S. government forced their relocation. By 1878, when they reached their destination in Oklahoma's Indian Territory, starvation and disease had claimed almost a third of the tribe. Among the dead was Bear Shield, the first son of Standing Bear. Standing Bear's desire to honor his son's wish that he be buried in his Nebraska birthplace at a time when Native Americans could not legally leave their reservations without government permission led to the trial for which he is best remembered today. The case established that Native Americans were persons under the law and are entitled to the same rights as anyone else in the nation. During that case, the words of Chief Standing Bear, pleading on behalf of his tribe, moved the nation. The Chief Standing Bear Trail, extending approximately 550 miles from Nebraska to Oklahoma, follows the route taken by Chief Standing Bear and the Ponca people during federal Indian removal. If supported by the study, any designation of the trail would require additional action from the Natural Resources Committee and the Congress. I urge adoption of the measure and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire whether my colleague has any remaining speakers on their side.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Fortenberry.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me thank my friends and colleagues, Mr. Soto, Florida, and Mr. Westerman of Arkansas for shepherding this important measure. Madam Speaker, right outside this door in Statuary Hall, there is a very large statue with the person's hand extended like that, as if to say, welcome, welcome all America to this institution. That statue is of Chief Standing Bear. And today, I'm so proud that we're considering a bill to honor his courage and sacrifice. As we've heard, here's a bit of his story. Chief Standing Bear and his Ponca people were relocated from their ancestral homeland in Niobrara, Nebraska, to what was called Indian Territory in Oklahoma. As we learned, Chief Standing Bear's son fell ill, and he made his son a promise that he would bury him back in his ancestral homeland. And when that happened, Standing Bear took that harrowing journey one cold winter back home, and for that he was arrested for leaving the reservation. During his trials, Chief Standing Bear raised his hand and he said, "I am a man. God made us both." And the judge was so moved by his testimony that he declared that Native Americans were to be considered persons for consideration under the law. And that wasn't until 1879. Madam Speaker, Chief Standing Bear didn't seek to be a civil rights leader, but he changed the course of history in that moment, all for the sake of human dignity and human rights. So I'm proud to offer this bill today in his honor and for the good of all America. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close urge support of
Gentleman's
this bill,
recognized.
and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, we wholly support this bill. Thank the leadership of Mr. Fortenberry of Nebraska and of the ranking member, Mr. Westerman of Arkansas. This is a fitting honor for human rights and tribal sovereignty, and I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question now occurs, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 810? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1688.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1688, a bill to amend the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 1688, introduced by Representative Ruben Gallego of Arizona, our outgoing subcommittee chairman, and we appreciate your leadership on that, amends and reauthorizes several programs within the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act in order to improve the prevention, investigation, treatment, and prosecution of family violence, child abuse, and child neglect involving Native American children and families. There is an enormous need for the family violence prevention and treatment resources in tribal communities. Native children experience child abuse and neglect at an elevated rate, which leads many to require special education services, to be more likely to be involved in the juvenile and criminal justice systems, and to have long-term mental health needs. Passage of H.R. 1688 will create technical assistance programs in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, allow for urban Indian organizations to partner with tribal governments, and ensure culturally competent care. I want to thank Representative Gallego for introducing and championing this vitally important legislation and urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1688, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 1688 amends the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act to authorize 3 programs administered by the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of the Interior that are intended to prevent cases within Indian communities where child abuse, neglect, family violence, and trauma may occur, and to provide treatment for victims of Indian child sexual abuse. The authorization for appropriations for the 3 programs expired in 1997. The bill also makes several technical changes to the underlying statute requiring agencies to report on grant awards. Advocates cite the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act as the only federal dedicated child abuse prevention and victim treatment funding for tribal governments, but Congress has only appropriated approximately $5 million for this program. I appreciate the sponsor bringing attention to this important issue, as abuse, neglect, and violence have no place in any community. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 1688, the Native American Child Protection Act. I first want to thank my friend and Dean of the House, Congressman Don Young, for working with me on this bill to ensure Native American and Alaska Native tribes have the resources they need to keep Native children safe from abuse and neglect. Last week, I joined my colleagues in recognizing National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. When I was chairman of the Subcommittee for Indigenous Peoples last Congress, I held the first ever House Committee hearing on MMIW, which paved the way for the passage of critical bills like Not Invisible Act and Savannah's Act. After hearing, we learned that in addition to experiencing incredibly high murder rates, 1 in 3 Native women experience domestic violence in their lives. That statistic is even more horrifying when we recognize that in 49 to 70% of cases, men who abuse their partners also abuse their children. Despite this fact, tribes have never received the resources they need to address child abuse and neglect in their communities. My bill changes that. My bill will improve the prevention, treatment, investigation, and prosecution of child abuse and neglect in Indian country by ensuring tribes have the resources they need to take care of Native children in culturally competent ways. It does so by modernizing and reauthorizing 3 programs originally passed as part of the Indian Child Protection and Family Violence Prevention Act. The Indian Child Protection and Family Prevention Act became law in 1990 after being authored by late Arizona Senator John McCain in response to widespread reports that Native children were being physically and sexually abused in BIA-run boarding schools in the 1980s. The original purpose of the law was to identify the scope of the underreported child abuse in Indian country, fill gaps in tribal child welfare services, improve coordination between child welfare and domestic violence programs, and to provide funds for treatment in Indian country. But the horrible truth is that the grants created by this law in 1990 were never funded, never enacted, and were allowed to expire in 1997. My bill revives the 3 grant programs from the original act that are still sorely needed in Indian country, because the problems identified by Congress in 1990 still exist today. Specifically, my bill does 1, provides tribes with more funding for culturally competent child abuse treatment. 2, allows tribes to choose to partner with urban Indian organizations or tribal consortiums to identify and treat victims of abuse. 3, creates a national child resource and family service center to provide technical assistance and support to tribes in maintaining child welfare programs. 4, authorizes enough funds for every tribe to hire at least 1 child welfare case manager to help investigate and prosecute instances of abuse. And 5, authorizes the only tribal-specific grant program aimed at preventing child abuse in Indian country. A core part of the federal government's trust responsibility is protecting the most vulnerable members of indigenous communities, Native children. Right now, we are failing in that responsibility. Passing this bill today allows us to take an important step forward in protecting Native children and upholding our trust responsibility to tribes. I'm proud of the strong bipartisan support this legislation received in the Natural Resources Committee last year when it passed, and when it passed by a voice vote in the House. I urge all my colleagues in the House to once again join me in supporting this important piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume. to a true expert on tribal issues, the gentleman from Alaska, the Dean of the House, Mr. Young.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the compliment. I've been called a lot of things on this floor, but including Dean, but thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of this legislation. I'd like to thank my friend, Representative Gallego. This is a good bill. It improves a bill which I passed 30 years ago, and it's long due over to make sure that it's running right. We, as has been said, established a new National Indian Resource Service Center, was created over 30 years ago. We're reauthorizing these programs, making sure they work, and it's badly needed because of actions across the country of Indigenous people. We hope the victims will have better service than they have in the past. And I congratulate the author of the legislation, me being sponsor of the legislation also. This is a good bill, and I urge the passage of this bill, all my colleagues to understand, let's do the job we were told to do when we became trustees of the people, of the indigenous people of this great nation of ours. Again, I thank the chairman and the author of the legislation and the ranking member for all their work they've done, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire whether my colleague has any remaining
Gentleman
speakers
from
on their side.
Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, again, I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, we had extensive hearings on these issues in Natural Resources and the Indigenous Peoples Subcommittee, and it became clear we needed resources and technical assistance to protect Native American children and families, additional to what they're getting now. I thank our outgoing chair, Mr. Gallego, for his leadership on this, the Dean of the House, Representative Don Young, for his amazing leadership working together, former member Cook, who participated in these meetings extensively, as well as now Secretary Deb Haaland, one of the first Native American women to serve in the Congress. And I thank you, Ranking Member Westerman, for helping us get this done in a bipartisan fashion. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill 1688? Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2208.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2208, a bill to restore an opportunity for tribal economic development on terms that are equal and fair and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 2208, introduced by Representative Veronica Escobar of Texas, amends the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and Alabama and Coushatta Indian Tribes of Texas Restoration Act of 1987 to clarify that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act applies to both the Pueblo and the tribe. The Alabama Coushatta Tribe of Texas was federally terminated in 1954. This wrong was followed in 1968 by termination of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo, also known as the Tigua tribe. Congress rightfully restored both the Pueblo and the tribe by enacting the aforementioned Restoration Act of 1987. The Indian Gaming Regulatory Act was enacted just 1 year later in 1988. The framework that it created should have applied to both the Pueblo and the tribe, just as it did to every other tribe. However, since the Restoration Act was passed at a time when Indian gaming was just emerging and federal regulations had not yet been implemented, it contains a section regarding gaming. We know from the congressional record that the intent of this section of the Restoration Act was to clarify Indian gaming policy at the time, not to completely prohibit gaming on these lands in perpetuity. But that is what is occurring. The language in the Restoration Act has been used by the state of Texas to repeatedly stymie the pueblos and the tribe's ability to engage in Class II gaming, much to the detriment of the economic health and well-being of both the pueblo and the tribe. Additionally, the only other federally recognized tribe in Texas, the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe, is allowed to operate a Class II gaming facility as they were restored by Congress in 1983 without any type of gaming restrictions. H.R. 2208 remedies this inequality by clarifying that the pueblo and the tribe, like the Kickapoo, have the same rights and responsibilities under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act as virtually every other federally recognized tribe in the United States. This legislation confers no new or special rights to the pueblo or the tribe, nor does it in any way limit the existing rights of the state of Texas. This is simply a matter of parity and fairness, and I urge adoption of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The honorable gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2208, sponsored by my colleague from Texas, Ms. Escobar, would amend the act of Congress that restored the federal recognition of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and Alabama Coushatta Tribe of Texas. The amendment would override a gaming limitation imposed by Congress on the tribes, thereby authorizing the tribes to operate casinos regulated not under Texas law, as federal law currently provides, but under the Federal Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988. The question whether Texas law or the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act applies to the two tribes is no longer under serious dispute. Federal courts have settled the question, and the result of the litigation is that the two tribes may not conduct gaming under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act unless Congress enacts a measure to allow them to do so. The bill enjoys significant local support in the communities around the reservations of the two tribes, and the members who represent the tribes strongly support enactment of the measure. I urge adoption of the measure and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on my colleagues to support H.R. 2208, the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and Alabama Coushatta Tribes of Texas Equal and Fair Opportunity Act. On March 26th of this year, I introduced this important bipartisan bill with my colleague, Representative Tony Gonzalez of the Texas 23rd Congressional District, to ensure that Native American tribes are covered by the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. Specifically, this bipartisan bill aims to correct a problem of exclusion that has been affecting only two tribes in the entire United States, the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and the Alabama Coushatta Indian Tribes of Texas, since 1987, when Congress passed the Restoration Act and the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. The passage of these 1987 laws inadvertently created uncertainty about which law these tribes were covered under and what gaming activities they were allowed to offer on their reservations. Passed in this chamber during the 116th Congress, this bill offers a common-sense solution that will ensure that the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and Alabama Coushatta tribes are covered by the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which would provide these Native American communities with a critical economic lifeline and an opportunity to recover from the harmful inequity that they have faced. Simply put, this bill would provide fairness for these two tribes, like the only other federally recognized tribe in our state, the Kickapoo Traditional Tribe of Texas. I urge my colleagues to join me in protecting our Native American tribes' sovereignty and ensuring that they have the ability to engage in the same way other tribes are able to. The coronavirus pandemic has impacted everyone, but the economic and health crisis has been devastating to our tribes, and this bill offers an opportunity for them to safely rebuild their economies. The reason our tribes have suffered so disproportionately is because of long-term disinvestment and generational lack of adequate access to health care and economic assistance. Communities around the country are eager to repair their economies following the impact of COVID-19, and our tribes are no different. But they need the clarity this bill would provide so that they can better control their economic future. The parity this bill would create for these tribes would also create long overdue opportunities for them to succeed by supporting job creation and their ability to generate revenue that would fund new housing, educational programs, and medical facilities for their people and the surrounding communities, among so many other things. Now, more than ever, more must be done to protect our Native American tribes, their families, businesses, and their economic prosperity. By passing this bill, Congress would finally grant the Isleta del Sur Pueblo and the Alabama Coushatta tribes the rights, opportunities, and stability they have long been denied. Therefore, I urge a yes vote on this important piece of legislation. I'm grateful to the leaders in the committee for their support, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, yields back. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. Mr. Westerman.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I yield as much time as he may consume. Again, to the Dean of the House, my friend from Alaska, Congressman Young.
Gentleman from Alaska is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to revive and extend.
Without objection.
Ranking member, chairman, sponsor, thank you for this legislation. You know, it's a strange thing. You hang around here long enough, you keep seeing the other end of your tail. And we introduced these bills, and there was never any intention to exclude these two tribes. Never. Mo Udall and I started the gaming law. Everybody thought we were nuts. It's worked. But never did these two tribes ever be excluded. And in fact, this legislation rectifies that problem. I congratulate you on this. And I'm just happy to be a sponsor of the legislation, work with you to try to get this done, and this will be justice served to all. So I again thank all of you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alaska yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire whether my colleague has any remaining speakers on their side.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again support this bipartisan bill. I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, yields back. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we thank both Representative Escobar and Representative Gonzalez for their leadership to right this wrong, this injustice. We thank the Dean of the House, Representative Young, for his very informative history lesson on the legislation, and thank the ranking member, Mr. Westerman, for his bipartisan support. And we urge our colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back the balance of his time. Members, the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2208? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion reconsidered is laid on the table. I got it all. What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 380 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 16, House Resolution 380. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2547 to expand and enhance consumer, student, service member, and small business protections with respect to debt collection practices and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 2, after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Financial Services or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1065 to eliminate discrimination and promote women's health and economic security by ensuring reasonable workplace accommodations for workers whose ability to perform the functions of a job are limited by pregnancy, childbirth, or a related medical condition. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 6A. At any time through the legislative day of Friday, May 14th, 2021, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B, a measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of May 11, 2021 or May 12, 2021 in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C, upon offering a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 7, House Resolution 379 is hereby adopted.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. And during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the Rules Committee met yesterday and reported a rule, House Resolution 380, providing for consideration of H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairwoman Waters, makes in order 14 amendments, provides en bloc authority for Chairwoman Waters or her designee, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 1065, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, under a closed rule which provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule deems as passed H.Res. 379, a resolution to dismiss the election contest in Illinois' 14th Congressional District. Finally, the rule provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on May 11th or May 12th. This authority lasts through May 14th. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased we're here today to provide consideration of 2 important bills to protect and support our constituents. First is the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, which will create protections for service members, small businesses, students, and other consumers against mistreatment by debt collectors. Debt collection is consistently one of the top complaints made to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the pandemic has further exposed weaknesses in current consumer protection laws. In March, the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, which I chair, held a hearing on protecting consumers during the pandemic. We heard expert witnesses discuss how many debt collectors have seen record profits in the pandemic despite many families and individuals continuing to struggle. H.R. 2547 is comprehensive legislation to update consumer protections in debt collection across many different issues. For example, the bill codifies and expands protections for small and minority-owned businesses and prohibits debt collectors from threatening a service member with reduction in rank or other military disciplinary actions. Additionally, it protects private student loan borrowers with disabilities, would prohibit entities from collecting medical debt or reporting it to a credit reporting agency without giving the consumer notice about his or her rights, and clarifies that entities in non-judicial foreclosure proceedings are covered by the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. This legislation is sponsored by Financial Services Committee Chairwoman Maxine Waters and incorporates bills from committee member representatives Nydia Velasquez, Madeline Dean, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Emmanuel Cleaver, Greg Meeks, and Jake Auchincloss. The bill is supported by many consumer and civil rights organizations, including Americans for Financial Reform, Center for Responsible Lending, Color of Change, Consumer Federation of America, and National Consumer Law Center, Public Citizen, U.S. PIRG, and others. This legislation will update and improve debt collection consumer protection laws and make sure that small businesses, families, and individuals are treated fairly as we all work to come out of this pandemic stronger. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 1065, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. Claims of pregnancy discrimination have been on the rise for 2 decades and affect all industries and regions across the country. This bipartisan bill will strengthen workplace protections and promote the well-being of pregnant workers by creating a new right to pregnancy accommodation in the workplace. Temporary modifications at work, like regular breaks, a stool to sit on, or an exemption from heavy lifting, can be the difference between a healthy pregnancy and pregnancy complications. When pregnant workers are denied reasonable workplace accommodations, they are often left to choose between their financial stability and a healthy pregnancy. Currently, only 30 states require employers to provide reasonable accommodations for pregnant workers, including, thankfully, my home state of Colorado. But this has created a confusing patchwork of local, state, and federal laws, leaving many pregnant workers with few protections. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act enjoys support from both worker advocates and business groups because it's good for families, it's good for business, and it's good for the economy. The House passed this bill last Congress in a broad bipartisan vote of 329 to 73, and I hope more of my colleagues join us in passing the bill this year. I urge all my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying bills, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman, my good friend from Colorado, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rule before us today provides for consideration of 2 pieces of legislation. The first bill, H.R. 1065, would create a standalone law requiring employers to provide accommodations to known limitations related to pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. Republicans have long supported anti-discrimination legislation, including protections for pregnant workers. We agree pregnant workers should be protected and accommodated in the workplace. However, it's disappointing that the Education and Labor Democrats absolutely refused to work with committee Republicans to include a long-standing provision protecting religious organizations from being forced to make employment decisions that conflict with their faith. I really hope that moving forward, my colleagues across the aisle will actually work with Republicans and help protect religious liberty. The rule also makes in order H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, a collection of 8 financial services bills that claim to address the debt collection practices and the problems thereof in the U.S. economy. But in reality, this measure is just the latest step in House Democrats' socialist takeover of our country's financial system. Under the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, consumers are already protected from harmful debt collection practices. And while Democrats claim H.R. 2547 is necessary due to the economic effects of COVID-19, several of these partisan bills were introduced last Congress prior to the pandemic. It's absolutely clear that my colleagues across the aisle are using the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse to dismantle our free market system and force their radical, progressive agenda on the American people. Instead of actually helping consumers, H.R. 2547 will increase healthcare costs and make credit more expensive for borrowers. In fact, under this legislation, the lowest income borrowers may be pushed out of the system entirely. Further, H.R. 2547 will make it harder for small businesses, many of which have been devastated by this pandemic. It will make it harder for those small businesses to receive payments for services rendered. Finally, H.R. 2547 undermines the CFPB's October 2020 final rule intended to modernize debt collection practices. This rule was the result of more than 7 years of research and set forth guidelines for both consumers and debt collectors on acceptable communications. During committee consideration of this bill, Ranking Member McHenry offered a substitute amendment to address bipartisan concerns with the current financial framework. This common sense proposal included provisions to prevent debt collection harassment of service members, provide protection for co-signers in cases of death or permanent disability, and prohibited the use of Social Security numbers by consumer reporting agencies. The majority, however, refused to work with Republicans. And this refusal is just the latest in the Democrats' disturbing my way or the highway approach on issues where there is actually room for bipartisan solutions. House Republicans will continue to support policies that provide Americans with access to affordable credit while ensuring that our financial system remains safe and sound. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I'll take off my mask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, a couple things. First, I'd like to introduce into the record a letter dated May 10th, 2021 from about 85 different public interest and financial organizations supporting H.R. 2547.
Without objection?
Thank you. And I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania's comments, but apparently consumer protection is not high on the list of priorities for the other side of the aisle. And I would just say this particular piece of legislation, H.R. 2547, has many good aspects, a number of which are bipartisan in nature. It codifies the protections that currently exist under the FTC regulation for consumer loans, prohibiting the use of confessions of judgment that waive due process protections and extends those protections to commercial loans to protect small and minority-owned businesses. It provides that it prohibits debt collectors from threatening a service member with reduction in their rank and revoking their security clearance or prosecuting them under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and requires a GAO study on the impact of debt collection on service members. It requires discharge of private student loans for both the borrower and co-signer in the case of permanent disability of the borrower, extending protections that currently exist for federal student loans, so assists people with serious disabilities. Requires private lenders who are notified the federal government has discharged the federal student loans of a borrower to discharge the private student loans of that same borrower. It bars entities from collecting medical debt or reporting it to a consumer reporting agency without giving consumer a notice about their rights. These are so simple, and you would expect that there would be universal acceptance of this, but apparently not. Provides a minimum 1-year delay from adverse information is reported and a 2-year delay before collection attempts are made on these medical bills. And we heard last night in committee even Dr. Burgess talking about the normal practices of medical professionals in allowing people to have time to pay their bills, especially when we're in the middle of a pandemic or as we're coming out of a pandemic. Bans the reporting of medical debts arising from medically necessary procedures. This was something that Ralph Hall, a Republican, championed for years. Prohibits a debt collector from contacting a consumer by email or text message without a consumer's consent to be contacted electronically. Requires the CFPB to analyze and annually report on the impact of electronic communications utilized by debt collectors. So the provisions of this bill are simple, consumer-oriented efforts to provide information to the consumer debtor, to take into consideration we're in a pandemic and the medical bills that have piled up for so many people. So this is a very simple bill, has bipartisan provisions in it. It should be passed, as should the rule. And with that, I'm going to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady, my good friend from Georgia.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1065. There's a language that I find many Democrats use and a lot of Democrats' bills. It's called pregnancy rights. Pregnancy rights mean abortion to them, and I really don't understand that because that's not pregnancy. Abortion is killing a baby in the womb. That is not pregnancy rights. So that's one issue we have there. Democrats are once again using identity politics, this identity as a pregnant woman, to overregulate businesses. Rather than giving mothers greater access to paid family leave or making health care affordable, Democrats want to double down on a government mandate that punishes businesses and religious organizations and provides more access to abortion. That's killing the baby in the womb. That's not pregnancy rights. Passing this bill means a small business or religious organization could be forced to provide paid time off to an employee to have an abortion, even if that violates the religious beliefs of the organization. On top of that, these groups can be sued for damages for not taking every step to accommodate pregnant workers. That means churches and small businesses, the backbone of America, will be tied up in court for years, seeking to comply with a one-size-fits-all government agenda from Washington. The solution to this problem is to reopen America, reduce government regulations on small businesses, and keep Trump tax cuts that allow companies to keep more of their money to pass on to employees. I cannot support a bill that allows more abortion. Thank you very much. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as to H.R. 1065, there are at least 20, if not more, Republican co-sponsors of that piece of legislation. I just want the record to reflect that. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady, a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ross from North Carolina.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Debt collectors often operate with impunity, threatening service people, denying small business owners due process, harassing customers and homeowners with repeated calls, texts, and emails. Harassment by debt collectors negatively affects students' career decisions, small business growth, home ownership, and families' financial stability. It hurts the economy and amplifies racial, gender, and socioeconomic inequities across the nation. For example, rates of student loan distress are especially concentrated among low-income borrowers, borrowers in rural areas, and borrowers of color. Debt collectors incessantly contacting borrowers without consent adds another layer of loan distress, particularly during this pandemic. This is why I introduced an amendment to this bill that requires a GAO investigation of communications by debt collectors, including specific recommendations for Congress to reduce the harassment and abuse of individuals with debt. The Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act is critical to protecting students, service members, small business owners, and consumers with debt from predatory practices. I urge my colleagues to support this entire legislation. It is important for the dignity of the average borrower in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Colorado
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't know it from the Democrats' floor schedule, but Sunday marked the beginning of National Police Week. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. Throughout this week, our nation honors and pays tribute to law enforcement officers who made the ultimate sacrifice to keep our country and our communities safe. When Republicans control the House, we mark this week by moving legislation to support our police officers and help them keep our communities safe. In stark contrast, this liberal, progressive majority is not moving a single bill to support law enforcement during this year's Police Week. Instead, Democrats are choosing to ignore Police Week. Even though 2020 was the deadliest year on record for police officers in 50 years. Even though barely 1 month ago, Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans, a father of 2, was killed defending this very building in which we stand. Even though more police officers have been shot and killed in the first 4 months, 4.5 months of 2021, than in all of 2020 and all of 2019. I guess that's not surprising coming from the party that has openly attacked our law enforcement officers and called for defunding, dismantling, and abolishing the police. Don't believe me? Just take their word for it. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib tweeted, and I quote, "Policing in our country is inherently and intentionally racist," end quote. The Congresswoman then went on and said, and again I quote, "No more policing, incarceration, and militarization." Congresswoman Cori Bush called St. Louis's decision to eliminate $4 million from the city's police budget as a, quote, historic move that marks a new future for the city. And then there is Chairwoman Maxine Waters, Chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, who tweeted, and I read the tweet verbatim, "Police reform is not enough. Getting rid of serial, racist, ignorant, and stupid cops must be a top priority. Let's call them all out," end quote. Not only is this disrespectful to the men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect our communities, it's actually dangerous. The stats speak for themselves. In Democrat-run cities who defunded the police, they have seen increases in crime. Let's look at some of the numbers. Austin, Texas, they cut funding by police by $150 million. And in return, they saw a 50% spike in homicides. Los Angeles, LA defunded the police by $175 million. And they too experienced an increase of crime, 11.6% rise in homicides. Then there's New York City. New York City cut police funding by $1 billion. That's billion with a B. And in return, New York City saw a 97% rise in shootings and a 45% increase in homicides. Let me repeat that for you because the stats are so alarming. A 97% increase in shootings and a 45% increase in homicides. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans support law enforcement officers and want to help them do their jobs safely, effectively, and professionally. And that's why, if we defeat this previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to consider Congressman Don Bacon's Back the Blue Act, Congressman John Rutherford's Protect and Serve Act, and Congressman McCall, Cuellar, and Shabbat's Jamie Zapata and Victor Avila Federal Law Enforcement Protection Act. I will do that if we defeat this previous question. Let's talk about each one of those bills. The Back the Blue Act. This bill protects our police officers by making it a federal crime to kill or assault a federal law enforcement officer. The Protect and Serve Act. This bill creates enhanced penalties for anyone who targets law enforcement officers and purposefully harms them. The Jamie Zapata and Victor Avila Federal Law Enforcement Protection Act. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation. It will ensure individuals who harm or attempt to harm U.S. federal officers or employees serving abroad can be brought to justice and prosecuted here in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here to explain this amendment is my good friend and former law enforcement officer, Representative Nels of Texas, and to him I would yield him 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Back the Blue Act, the Serve and Protect Act, and the Jamie Zapata and Victor Avila Federal Law Enforcement Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, all of these are necessary and common sense protections for our brave law enforcement officers. The hateful anti-law enforcement rhetoric over the past 12 months has led to violence and division in Democrat-controlled cities across our country. We saw it in Seattle, Minneapolis, and Portland. City blocks burned, businesses destroyed, lives ruined. Our local, state, and federal law enforcement officers have been subjected to violence like we've never seen in this country. Ambush shootings taking officers' lives, violent riots, police precincts burned to the ground. Yes, burned to the ground. Now more than ever, we need to send a loud and clear message to would-be criminals targeting our brave law enforcement officers. If you attack or harm law enforcement in any way, you will pay. We back the blue in this country. And to the radicals chanting to defund and abolish law enforcement, who are you going to call if an armed criminal breaks into your home? It's certainly not going to be a social worker. We are a nation of laws and law and order. Without law enforcement, our country would cease to exist. So keep that in mind when you hear anti-law enforcement zealots chanting to abolish police. What they're really advocating for is abolishing the United States of America. The hatred, vitriol, and violence against law enforcement, it has to stop. We need to support and stand with our law enforcement officers. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support Back the Blue Act, the Serve and Protect Act, and the Jamie Zapata and Victor Avila Federal Law Enforcement Protection Act. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind my friends from the Republican side of the aisle, we passed a bill about 2 months ago called the American Rescue Plan. Not one Republican voted for that. That had money to support law enforcement and local governments and cities and states that saw their tax revenues fall off a cliff. So when my friend Mr. Reschenthaler, Mr. Speaker, says, oh, $1 billion was cut from the funding here or $150 million cut from there, he forgot to talk about the fact that tax revenues across the country for local governments and state governments were cut to the bone because of the pandemic. Well, if my friends really wanted to put their money where their mouths are, then they would have supported the American Rescue Plan because it provided for $350 billion to state and local governments so that they could increase funding to the police, to law enforcement, to social services, to a whole variety of agencies and needs, but apparently they chose not to, as instead to bring claims that Democrats want to defund the police, which couldn't be farther from the truth. We put our money where our mouths are, and we said we support law enforcement. We support local government employees. We support state government employees. We provided in the American Rescue Plan, which not a single one voted for, hazard pay, because it's been so difficult for law enforcement and for so many others to conduct their services, to be out in the community during this particular pandemic. And so I just would suggest to my friends, next time they get an opportunity to actually provide funding to law enforcement, they vote for it and not just say they're supportive of it. Let's put their monies where their mouths are. And with that, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, give me a break. Since when is having babies a liberal activity? In fact, I believe that policewomen have babies too. And let me tell you about a couple of other women. Erica was working at a warehouse lifting heavy boxes. She had been working there for years, and when she was denied her request to pick up lighter boxes, she lost her pregnancy. Hannah gave 5 years of her life to a company, to a healthcare company, was consistently promoted, but when she disclosed her pregnancy to her employer, she was fired. And Sarah, who spent 7 years, Mr. Speaker, building a tech startup from the ground up and truly loved her job and had been promised a promotion when she came back from maternity leave, had it revoked. These are all true stories who have faced the real world consequence of discrimination against pregnant workers in America. So right now, if a woman becomes pregnant, she can be denied, for example, an extra bathroom break, a place to sit, a lighter lifting, or be fired for asking for simple accommodations, or even just disclosing that she's pregnant. So this leaves many women having to choose between the health of their pregnancy and putting food on their family's table. And, we are putting women in danger every single day while we hold off on this action. These are real-world implications for women like Erica and Sarah and Hannah, and especially in light of how women have really suffered the brunt of the job loss during the pandemic, and as we see a rise in maternal mortality rates for women of color. So these stories are not unique. Pregnancy should not prevent a woman from putting food on the table, for paying her bills. I urge everybody to pass this good and needed bill, Pregnancy Workers Fairness Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado reserves, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Colorado was talking about money and the American Rescue Plan and money going to states, how that's being used. Let's be clear about something. California was actually running a surplus in their budget, yet that didn't stop them from taking the money from the American Rescue Plan and giving that not to the police, but to illegal immigrants. And there's this myth out there that Democrats really don't want to defund the police. I would say that it's not a myth. They actually do want to defund and dismantle the police. But don't take my words for it. We can take the words of my liberal colleagues, the Democrats. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, when reacting to Mayor Bill de Blasio's plan to cut 1/6 of New York City's police department budget, she actually deemed that as insufficient. And I'll quote my colleague, "Defunding police means defunding police. It doesn't mean budget tricks or funny math," end quote. Again, that was my colleague from New York, a Democrat, her words, not mine. Representative Cori Bush, when celebrating St. Louis defunding their police force, despite consistently ranking as one of the most dangerous cities in the United States. To that, my colleague said, and I quote, "Today's decision to defund the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department is historic. It marks a new future for our city," end quote. Well, my colleague might be half correct, because it was historic. It did usher in a new future for that city. And that's the fact that you have crime rates rising to historic levels. My colleague from Missouri continued. She also said, and I quote, "If we remove that, meaning the funding from the police, if we cut police funding, and take that money and put it into our education system, put it into making sure our unhoused community members are sheltered, put it into mental health resources, that's what we're saying, because that is what's going to make our communities safer," end quote. So please stop the myth that Democrats actually don't want to defund the police. They absolutely do. They've said it over and over again, and their policies have proven it in many cities. And what do the American people get? Increased crime rates. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would yield 5 minutes to my good friend and former sheriff from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge defeat of the previous question so that we can immediately consider the Protect and Serve Act, my bipartisan bill to increase penalties for individuals who deliberately target law enforcement officers with violence. Throughout my 40 years in law enforcement, including 12 as sheriff, I've seen firsthand the dangerous situations our men and women in law enforcement face every day. In Jacksonville, in fact, our memorial wall is filled with the names of many good police officers who laid down their lives in service to their community. This Police Week, we're honoring the memory of the 394 officers our nation lost last year. We pause to remember their sacrifice and to pledge to support policies that keep our officers safe. These policies should include harsh penalties for violence targeted against our men and women in blue. When I first introduced the Protect and Serve Act in 2018, it was overwhelmingly passed by the House, 382 to 35. Police Week has always been a unifying time to honor those lost. But now the majority will barely acknowledge it. What is going on? I think the answer is simple. Supporting our police has become unpopular in the Democrat Party. Pressure from online radicals, political pundits who've never worn a badge or never been on a ride-along, they are dictating what policies the House majority will support. To make matters worse, House Democrats are pushing a police reform bill right now that eliminates qualified immunity, the lifeblood of law enforcement. Without qualified immunity, Mr. Speaker, the entire profession would end as we know it today. It makes you wonder if that's their goal. End local law enforcement and replace it with a national police force similar to almost every socialist country in the world. But regardless, the growing anti-police rhetoric and widespread efforts to defund police departments are leaving officers increasingly at risk to attacks and communities less safe. As mentioned earlier, we're not even halfway through 2021, and we've already seen more police officers shot this year than all of last year. Meanwhile, as mentioned earlier, American cities are experiencing a spike in violent crime. The U.S. surpassed 20,000 murders last year, Mr. Speaker, for the first time since 1995. And just this year, shootings in Chicago up 43%, New York City, Los Angeles up 36%, Washington, D.C., homicide up 63%. It turns out, Mr. Speaker, if you demoralize, defund, and delegitimize the police, crime goes up. I know many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do support law enforcement. I know that. In fact, I know that a particular few even have backgrounds in law enforcement. So this is what I'd like to impart to my Democrat colleagues. Here's your chance to say during Police Week that you support our law enforcement officers. Vote for my bill, Protect and Serve, just like you did in 2018, and show your constituent police officers that you have their backs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to introduce into the record two statements of administration policy, one on 2547 and the other on 1065, both in support of the bills that are under consideration.
Without objection.
I'd also like to just, I guess I appreciate my friends on the other side of the aisle trying to find a subject to talk about, since apparently they don't really have too many objections to either of the bills that are being discussed in the rule today. Obviously, it doesn't seem like there's much conversation about 1065, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, and there isn't much discussion about Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, because those things are common sense. They they should be passed by this House. We thank so many Republicans for being co-sponsors of the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. And as I said earlier in my opening remarks, a number of the provisions in the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act were really bipartisan, and including the one Mr. Hall used to champion when he was a member here in the Congress. So, want to go off and talk about something else. I guess, I wonder where the outrage for brutality against our police was when a right-wing mob stormed this Capitol. And the only one of the people that really is speaking of the truth today in the Republican caucus, Ms. Cheney from Wyoming, was ousted from her leadership position because she talked about the truth and the fact there was a mob and our police were beaten by a right-wing mob. And so I would just say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, take a look in the mirror. Take a look in the mirror. And let's support our police across the board. Because I certainly support the law enforcement in Colorado. I support our Capitol Police, our FBI, the agencies, particularly FBI. President Trump would always undercut the FBI. So I would suggest to my friends, take a look in the mirror. Let's all support our law enforcement because they are important members of our community. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Colorado is asking why we're talking about the police. Well, the Democrats have been doing a lot of talking about police themselves. Lots of talking about police. Representative Ilhan Omar, talking about the Minneapolis Police Department following the death of George Floyd, said, quote, "You can't really reform a department that is rotten to the root." So again, we're talking about police because police are heroes. We've always stood with the police as Republicans. I wish my Democrat colleagues could say the same, but they have said repeatedly throughout the summer and the past atrocious things about the police. Chairwoman Maxine Waters, in response to the death of Rashard Brooks, who tried to shoot officers with their own tasers during an attempted DUI arrest, the chairwoman said, and I quote, "Police reform is not enough. Getting rid of serial, racist, ignorant, and stupid cops must be a top priority. Let's call them out. Police protective unions, you've got to go too," end quote. The attacks go on on our law enforcement. Representative Rashida Tlaib said after the death of Daunte Wright, when following a physical struggle, an officer fired their service weapon instead of the intended laser. And Rashida Tlaib said, "Policing in our country is inherently and intentionally racist," end quote. Representative Tlaib has also said, "No more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed," end quote. Again, this is what Democrats say about police. And I know my colleague from Colorado said he supports police, but in response to riots across the country surrounding the death of George Floyd, my good friend from Colorado said, and I quote, "Supporting Representative Presley's resolution to condemn all acts of police brutality, racial profiling, and excessive use of force is the first step, but an important step in effecting change and working to end these injustices," end quote. That sounds very benign, and understandably so, but if you look at the support for what the resolution actually said, let's read what the resolution said. I quote the resolution: "The system of policing in America and its systemic targeting of and use of deadly and brutal force against people of color, particularly black people, stems from the long legacy of slavery, lynching, Jim Crow laws, and the war on drugs in the United States," end quote. So in essence, supporting that resolution is really linking modern police to the horrors of slavery and Jim Crow. It's absolutely unacceptable. Again, it was a Democrat. It was JFK in 1962 who declared this week Police Week. I just wish the current Democrat Party could stand with the Republicans and honor police, especially memorialize police who have died defending our communities and our country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the former general from Nebraska, Don Bacon.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge defeat of the previous question so that we can immediately consider my bill to ensure that those who risk their lives to protect all of us are afforded greater protections as well. I introduced Back the Blue Act of 2021 with Senator Cornyn in the Senate and two of my original co-sponsors in the House, Representative Stivers and Johnson, during Police Week, because this bill is needed now more than ever. There have been more officers shot and killed in the last 4.5 months of 2021 than all of 2020 and all of 2019. In 4.5 months, we've had more fatalities, more murders of policemen in the whole year of 2020 and the whole year of 2019. It is clear that we need to enforce greater protections for those who protect us, and that is why my colleagues and I introduced Back the Blue Act. The numbers are alarming. In 2018, 83 police officers were shot and 26 were killed. In 2019, 86 were shot, 18 were killed. And in 2020, 89 were shot and 18 killed. This year in 2021, as of April 30th, there have been 91 officers shot so far and 19 of them killed by gunfire. Our police are being targeted. We need to defend our law enforcement and public safety officers, and our bill does just that. Specifically, the Back the Blue Act creates new criminal provisions to protect federal law enforcement officers, U.S. judges, and federally funded public safety officers such as firefighters, chaplains, and members of a rescue squad or ambulance crew. The Back the Blue Act creates a new federal crime for killing, attempting to kill, or conspiring to kill a federal judge, federal law enforcement officer, or federally funded public safety officer. The offender would be subject to the death penalty and a mandatory minimum sentence of 30 years if death results. The offender would otherwise face a minimum sentence of 10 years. The bill creates a new federal crime for assaulting a federally funded law enforcement officer with escalating penalties to include mandatory minimums based on the extent of any injury and the use of a dangerous weapon. However, no prosecution can be commenced absent certification by the Attorney General that persecution is appropriate. And I want to respond to my friend who I respect from Colorado. I condemned the behavior and the riot that occurred on 6 January. Over 100 of our policemen were injured. This bill provides extra protections for Capitol Hill law enforcement. Those who injured our Capitol Police on 6 January would be under greater punishment or penalties if convicted. Our bill also creates a new federal crime for interstate flight from justice to avoid prosecution for killing, attempting to kill, or conspiring to kill a federal judge, federal law enforcement officer, or federally funded police safety officer. The offender would be subject to a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years for this offense. Lastly, the Back the Blue Act creates a specific aggravating factor for the federal death penalty prosecutions. It expands self-defense and Second Amendment rights for law enforcement officers. It opens up grant funding to strengthen relationships between police and their communities. I want to thank our law enforcement personally. I was a victim of crime twice, and both times I was deployed when I was assigned to the Air Force. My house was robbed once when I was a captain deployed to Bahrain. And another time, someone assumed a false identity when I was a lieutenant colonel during the invasion of Iraq while I was flying combat operations. Thankfully, one of the times the police captured one of the perpetrators, arrested him, and he was charged for a crime. But I deployed to go to the battle. Every day, our police walk out their front door after kissing their spouse goodbye, wondering if they're going to encounter a violent criminal. We cannot thank our police officers enough. During Police Week, I urge my colleagues to support our first responders by immediately considering and supporting the Back the Blue Act. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Nebraska yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend my friend from Nebraska for condemning, finally, somebody condemning the riot and the attack that occurred against all of us and against our police, the Capitol Police, on January 6th. I'd also like to see more members of the Republican Party stand up and do exactly that same thing. I'd also like to see them do what Ms. Cheney did and condemn the ex-president, Donald Trump, for his role in inciting that whole mob action on January 6th. And that, then we could start getting things back together. Instead, my friend from Pennsylvania reading a resolution that condemns racist policing that may have existed for a very long time, and I can't believe that he supports policing that is delivered in some kind of racist fashion. We've had too many people killed across this country, and I know that's not what he meant. So I just would urge us to focus on the bills that are at hand, which is the Comprehensive Debt Collection Practices and the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, because those are important pieces of legislation that should be considered immediately by this House, and when we pass this rule, they will be considered. So I oppose the gentleman's suggestions that we move to a different previous question, and I appreciate Mr. Bacon's comments about his bill. There are provisions in there that are really outstanding. But we're here to deal with debt collections, and we're here to deal with pregnant workers' fairness. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask how much time each side has.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 2 3/4 remaining. Gentleman from Colorado has 10.5 minutes.
I would ask my colleague from Colorado, he's prepared to close, no more speakers?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks. I thought you said.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is relevant, these 3 police bills, because as I said when I opened, if we defeat this previous question, I will bring forth the amendment personally to bring up these 3 bills that actually honor our police officers. Again, it's a historical norm in this body, in this chamber, that during Police Week, we focus on bills to help police officers. That's why this is relevant today. And the fact that my Democrat colleagues refuse to talk about the police raises a lot of questions. We need to help the police. Let me just give you one example of the heroic acts of the police. After a suicidal man drove off a bridge into an ocean, San Diego Police Department K-9 officer Jonathan Weiss sprung into action, scaling down the side of a cliff to rescue twin 2-year-old sisters who were caught inside the vehicle. When asked about this decision to throw himself over a cliff, Officer Weiss explained, and I quote, "I didn't do this job to be liked every day. I didn't do it to become rich. I did it because I wanted to be out there making a difference and helping people," end quote. That is the mentality of the men and women who are in our law enforcement. That's why this week they deserve our attention. And that's why my colleagues should be afforded the right to bring up their 3 bills through an amendment. Mr. Speaker, while the rest of the nation recognizes National Police Week and shows gratitude for the men and women keeping our communities safe, House Democrats are prioritizing 2 pieces of legislation that do absolutely nothing to help law enforcement officers. Instead, they're jamming through a socialist takeover of our country's financial system that will actually hurt consumers and our nation's small businesses. That's why I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, and I urge no on the underlying measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too, during this week, applaud our law enforcement and our first responders, but particularly law enforcement right now, for their valor, for their protection of our communities. And so I appreciate the gentleman for bringing up that subject at this time. But we're here on a rule dealing with the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act and Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. and the treatment of consumers in the collection of debts and businesses and military personnel is a very important subject, and especially during this time of COVID when so many families are struggling. We have thousands and thousands of people who were laid off. In fact, millions of people are still out of work a year and a half after COVID started. And as a consequence, a lot of folks need assistance and need help, and they don't need to be hounded in improper ways as they go through this struggle. So the Comprehensive Debt Collection Act is very important for the financial health of our consumers and people across the country. The provisions in the bill are bipartisan ideas to protect consumers from abusive debt collection practices and they also ensure pregnant women can receive reasonable workplace accommodations to ensure that they can stay in the workforce. According to the CFPB 2021 annual report, more than 1 in 4 Americans have a third-party debt collection item attached to their credit report. And last year, the CFPB received 82,700 consumer complaints about debt collection. It's time for Congress to act. And based on the gentleman from Pennsylvania's argument, which it has nothing to do with that particular bill or the facts as we've seen them develop during this pandemic, that should be an easy vote for everybody, whether they're a Democrat or Republican. The Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act provides important consumer protections to stop abusive debt collection practices and ensures that small businesses, families, and individuals are treated fairly. The Pregnant Workers Fairness Act is necessary to support the more than 80% of women who will give birth to a child at some point during their working years. These women deserve to have reasonable accommodations, which oftentimes cost businesses little to no money to implement, so we can help pregnant women stay in the workforce. This bill passed on broad bipartisan vote last Congress, and I hope it passes with even more support again this week. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Thank you. Washington. For what does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
How you doing? All right, how are you? I'm doing better than New York politics. It just doesn't say much.
New York politics is a mess.
Oh boy. You guys are eating your young up there.
That's like the wrong place. Never make eye contact. I'm very strongly supporting Scott Stringer.
You doing okay?
What?
Are you doing okay?
Yeah. Well, I got a primary next week. I had a primary every year for the last 2006 to 2016. Primary. 2016, 18, 20, and now we're 18.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Do I need to?
Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on House Resolution 3380.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on the motion to move the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member of House designate for Mr. Burgess Owens, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will be voting nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of the state of Texas, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Distinguished Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Falone of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Falone will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Yeas are 212. The nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 380.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRes 380. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRes 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
We're designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to HRes 8. I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on HRes 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on HRes 380.
Purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on HRes 380.
Purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Owens from Utah, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote no on House Resolution 380.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on House Resolution 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on House Resolution 380.
For what the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on HRes 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on HRes 380.
this gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson on Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the motion.
Ohio seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Honorable Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Falone, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Falone will vote nay on H-Res 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on House Resolution 380.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 380.
Yes. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 380. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H-Res 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 380.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 380. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on HRES 380.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRES 380. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRES 380. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRES 380.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 380.
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 210. Without objection, the motion reconsider. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, to reconsider. Without objection, the motion reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 7 of House Resolution 380, House Resolution 379 is hereby adopted. Members, House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
That is correct. Members, please carry your conversation off the floor. House will be in order. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 6 of the House Resolution 380, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 297, H.R. 433, H.R. 478, H.R. 586, H.R. 721, H.R. 768, H.R. 810, H.R. 1205, H.R. 1260, H.R. 1324, H.R. 1448, H.R. 1475, H.R. 1480, H.R. 2862, H.R. 2955, and H.R. 2981. The other suspension bills, either where a vote was not requested or alternatively, we have pulled one bill which is the problems arisen. We pulled that, so hopefully we will consider that tomorrow under suspension. And I ask for either.
Clerk will report the titles of the various bills.
H.R. 297, a bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to conduct a study on the establishment of and the potential land that could be included in a unit of the National Forest System in the state of Hawaii and for other purposes. A grant program for family community organizations that provide support for individuals struggling with substance use disorder and their families.
There's going to be two more votes. Mr. Speaker.
H.R. 478, a bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior to take certain lands located in Pinal County, Arizona, into trust for the benefit of the Gila River Indian community and for other purposes. H.R. 586, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide best practices on student suicide awareness and prevention training and condition state educational agencies, local educational agencies, and tribal educational agencies receiving funds under Section 520A of such act to establish and implement a school-based student suicide awareness and prevention training policy. H.R. 721, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to revise and extend projects relating to children and to provide access to school-based comprehensive mental health programs. H.R. 768, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to clarify the process for registrants to exercise due diligence upon discovering a suspicious order and for other purposes. H.R. 810, a bill to amend the National Trails System Act to direct the Secretary of the Interior to conduct a study on the feasibility of designating the Chief Standing Bear National Historic Trail and for other purposes. H.R. 1205, a bill to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Director of the Center for Mental Health Services of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, to award grants to implement innovative approaches to securing prompt access to appropriate follow-on care for individuals who experience an acute mental health episode and present for care in an emergency department and for other purposes. H.R. 1260, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to establish a grant program supporting trauma center violence intervention and violence prevention programs and for other purposes. H.R. 1324, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to establish a program to improve the identification, assessment, and treatment of patients in hospital emergency departments who are at risk of suicide and for other purposes. H.R. 1448, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to carry out a pilot program on dog training therapy and to amend Title 38, United States Code, to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide service dogs to veterans with mental illnesses who do not have mobility impairments. H.R. 1495, a bill to address mental health issues for youth, particularly youth of color, and for other purposes. H.R. 1480, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to improve the detection, prevention, and treatment of mental health issues among public safety officers and for other purposes. H.R. 2862, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct a national suicide prevention media campaign and for other purposes. H.R. 2955, a bill to authorize a pilot program to expand and intensify surveillance of self-harm in partnership with state and local public health departments to establish a grant program to provide self-harm and suicide prevention services in hospital emergency departments and for other purposes. H.R. 2981, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to ensure the provision of high-quality service through the Suicide Prevention Lifeline and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the ordering of the yeas and nays are postponed. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the motion.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on the motion to suspend. On the motion.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on the motion to suspend.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger votes aye on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mafumi of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mafumi will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Is the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the motion to suspend. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Distinguished Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Falldown from Texas, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Falldown will vote nay on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Rep. Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Rep. Torres will vote yea on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on the suspensions on block.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the motion to suspend. On the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the motion to suspend.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designate for Mr. Owens from Utah pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Owens will vote yea on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the motion to suspend. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the motion to suspend. As the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the motion to suspend.
On this vote, the yeas are 349, the nays are 74, two-thirds being the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bills are passed, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Need to gavel it in. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Am I allowed to have my mouth up here?
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and sacrifice of Corporal Keith Hecook, a police officer whose funeral I attended on Monday. He was tragically killed in a violent assault while responding to an early morning domestic disturbance call. As a member of the Del Mar Police Department, a police force that straddles the Maryland-Delaware border, Corporal Hecook honorably and selflessly served not just my district, but also the constituents of Southern Delaware. Mr. Speaker, it was appropriate that a man who laid down his life in service to his community was given such a fitting funeral, with over 1,000 law enforcement officers paying their final respects. Coincidentally, this week we honor the courage and sacrifice of all our men and women in blue nationwide, men and women who literally put their lives on the line every day so that we can live safely in our homes and in our communities. Corporal Hecook leaves behind a widow and a young son. Mr. Speaker, I ask everyone to join me in praying for his family during this challenging time and for all the families of all the brave men and women who have laid down their lives to protect us. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Special House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, who are we if we cannot honor and celebrate those who have given their ultimate in the National Police Week? I want to say to my hometown law enforcement, we mourn Jason Michael Knox, Harold Lloyd Preston Lamel, Deputy Delray Bruce Jr. Mark. We mourn Christopher Brown. We mourn Johnny Ramos Tunchez. We mourn John Mashaka. We mourn Raymond John Showinski, and we mourn Ernest Leal. We thank them. They are our family members, brothers and sisters. We honor them and express our appreciation for their laying down their lives to save children, to take families out of burning buildings. We acknowledge Houston law enforcement officers that are now memorialized on the Wall of Honor, which I intend to introduce into this body's record. And then I want to acknowledge the legislation that I hope my colleagues will sign, and that is to honor those who stood tall and fought for us on January 6th. This resolution will tell us their story, and that is why I stand today to tell the story of those who have sacrificed for us in this week. They are our family. They are our family. We honor them and we mourn them.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for unanimous consent to address the chamber for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Federal, state, and local law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day to keep our communities safe. This police week, we want to thank the more than 800,000 sworn law enforcement officers for their service, and we want to thank their families. During Police Week, we also remember the sacrifices made by the law enforcement officers. Since 1786, when the first police death was recorded, more than 22,000 officers have been killed in the line of duty. And in my home state of New Mexico, 160 police officers have died in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, I just rise to pay tribute and let our police officers know how much we appreciate them, their service to our communities, our state, our nation. And we just want to celebrate this Police Week with them and wish them Godspeed and say a prayer and keep them out of harm's way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the sacred right to vote is under attack for Black people and Hispanic people in the state of Texas. Dangerous Jim Crow 2.0 voter suppression laws are rapidly advancing across the country and in the Lone Star State right now. During the 2020 elections, we saw 17 million Texans go out there and risk it, especially during the primary when there was still a lot of uncertainty about COVID, to go out there so they could cast their ballot. And now, only mere months later, Texas leaders in the state legislature are silencing the voices of these very voters by pushing some of the most restrictive voting measures in the entire country. This legislation will do everything from prohibiting local officials from sending out mail-in ballot applications to empowering poll watchers to actually be able to harass people with cell phones and video. It's crazy, Mr. Speaker, what's going on. It's completely backwards. It's embarrassing. And for me, as a black American, it's embarrassing because the big lie is being perpetuated by historic racist tropes that black people are cheating and stealing at the polls. It's uncalled for, it's unnecessary, it's racist, and it must end. I implore Texas leaders to stop this nonsense and get back to the business of helping families deal with the pandemic and help our state to keep growing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the chamber for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because as of this morning at 9 a.m., 78% of the gas stations in my district in Greenville and Spartanburg, South Carolina, were out of gas. My constituents are calling my office, hundreds at a time, requesting for relief. What has happened with the Colonial Pipeline, the cybersecurity attack, an attack from likely Eastern Europe, a group that calls themselves Dark Side, is seriously impacting the lives of my constituents. This Congress has waited far too long to address our weak cybersecurity in the overall U.S. economy. We must take steps as a country, as a Congress, to increase our cybersecurity to protect our country from future attacks. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to craft legislation to make sure that what is going on right now in the Southeast does not happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the expanded child tax credit and in support of making it permanent. I was so proud to fight for the expanded child tax credit to be included in the American Rescue Plan and to have made so much progress on ending childhood poverty in my first 4 months in Congress. Across the country, we will lift 5 million kids out of poverty this year. And in my district alone, that's 12,000 kids who will no longer live in poverty. It's more than 44,000 families, more than 148,000 kids who will be helped. But our work isn't done. It is unacceptable that we would let the child tax credit expire and allow even a single kid to fall back into poverty. We have the opportunity to make investments that will impact a generation of Americans. So let's expand the child tax credit permanently. Let's invest in parents and families, and let's build a better future for all of our kids. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Aloha, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today it is with overwhelming pride that I rise to congratulate the 2021 NCAA Men's Volleyball National Champions of the University of Hawaii. In Columbus, Ohio, this past Saturday, the Rainbow Warriors dominated Brigham Young University in a 3-set sweep, showcasing to the nation the qualities of a team hungry for a national championship, only made possible through years of hard work, perseverance, grit, mental fortitude, and sportsmanship. As a former Rainbow Warriors men's volleyball player and proud alumni, I know how much this victory means to the program and all of Hawaii. So congratulations, head coach Charlie Wade, the coaching staff, UH athletics programs, the players, and Mr. Speaker, most importantly, the best collegiate volleyball fans, supporters, boosters, and aunties on the planet. Hawaii is so proud of you. Noka oi and go Bows. And with that, I yield back. Mahalo.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Demings, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week of May 15 as National Police Week. Established in 1962 by a joint resolution of this body, National Police Week pays special recognition to law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. My home state of Florida during 2020 lost 19 law enforcement officers, and we gather today to honor their memory and thank them for their service. But we thank all law enforcement officers across the nation who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we remember those who are out there patrolling our communities to keep us all safe. I want to thank my colleagues for joining us today to give honor to whom honor is due. Mr. Speaker, many have given much, but these men and women, our law enforcement officers, have given all. It is my honor to yield to a former law enforcement officer, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. I rise today to join my colleagues to honor National Police Week. I became a police officer when I was very young, 20 years old. Many of the calls I responded to still stand in sharp relief in my memory. Today, as we honor the many who have fallen while serving our communities, I first want to talk about a couple of friends of mine, Sergeant James Severin and Patrolman Tony Rosado. My friends and colleagues who were killed by snipers as they were participating in a walk and talk program, an exercise designed to help police better get to know the communities they serve. I think of my dear friend, Erwin Jackson, a patrolman who just months before Severin and Rosado had passed away, had saved my life while we were arresting a man wanted for murder. Erwin was killed in the line of duty while his partner attempted to disarm an offender with a gun. Their losses have left incredible marks on me. Now, as a representative for Arizona's 1st District, I've known the pain of losing the hardworking men and women serving our state. Just before I started my first term in Washington, Sholo Officer Darren Reed was killed in a hostage altercation attempting to save the life of a 15-year-old girl from her captor. His loss shook an entire Arizona community and is a testament to his service and his kindness. I remember talking to his family at his memorial. In February of last year, we lost White Mountain Apache officer David Killywood in the line of duty. On the day we laid him to rest, blue and black ribbons and American flags lined our state highways. The loss of too many good officers working on the front lines this past year have left unbearable empty chairs and kitchen tables across our states and families that are suffering. The officers I work with in Arizona's 1st District are kind, honest men and women who are drawn to service for the sake of others. At the end of the day, their names are too great to count, and the sacrifices they've made too many. As we honor this week, we also recognize the changes that must be made to our policing system to ensure that those who have sworn to protect and serve are held to the highest standards, and we as Congress must help with that. We must rebuild broken trust between police and our communities and work in bipartisan ways to do so. That's the type of police I worked with, and many of us have, and we want to see those officers that are participating in that type of community continue to work. As a former officer, a member of the Bipartisan Law Enforcement Caucus, and the sponsor of several bills to reform policing and better keep our communities and our officers safe, this week is not one I take lightly. We must continue to honor the good, honest officers who have laid down their lives in the line of duty. We must also work toward equal rights, justice, and treatment for all Americans in our criminal justice system. And those goals can go hand in hand if we put aside our differences and work together. Above all, today we mourn and remember all those we have lost, and hope that in our words we'll offer comfort to their families. As we keep close in our hearts the loved ones of our fallen officers, we think so of the families across our nation who have lost loved ones in senseless violence. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
We thank the gentleman. We are able to be here today, Mr. Speaker, to conduct the people's business because of the good men and women who protect us in the U.S. Capitol, the men and women who wear the uniform and the badge every day. It is now my honor to yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, it is appropriate that we stand and speak on behalf of the law enforcement community of our country. As the former chief of the Orlando Police just said, it is because of them that we have law and order. Democracy cannot survive without law and order. So I want to thank the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings, for leading this special order hour, and for so many Democrats and Republicans participating. She is, as so many Americans now know, not only an outstanding member of the Congress, but also a former chief of police for the city of Orlando, Florida. And I might say, a serious candidate being considered by President Biden for Vice President of the United States. She's not only the only one in our caucus who has worked in law enforcement or overseen police departments as mayor, but certainly one of the most experienced. As we observe National Police Week this year, we do so at a time when we are engaged in a critical national conversation about justice and policing. Tonight, we want to make it clear. This important dialogue does not detract one iota from the deep and abiding respect that all of us, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Americans, have for the men and women who dedicate their careers to protecting their communities, their neighbors, their friends in law enforcement. I do not believe, I want to make it clear, in defunding police. That is neither my view nor my party's platform. Indeed, we honor law enforcement. Over the years, I've been proud to join my Democratic colleagues as a strong supporter of law enforcement and to raise awareness of the very serious dangers that police officers face while doing their jobs. Officer Chestnut and Detective Gibson in 1998 were slain, one in my office and one outside the door of my office. They were brave and good people who lost their lives defending the capital of the United States. In my state of Maryland and in the 5th District, I've worked closely with police chiefs, sheriffs, and departments to ensure that their needs are being met. And together, we work to make certain that the families of those who fell in the line of duty receive the benefits, help, compassion, and appreciation they deserve. Every year, until it became virtual, and now I do it virtually, I have gone down to the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. 22,611 Americans, law enforcement officers, have lost their lives keeping the peace. Last year, Mr. Speaker, America lost 295 police officers in the line of duty. It's a dangerous duty, but it is a critical duty. Here in the Capitol, we remember those who have given their lives to protect this institution. I mentioned Officer Chestnut and Detective Gibson, Howard Liebengood, Officer William Evans, and of course, Officer Sicknick. The actions just laid out are ones that Congress, House Democrats believe are important to protecting those who keep us safe every day. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is equally essential for the efficacy and safety of law enforcement to take positive and proactive steps to ensure accountability and rebuild trust in our departments. That is true of our institution, Mr. Speaker. And when we hold accountable one of our members, as we have done, it does not besmirch the rest of our members. And no one ought to simplify that one is like all. To do that, we must continue the important national conversations about justice and policing and rooting out racial bias that corrodes effective police work. The majority, Mr. Speaker, of principled police officers are among those most concerned about ensuring that those who cannot properly and responsibly carry out their work of policing are held accountable. That's why we passed the George Floyd Policing Act. Congress has a responsibility to deal with this challenge, not only for the sake of justice and public safety, but also in order to help police departments better carry out their missions and to raise the respect and support they receive from the American public. Such a policy is not designed to defund police or to lessen the impact of the vital function that law enforcement officers perform. So, as we join in observing Police Week this year, let us remember all those 22,000 plus, those 275 brave men and women protecting us and the peacefulness of our communities. Let us continue to support law enforcement by striving to help police officers and departments face this moment head on and emerge stronger, safer, more trusted, and better equipped to keep all Americans safe. I yield back the balance of my time.
We thank the gentleman. It is now my honor to recognize the gentleman from Indiana, former law enforcement officer, Mr. Carson.
Thank you to my colleague and friend, Representative, who we affectionately call Chief Demings, for organizing this special hour. You don't get many friends like Congresswoman Demings. She is a true leader, she's thoughtful, and she is a true public servant. I join her, Mr. Speaker, this National Police Week to honor and remember the nearly 400 officers who lost their lives last year in the line of duty. I can remember, Mr. Speaker, years ago traveling with my colleagues from the Indiana State Excise Police to honor one of my colleagues' dad, who passed away in a pursuit, high-speed pursuit on State Road 231. He was the Sheriff Jim Ball of Putnam County, and we came out here years ago to honor Mr. Ball. You know, though nothing can bring back the lives that have been lost or ease the collective grief we feel, we take comfort in knowing that we will never forget them or the sacrifices they made. And we pledge, Mr. Speaker, to keep their legacy alive through our efforts to improve policing for every community, for all Americans. As a former law enforcement officer, this priority is deeply personal. I want to pay special tribute to all of the law enforcement officers in my district who are working to keep our city safe and build greater trust with the neighborhoods they serve. I also want to honor the Hoosier officers statewide who've lost their lives. One such officer I'd like to recognize is Officer Breanne Leaf, a Metro Police Department officer who was shot and killed last April responding to a domestic disturbance. She was 24 years old, Mr. Speaker, a veteran of the National Guard, the mother of a young son, and part of a family and a proud legacy of law enforcement. She had her whole life and a great career ahead of her, only to have them tragically cut short. Today and every day, Mr. Speaker, we honor her and those like her who have been killed in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, I would also be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to recognize the countless Americans who we've lost to police brutality. In Indianapolis alone, and in communities across our country, the list grows longer each day. We must honor their memory and commit to reenacting or enacting reforms that save lives in the future. Now, let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, we are not advocating for these reforms in order to punish police or to make their jobs harder. We also want to improve their lives as well. We want to provide police with better training and the right resources. We want to help police build stronger and healthy relationships with the communities they serve. We also want police to be able to focus on keeping the peace and relieve them of their many other duties that they're expected to do, even when they're not trained or equipped to carry out these additional duties. Now, as a former law enforcement officer and as a black man who has been the victim of police excess and misconduct, it is clear to me that these changes are desperately needed. We can improve policing and save lives by passing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. The House has done its work and passed it twice, last year and this year. Now, the Senate must be bold and pass it as soon as possible so President Biden can sign it into law. Thank you again to all of the law enforcement officers who risk their lives to keep Americans safe, and a special thanks to those we have lost. Thank you, Madam Demings. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. The gentleman yields back. It is now my pleasure to recognize the gentlewoman from Illinois who comes from a law enforcement family, Representative Sherry Bustos.
Thank you, Congresswoman Val Demings, for putting this together. We're grateful to you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize National Police Week. I stand here today, my heart full of gratitude for the brave police officers who saved our lives, who saved the lives of the staff who were here on January 6th, who saved our nation from suffering further harm at the hands of those who would see our democracy destroyed. It was January 6th, and many of us stood on this floor. I was with many of the people here today. That afternoon, when the armed mob broke into our nation's capital and threatened us, targeted us, hunted us. And in the moment that they reached that door right there, the one just a few rows back, and began to shatter the glass on that door, it was just a handful of police officers who bravely stood in their way. It was in that moment that my thoughts were, as a mother, as a daughter, as a citizen, thoughts of legislation and budgets and parliamentary rules were not on my mind. What I wanted to do that day, and those of us who were on the floor that day, we just wanted to live. But it was our Capitol police officers who stood up, stepped up, fought back that mob. They protected all of us that day. They put their lives on the line. One even made the ultimate sacrifice to keep us and to keep our democracy safe. It wasn't until after those terrifying moments, when we reached a secure room, that I saw a text from my husband, who's the sheriff of Rock Island County, where we live and have lived for 30-plus years. He reminded me that the Capitol Police were there to protect us and to listen to them. He could not have been more right. Shortly after that day, after we returned to the chamber where our lives had been in jeopardy, I shared my experiences. Here's what I wrote. I feel sure that the Capitol Police saved countless lives. I don't think that America yet fully comprehends just how close we came to seeing members of the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate kidnapped, held hostage, or perhaps even murdered. That mob had legal intent. But it is because of our Capitol Police, because they risked their lives, because Brian Sicknick gave his life, that I could walk through that door and stand here on this floor today and speak to you. And I speak with gratitude. Earlier this year, I was proud to vote to pass a bill awarding the Capitol Police a Congressional Gold Medal. It is my hope that the Senate will pass this legislation soon. But today, I am so proud to be able to stand here to recognize National Police Week, a week to say thank you, and to recognize those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. This year, 394 names were added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. Thank you to those 394 officers. Thank you to the 9 Illinois police officers whose lives were part of that list. And as the wife of a sheriff, let me say that 394 is too many. 9 is too many. Thank you to my husband of 35 years. I'm sorry. I think that's right, Jerry, if you're watching. Thank you to my husband. He has been in law enforcement for 38 years. I do know that number. But thank you for his service to our community and his career in law enforcement. And thank you to the men and women in law enforcement who sacrifice and serve and protect others every single day. Congresswoman Demings, I yield back the remainder of my time.
We thank the gentlewoman. Mr. Speaker, because they are willing to risk their lives without hesitation, we honor, my colleagues and I, we honor them today. And to continue the tribute, it is now my honor to present the gentlewoman from Connecticut, also from a law enforcement family, Ms. Hayes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Representative Demings for yielding. I rise to recognize the officers who gave the ultimate sacrifice and have fallen in the line of duty. My husband, Detective Milford Hayes, has been on the job for 25 years. I know all too well the risk officers accept when they take this role. I have lived the anxiety of not knowing if my loved one would return home from his shift. I have watched my husband put on his dress blues and attend the funerals of fallen officers and mourn in the weeks and years after that. And over the past year, I've borne witness to the difficulty caused by growing mistrust between police departments and the communities they serve. In addition to honoring officers this week, we must commit to rebuilding that trust, to providing them with the necessary funding they need to safely and equitably protect themselves and our community. This is not a binary choice. Yes, we have systemic racial and social injustices that must be addressed. Yes, accountability needs to be addressed. But on this day, in these remarks, during National Police Week, I ask my colleagues to join me in committing to supporting all of the good officers that are out there, to ensuring officers have clear national guidelines regarding use of force, to providing access to diversity training, and to ensuring departments have necessary supports to serve communities with underlying social challenges. This will protect both police officers and the communities they serve from unnecessary violence. This will also attract new officers to the profession. I ask that we honor fallen officers by committing to action. We must provide the necessary guidelines, training, and social services required to support our communities and to guarantee the safety of law enforcement. We must ensure that my husband and every officer makes it home to their family safely. Thank you. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Florida.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from Connecticut. It is now my honor to recognize the gentlewoman from Nevada, Representative Susie Lee.
Hold on, my earring.
I'm having some difficulty with my mask hanging on my earring here. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. I'm just going to take my earring off. How about that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Congresswoman Demings for her leadership and for leading this tribute to all of our police officers across this country during National Police Week. And I'd like to take this moment to recognize our Nevada officers who have fallen. In particular, I want to offer two officers who we lost in this past year alone. We remember Lieutenant Eric Lloyd, a 30-year veteran of the Las Vegas Metro Police Department. Every day during this pandemic, our men and women have stepped up to serve in the line of duty, no matter the danger. And we honor their commitment in a time of uncertainty, and we mourn the loss of Lieutenant Lloyd, who contracted COVID-19 while on the job. Lieutenant Lloyd was the definition of selfless. He went to work every single day to protect his community, and on top of that, he went above and beyond, becoming the president of the Injured Police Officers Fund. In that role, Lloyd raised funds for the care of countless officers, including Metro Officer Shay Michelonis, who was left paralyzed after being shot this summer during a demonstration on the Las Vegas Strip. We also take this time to recognize Sergeant Benjamin Michael Jenkins, a military veteran, firefighter, and EMT officer with the Nevada Highway Patrol. Sergeant Jenkins was dedicated to reducing impaired driving and fatal crashes. And in 2011, he was honored by the Department of Public Safety's, with the Department of Public Safety's highest honor, the Gold Medal of Valor, after he came under fire during a domestic-related shooting in Wells, Nevada. His life, unfortunately, was cut short when he was shot and killed while checking on a driver pulled over on a remote stretch of U.S. Highway 93 just north of Ely. Both of them, their service to Nevada is incomparable. To their friends, families, fellow officers, I extend my deepest sympathies and prayers. Nevada stands with you, and I express my extreme gratitude for the safety and the dedication and service that Lieutenant Lloyd and Sergeant Jenkins, along with all other officers, have brought to our communities. And with that, I yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for yielding back. It is now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, former federal law enforcement officer, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of National Police Week. While we're here tonight, each May, our nation comes together to recognize the service and profound commitment of our police officers, to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, and to recommit ourselves to the ideals and laws of our nation that these fine women and men in uniform are tasked to uphold. But the dedication and sacrifices of our brave officers deserves to be respected and honored not just in 1 week out of the year, but every single day, both in this chamber and across our country. Time and time again, officers across our nation are met with the gravest threats of danger and face them with the greatest displays of courage, honor, and dignity. Mr. Speaker, my great-uncle Phil Fitzpatrick was a proud patrolman with the NYPD. He was also a poet, often writing about the world he knew as what he referred to as a soldier of peace. As I've taken time to reflect during this Police Week, I found myself thinking of him and a line from one of his poems: "When he kisses his wife and children goodbye, there's a chance he will see them no more." Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, these words were true for my family and for so many families in our nation. This month marks 74 years since my great-uncle Phil was shot while attempting to disarm a robber at a Manhattan bar, a fatal injury he succumbed to days later. While the times have changed, the dangers faced by our law enforcement community remains present every time they go to work. Bucks County and my community is home to some of the finest law enforcement officers in our great nation, and sadly, Mr. Speaker, we have lost too many. I would like to take a moment to honor our valiant fallen officers. Police Officer James Armstrong, Deputy Sheriff Thomas Bateman, Ranger Thomas Booz, Ranger Stanley Flynn, Police Officer Brian Gregg, Police Officer Joseph Honnessy, Detective Christopher Jones, Constable Henry Kolb, Sheriff Abraham Culp, Police Chief Eli Myers, Police Sergeant George Stuckey, Deputy Sheriff George Warta, and Police Officer Robert Yezi. Mr. Speaker, these 13 individuals laid their lives on the line to protect our community, the community that I grew up in, the community that I love, and they paid the ultimate price. We will never forget them and their extraordinary service to our community. We owe them and their families and all the honorable police officers and public servants who have given their lives in the line of duty a debt of gratitude and appreciation, one that can only be paid back through our love and support for them here on this floor and across our nation. Our nation, indeed, and our world is in the midst of unprecedented times. And now more than ever, our courageous and honorable law enforcement officers need our support. I encourage everyone to take a minute this week to thank a police officer and reflect on the sacrifices so many of them have made. And to our hero law enforcement officers in every town, in every city, in every state across America, we thank you, we are grateful for you, and we love you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. It is now my pleasure to present the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, Representative Demings, for holding this special order hour in honor of fallen law enforcement officers. So it's National Police Week, a time to recognize and honor the men and women who have answered the call to protect and serve our community. Their service puts them in harm's way every single day, and we owe them a debt of gratitude for their willingness to sacrifice for us. Last November, it was my privilege to speak in this chamber in honor of Caleb Starr, a Michigan State trooper from my district who was killed in the line of duty while responding to a call. I spoke about the community of Mason, Michigan, where he was born and raised, coming together to support the Starr family. Tonight, I'm proud to recognize an organization in my district that has continuously provided support to the loved ones of our fallen officers. The 100 Club of Greater Lansing was founded in 1984 after the death of Officer James Johnson of the East Lansing Police Department. Every year, members of the 100 Club contribute dues of $100 to provide immediate assistance as well as long-term support to surviving families of those who have died in the line of duty. In the nearly 40 years it's been doing its work, it has helped the family of Officer Johnson as well as the families of Officer Dean Whitehead of the Lansing Police Department, Officer Julie Englehart of Lansing Parks Police Department, Sergeant Paul Cole of the Ingham County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Grant Whitaker of the Ingham County Sheriff's Department, and so many others. In addition, the 100 Club keeps the spirit of those heroes alive by establishing a scholarship fund for qualified survivors, providing an annual honor award to officers, and funding an annual scholarship for a student enrolled at the Mid-Michigan Police Academy at Lansing Community College, where I visited just a couple of months ago. During National Police Week, we honor fallen heroes who have given their lives while on duty. To them, we owe so much, because as long as we keep their memory alive, they remain with us. And with these words, they will remain in the permanent record of the People's House so that their contributions can live on. I'm grateful for their selfless courage and for my colleagues tonight who have served. Thank you for taking the time to honor, respect, and remember them. Thank you, Representative Demings, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. The gentlewoman yields back. It is now my privilege to recognize the gentleman from California, also from a law enforcement family, Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you, Chief Demings. And law enforcement families know the prayer from Matthew chapter 5, verse 9, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." And blessed are the California police officers who lost their lives in 2020. Oscar Walter Roca from my district in Alameda County, Daniel Lopez Mendoza III, Andy Ornales, Efren Coronel, Jose Cruz Mora Jr., Angel De La Fuente, Larry Dean Crom, Donald Keith Sumner, Virgil Lynn Thomas, Harry Morris Cohen, Terrell Don Young, Daniel Gene Walters, Damon Christopher Gutzweiler, and Mary Lou Hernandez Armour, as well as Pat Underwood of the Federal Protective Services. As a member of a law enforcement family, when we say goodbye to each other on the phone, we always say, I love you, but we also say, be safe, because we know what our law enforcement officers encounter when they go into a domestic violence call or make a police stop in an area where there have been robberies, gang violence, drugs. In Oakland, California, 4 officers were killed in a matter of minutes after a police stop when I was a prosecutor for the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. We know the risk they face. I have a family member who has been shot at and was told that from such a point-blank nature, he's lucky to be alive. We are grateful for the sacrifices of law enforcement. We also recognize that the best way to protect the best cops is to make sure that we put in place reforms to take care of those who do not meet the standards that we expect from law enforcement. And we are committed in this chamber to work to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act to make sure that we protect our cops on the streets and we protect those in the community who they also promise and swear an oath to protect. This Police Week, let me also just urge my colleagues across the aisle, who I know are sincere when they want to stand up for police officers, to recognize that the police officers who walk the beat in these halls are hurting and they're grieving. And what happened on January 6th has not just passed. And when they hear colleagues in this chamber say, as one said today, that January 6th looked like any other normal tourist visit to the Capitol, that really hurts them. That hurts their families. It's an insult to their service. And we must do better, because backing the blue doesn't just mean backing the blue who back you. It means backing the blue who protect this chamber and protect our democracy. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much. It is now my privilege to recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Wexton.
Thank you, Chief Demings, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during National Police Week to honor the life and service of my constituent, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howie Liebengood. Howie served as a Capitol Police Officer for 15 years, and before that as a Senate page. He continued a 50-year family legacy of service to the Senate, following in the footsteps of his father, a former Senate Sergeant-at-Arms. Howie died by suicide on January 9th after working around the clock in the days following the January 6th insurrection, defending our Capitol and the members, staff, workers, journalists, and others inside of it. There is no doubt that Howie would still be with us today, but for the events on and immediately following January 6th. And yet, the leaders Howie served under at the Capitol Police still refuse to acknowledge his tragic loss as a line-of-duty death, despite his heroic sacrifice on that day and in the days that followed. Howie's widow, Serena, and his family deserve better. Our Capitol Police deserve better, too. The PTSD and trauma of January 6th and April 2nd are still prevalent for U.S. Capitol Police officers. The reluctance many officers feel asking for help is real as well. Leadership is failing these officers when they refuse to validate the pain of that trauma and the tragic consequences it can lead to. That's why we must provide U.S. Capitol Police officers with the resources they need to take care of themselves and to fight the stigma not only for them, but for law enforcement officers around the country to know that it is okay to ask for help. According to a report from the nonprofit Blue Help, the number of officers who died by suicide in recent years has outpaced those killed in the line of duty. It is incumbent on us as lawmakers to end the stigma around law enforcement mental health and to give these officers the support they need in times of crisis. We must thank them not just with our words, but with our actions. I've been working with my colleagues and with the Liebengood family to honor Howie's legacy of service to our Capitol community. To Serena, his family, and all those who knew and loved Howie, I hope it brings you some solace to know that Howie's life and sacrifice will never be forgotten by those of us here who he gave his life to protect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you so much for that tribute. It is now my pleasure to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, the chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus. We are so grateful for the work that he is doing. Mr. Pasquale.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate, but this is not unusual for you, Congresswoman Demings, leading, putting us together, and thank you for your service in the past and now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, during this devastating pandemic, our nation's law enforcement officers have stood heroically on the front lines, keeping communities across America safe. Our police have risked their lives and the lives of their families. Every day they go to work. Many have made the ultimate sacrifice. Since the start of the pandemic, we've lost over 464 officers, including 298 in New Jersey. In New Jersey, 15 officers have perished, including 13 to the virus. My own district, we lost a Paterson police officer, Frank Scarpo, who was only 34 years old, left behind a wife and 2 young sons. We lost Detective Anthony Lucanto, a 24-year veteran of the Paterson Police Department who died of cancer tied to his heroic efforts at Ground Zero. Anthony leaves behind his wife and 3 children. Our hearts bleed for all of our fallen officers and their families. As the co-chair of the Congressional Law Enforcement Caucus, I was proud to champion legislation signed into law to ensure those families of officers fallen to COVID-19 are guaranteed public safety officer benefits. But more must be done to support families of officers who make the ultimate sacrifice. Earlier this month, we introduced the bipartisan Protecting America's First Responders Act. Our bill will guarantee first responders and their families get their owed benefits without delay or red tape. I hope it gets passed. I wish I could say support of law enforcement is fully bipartisan, but I can't. Incredibly, when we passed the latest Capitol Police budget, 50 of our colleagues on the other side voted no. Thank God for those who did vote yes. When we voted to certify the presidential election hours after terrorists attacked the Capitol, 138 members on the other side voted to throw out the election. 138. These votes are a slur on the Capitol Police and the officers across America who've given their lives. This last year has been a difficult one for all communities. Far unbearable for our men and women in uniform. They protected us at their lowest moment. The least we can do is protect their benefits they've earned and stand by them. I thank you, and before I yield, let us move what was started almost 20 years ago, community policing, so we protect our police and we encourage trust in them day in and day out. God bless our country. Thank you.
Thank you again to the chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus. It is now my pleasure to present the gentleman from California, Mr. Gonzalez. I'm sorry, Texas.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor our brave and selfless law enforcement officers who have fallen in the line of duty in South Texas this past year. Jorge Cabrera, Ismael Chavez, and Edelmiro Garza, Jr. Let us not forget those who stood guard at our border and kept us safe. Carlos Mendoza, Juan Olervides, Christopher Carney, Roel de la Fuente, and Enrique Rositas. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a brief moment of silence to pay my respects to those law enforcement officers who paid the ultimate sacrifice to keep our community safe. My community and I owe a deep amount of gratitude to these officers who sought to keep us safe. Thank you, and may God bless and watch over our law enforcement officers, their families, and the United States of America. And I yield back.
We thank the gentleman from Texas for that tribute to our law enforcement officers. It is now my privilege, Mr. Speaker, to present the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Florida for yielding and for organizing this important special order hour. As a Gold Star son who lost his father in the Vietnam War, I empathize with and salute the honorable men and women who don a uniform and risk their lives, and too often lose their lives, protecting our country and our communities, oftentimes without the appreciation or support that they need and that they deserve. So I rise today to express gratitude to the over 11,000 police officers who serve and protect the residents of my home state of Minnesota, an overwhelming majority of whom are compassionate and principled public servants. I'm proud of the law enforcement agencies that serve Hennepin and Carver counties in Minnesota's 3rd District, innovative and well-led police departments committed to building cultures and communities in which everyone, and I repeat, everyone, feels safe. People like Dawana Witt, whose remarkable life story of perseverance embodies the very best of our law enforcement community. Ms. Witt grew up surrounded by alcoholism and drug addiction, was subject to sexual abuse, had her first baby at age 15, and lived with her newborn in a homeless shelter. But she finished high school with honors, then received her bachelor's degree, and then her master's. And today she is known as Major Witt, a grandmother of 2, supervisor of 500 employees at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and a rising star in Minnesota law enforcement. Major Witt will be the first to tell you that we do need police reform, that systemic racism does exist, and that racial profiling is a real thing. And she will also tell you that we need to do more to protect officers' safety. So today I invite my colleagues and our entire country to join me in celebrating Major Witt and the hundreds of thousands of law enforcement professionals just like her who have committed their entire professional lives to helping America become a more safe, equitable, just, and perfect union. With that, I yield back.
We thank the gentleman from Minnesota for that tribute, and it is now my honor to present the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
Thank the gentlelady from Florida. Mr. Speaker, this week, May 9th to May 15th, is National Police Week. And I stand today to join with my colleagues in carrying forth a tradition that started 59 years ago. In 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed and Congress ratified May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which that date falls as National Police Week. During this time, we pause to recognize those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. Those of us here in Congress know well the bravery and dedication of law enforcement officers, for we saw it firsthand on January 6th, when they protected the citadel of democracy and the public servants who were discharging their duty. Some of those brave souls paid with their life, such as Officer Brian Sicknick. We also lost Officer Howard Liebengood and Officer Jeffrey Smith, who died by suicide in the immediate aftermath of that tragic day. Many more police officers who were on duty that day are still hurting. And of course, all across our nation, and in Ohio particularly, our police officers and their families have sacrificed themselves in their communities. I've done ride-alongs with these officers and watched them deal with the overdose issues and the opiate epidemic in Ohio. We watch them risk their lives. We pray for their families who worry every time they put on their boots and they go to work. In short, Mr. Speaker, they show up. And the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund compiles the names of those officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty and in this past year, and all those who have died in previous years, but whose stories of sacrifice have been lost to history until now. And this year, nearly 400 new names were added to this list. And I stand today to honor all those lives that were lost, including the following 5 officers from Ohio. We honor James Michael Skirnovitz from Cleveland, Adam McMillan from Hamilton County, Kaya LaFay Grant from Springdale, Anthony Hussein Dia from Toledo, and finally, Rex Faw from Summit County, who died in 1933, but whose name had not previously been added to this list of fallen officers. We also honor all of the men and women in law enforcement who show up for all of us every day. I yield back the balance of my time.
It is now my privilege to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. McInerney.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. No one could be a better spokesman for this issue or spokeswoman for this issue than Ms. Demings, who proudly represents the district in Florida and served as a police leader in her hometown. Mr. Speaker, as we remember the police officers who have fallen in the line of duty, it is with great sadness that I must add another name to that list. Officer Jimmy Inn of the Stockton Police Department was killed yesterday while responding to a domestic violence call. Just 30 years old, Officer Inn joined the force in 2015 and was a member of the Honor Guard. He was a husband and a father who leaves behind a 7-month-old son, a stepson, a stepdaughter, and a wife who also serves as a Stockton police officer. Officer Inn is remembered as a kind-hearted, selfless, and positive person. His commanding officer, Stockton Police Chief Eric Jones, said that he was the epitome of what would be a police officer, or what a police officer should be. Officer Inn's last act was to help a woman and a child in grave danger. He sacrificed his life in service to others, and I ask everyone to join me in honoring his life, his service, and his memory. I yield back.
Gentleman for yielding back, and we join him in grieving the death of the officer just on yesterday. It is now my privilege to acknowledge the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Chief Demings. Today, I'm honored to pay tribute to law enforcement officers and their families. Every day, law enforcement officers put their lives at risk in order to keep us and our communities safe. And most of the time, they return safely home to their families. But that is not always the case, and we should never lose sight of that. In that spirit, I want to express profound gratitude to Deputy Ryan Thompson from Kittitas County, Washington, who tragically lost his life in the line of duty in 2019. He has since been recognized for this sacrifice on the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, D.C. Thank you to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund for honoring and remembering Deputy Thompson's service. I'd also like to express my appreciation for the families of law enforcement officers who live with an undercurrent of worry every day while their loved one is on duty. And a very special thank you to our very own Capitol Police, who stood up to a violent mob in order to protect us from danger. Several Capitol Police officers have lost their lives, and please know that we mourn with their families. Thank you, and I yield back.
We thank you so much, Ms. Schreier. Mr. Speaker, could you please advise how much time we have left?
5 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you so much. It is now my privilege to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Demings, for hosting this special order hour in honor of our brave law enforcement officers. I am proud to serve with you as a member of the Congressional Law Enforcement Caucus, co-chaired by our dear friend and colleague, Bill Pascrell. Mr. Speaker, we're here today to commemorate Police Week and to honor all the brave law enforcement officers in New Jersey and across the country who put their lives on the line every single day to protect our communities. We especially honor the more than 124 police officers who have died in the line of duty across the United States this year, including 64 who we lost to COVID-19. We will never forget their bravery, sacrifice, and service. Mr. Speaker, police officers are our heroes, and I am deeply grateful to all law enforcement, federal, state, and local, for what they do day in and day out. They never fail to get our backs, and we have a responsibility to get theirs. That's why in Congress I'm committed to fighting for all of our sworn officers and first responders by making sure they have the resources, equipment, and training they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. Our police departments have been tested and challenged during the pandemic over the year, but they have risen to the occasion, continuing to help our state and our people recover. I was very proud to lead the New Jersey delegation requesting critical support for PPE and staffing at the very start of the pandemic, and why we fought so hard for and ensured a presumption for public safety officers' benefits for those on the front lines of COVID. Thank you to all my colleagues for working across the aisle, to those who've served and who have the backs of our first responders every day. Most of all, thank you to every law enforcement officer for your solemn commitment to protect and to serve. God bless. Thank you, and I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his tribute. Mr. Speaker, as someone who served 27 years in law enforcement, who had the honor of serving as the chief of police, one thing I know for sure is that the police are the community, and the community is the police. The police and the community are one. We are one. And I do believe that when we come together, we can do anything, that we can have some of the safest communities that America has to offer, that we can truly be in America what we were created to be. We honor the men and women who put on the badge and the uniform every day, Mr. Speaker, and go to work not realizing, not knowing whether they will ever make it back to their homes, to their families, to their loved ones. I'm honored to stand once again, I've done it for a lot of years now, to honor National Police Week and recognize the men and women who have paid it all. Many have given much, but the men and women in law enforcement who have laid down their lives to keep us safe have given their all. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back, and under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During our time tonight, my colleagues and I will recognize the great men and women of law enforcement and the critical role they play in keeping our local communities safe. National Police Week is particularly important this year. Of course, we observe it annually, but we all know over the last year, law enforcement has been under constant attack by the political left in this country. Everyone can see it with their own eyes. The left has demanded to defund police departments, and some Democrats, even elected officials, have even gone as far as to call for abolishing the police. Yet in the face of that madness, police officers nevertheless continue to put their lives on the line every day to protect our communities and our families and all of us. It's such a critical part of who we are as Americans. As has been noted, we've lost many more officers in the line of duty over the past year, and we mourn those tragic losses. And despite the sacrificial service and the bravery of law enforcement, there are some Democrats, even in this body, Mr. Speaker, who continue to push the false and outrageous narrative that police are actually somehow to be regarded as enemies of the communities they serve and that we don't need them. Well, tonight, my Republican colleagues and I are here to tell you that they are wrong. We need police officers, and We need law and order. Nothing makes this more apparent than the spike in violent crime and homicides we've seen in Democrat-led cities that have defunded their police departments. Specifically, here's a few examples here. In Austin, Texas, they've seen a 50% rise in homicides. In Los Angeles, they saw 11.6% rise. In New York City, 45%. And by the way, in New York City, they have a 97% rise in shootings. Defunding the police is a terrible idea, and anyone who looks objectively at this issue obviously knows that. So what should we do about it? We should support our police officers and those in law enforcement. We should encourage them to continue building strong relationships in all aspects of our communities. We should give law enforcement the tools and training they need to maintain law and order. And lastly, as a nation, we must back the blue. We would argue it may have never been as important to do that as it is right now. So tonight, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of colleagues who will speak to this issue, and I'll begin with my dear friend from the state of Minnesota, Pete Stauber, who is not only a professional hockey player, most people know that, but a lot of people now may not realize that he is also a retired police lieutenant. Obviously very qualified to speak on this issue, and I yield him the floor.
Thank you, Representative Johnson, for hosting this incredibly important special order this evening. For 23 years, I had the privilege of serving my hometown of Duluth, Minnesota, as a police officer. And I know firsthand the sacrifices law enforcement officers make for the safety and security of their communities. Policing is a noble profession and often a dangerous one. 91 officers have been shot so far in 2021. Despite this danger, countless men and women still put on the uniform, leave their loved ones behind, and put their own lives on the line every day. During National Police Week, we celebrate and honor these heroes, but they deserve our respect more than just 1 week. They deserve it year-round, and so do their families. This past year has been especially challenging for our law enforcement officers. There are some in the media and some in this very chamber who choose to vilify our police officers for the actions of a few bad apples. Some have even called to defund the police. This reckless and dangerous message has had a chilling effect on our society. Low morale is causing some officers to retire early. New officer recruitment is strained, and crime is on the rise in many cities. This irresponsible rhetoric must change, and I call on all of my colleagues to help. We must all honor the noble profession of policing, which has provided every one of us here in this chamber with safety and security. And we must all encourage the American people to respect the rule of law in those who are entrusted to enforce it. I, for one, am proud to stand here today to publicly send my thanks to our dedicated police officers and to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And to all my brothers and sisters in the blue and brown, please know that you are appreciated, needed, and valued. God bless, and may He protect you all. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for those words straight from the heart, and he speaks, as we said, with great authority on it. And bring up next, Mr. Speaker, a gentleman from my neighboring state of Arkansas, its 3rd District, Mr. Womack, who will speak with equal passion on the issue. I yield him the floor.
I thank the gentleman for hosting this very important series regarding law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I too rise today to honor the men and women in blue. They've devoted their lives to keeping our communities and families safe, unflinching in this mission, even when faced with growing hostility and danger. These guardians stand on the front lines, regardless of the peril to themselves, not for praise or glory, but to protect and serve the citizens and uphold law and order. And no matter the situation, they answer the call to duty. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, Officer Tyler Franks of the Prairie Grove, Arkansas Police Department is recovering, having been shot in the line of duty just a few days ago. Officer Franks has undergone multiple surgeries. He will endure more and indeed has a long road ahead. Please pray for Officer Franks. Let us also pay tribute to our fallen heroes. We honor the memory of Fayetteville police officer Stephen Carr, who in December of 19 was assassinated while sitting in his patrol unit behind the police department because of his uniform. We recognize the quick action of Corporal Shay Floyd and Officer Natalie Usey, who immediately acted and captured the assassin. We also remember Sebastian County Deputy Bill Cooper and Corporal Terry Wayne Johnson, both of whom made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples of the real sacrifices and dangers faced by our brave officers every day. I'm eternally grateful for those who wear the badge and keep the 3rd District safe. This National Police Week, I thank every noble law enforcement officer in Arkansas and across our nation for their dedicated service. We salute you, and I yield back.
Thank my friend from Arkansas. We do join you in those prayers for Officer Franks and the others around the country who are recovering from this violence that so many law enforcement officers have had to endure over the past year. Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to yield next to another gentleman in our conference who speaks with great authority on the issue, particularly on Police Week. Mr. Troy Nehls of Texas 22 was the former sheriff of Fort Bend County, Texas, and he knows of which he speaks. I'm delighted to yield him the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a 30-year law enforcement veteran, the rhetoric and hatred I've seen towards police these last 12 months is disgusting. Rather than recognize the over 800,000 law enforcement officers in this country who do their job honorably each and every day, the far left has sought to demonize and defund our law enforcement based off the actions of the few who fail to uphold their oaths. Every year in our country, there are more than 10 million arrests. Most Americans never hear a word about the millions of arrests that happen without incident. Why is that? Because it doesn't sell headlines. It doesn't fit the anti-law enforcement narrative. The hateful anti-law enforcement rhetoric has led to violence and destruction in cities across our country. We see it in Seattle, Minneapolis, Portland. City blocks burned, businesses destroyed, and lives ruined forever. But we're not here today to focus on the anti-law enforcement zealots. This is National Police Week. We're here today to honor the 22,000 brave law enforcement officers who have given the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. In 2021, the names of 394 officers killed in the line of duty were added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. 59 of those brave men and women were from my home state of Texas. One of them I knew. Fort Bend County Precinct 4 Deputy Caleb Rule of Needville, Texas. He tragically lost his life in a friendly fire incident involving one of my own sheriff's deputies, May 29, 2020. It is a day I will never forget. Caleb is survived by his wife, Eden, and 4 children, Annie, Rosalind, Mark, and Lindsay, and may God bless them. It's stories like Caleb's and the hundreds of other brave law enforcement officers who sacrifice their lives in the line of duty every year who remind us just how dangerous serving in law enforcement is. The focus not only this week, but every week should be on their bravery, service, and sacrifice. They damn well deserve our respect and support today and every day. I yield back.
Thank you, Sheriff, for your service and that passion, and it is appropriate tonight, of course. Mr. Speaker, I will yield next to gentleman from Kansas's Big First, the district. I think it has 63 counties. It's one of the largest in the country. He's got a lot of work to do, and they know him well because he also happened to have been the 50th Lieutenant Governor of the state of Kansas. Mr. Tracy Mann, yield to you now.
Thank you for hosting this tonight. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to commemorate National Police Week. I recognize the dedication of law enforcement officers in the thin blue line and condemn calls to disband, dismantle, defund, or abolish the police. No one dislikes bad police officers more than good police officers. Too often, we are quick to share the negative examples of law enforcement while failing to recognize excellent examples in our communities. Today, I will share a story about an officer in my district and one of the finest law enforcement officers in Kansas, Michael Oots. Chief Oots began his career in Garden City Police Department in 1984. Over the next 36 years, he tirelessly served as a detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and ultimately chief of police. As police chief, Chief Oots led the department through the implementation of a city-wide strategic plan, including the development of the Law Enforcement Explorer program for students interested in pursuing law enforcement as a career, the Police Chaplain program for hurting families, the Peer Support program for police officers experiencing traumatic events, the Finney County Opioid Task Force, and the Ethnic Empowerment Network. Also during his tenure, Chief Oots encouraged authentic relationships and especially worked to build two-way relationships with racial and ethnic minorities. These relationships proved to be vital after the 2016 terrorist bomb plot targeting a Garden City apartment complex. When the FBI reached out to Chief Oots about the bomb plot, he knew just what to do. He worked with the president of the East African Community Center to convene a meeting with people in the community to discuss the incident before it even hit the news. Once the news broke about the foiled attack, Chief Oots made it his personal mission to work alongside impacted families and protect them from further danger. In March, Mike retired with more than 36 years in law enforcement, and Courtney Pruitt was sworn in as the Garden City Chief of Police. I'm honored to recognize Chief Oots and his family for their service to our local communities and to congratulate Courtney on his new role and to celebrate good law enforcement officers across the 1st District of Kansas and around the country who put a uniform on every day and promise to protect and serve. In their honor, I co-sponsored several pieces of pro-law enforcement legislation, including a resolution condemning calls to defund the police, the Protect and Serve Act, which enhances penalties to anyone targeting and attacking law enforcement officers, the David Bourne Back the Blue Act, which supports state and local police departments, and a resolution designated this week at National Police Week. America must stand and stand for our law enforcement officers. Happy National Police Week. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for those important words, and I am happy, Mr. Speaker, to yield next to a gentleman from Utah, a freshman who's made a big mark here in the 1st District of Utah. He's also a former officer of the U.S. Foreign Service, and delighted to yield him the time he needs. Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make a simple point in support of the women and men serving in uniform across America. We must reject the myopic narrative that the actions of a dishonorable very few should dominate how we view, appreciate, and honor our police force. Prior to Congress, I worked as a consultant with professionals in many industries. I never met anyone in any field who wasn't interested in improving their performance. And our police force is no different. However, if we continue to criticize and demonize our officers as a whole, we may find ourselves in a position where good, honorable men and women, professionals like fallen officer Nathan Lyday from Ogden, Utah, who was killed almost 1 year ago in the line of duty, are no longer willing to wear the badge. I am so grateful for our nation's police force. They need our backing now more than ever, and it is our duty to support them as we learn and move forward from recent tragic events. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. And Mr. Speaker, from Utah, we will move over to one of our favorite representatives from the great state of Florida. Mr. Donalds, as a freshman, also made a big mark here. It came from the Florida House of Representatives, and we're delighted to yield him the floor tonight. Mr. Donalds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to cut to the chase, I guess, this evening.
It's a story I don't really tell much. But when I was 16 years old, I was held up at gunpoint. I was coming home from basketball practice. It was dark. And frankly, they just came right out of a bodega on the corner. When I got home, the first thing my mother did, first she tried to stop me from going back after the people who robbed me because I was very upset. I was 16 and I was robbed and I was angry. But then she called the police and they came promptly. And they did everything they could to try to find the people who assaulted me. You see, in community after community across our country, the police are the ones who stand in the gap between law-abiding citizens and those who are, frankly, who are criminalized, who are assaulted, where some damage is caused to that person. The police are the ones in our communities, they patrol the streets, they try to keep our neighborhoods safe. They're the ones who put their lives on the line every single day, who may not go home. They're the ones who are the pillars of every society, every community in our great country. And so on National Police Week, the number one thing we need to learn, not just on this specific week, but in every week, is that we need to show them the necessary honor and respect that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we've all seen the videos that get thrown in front of us. We've seen the handful of acts that all Americans find distasteful. But the uniform, that badge, the officers that serve every day, they serve our communities with honor and with distinction. And so it's really my pleasure and my honor to honor all those officers, including the ones in this very Capitol, who protect us every single day. All Americans need to remember that when times get tough and you really need help, 911 is right there, and our officers show up, and they're always ready to protect and serve. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Florida, and from there, Mr. Speaker, delighted to go north a bit. We will go to my friend G.T. Thompson, who's the ranking member on the House Agriculture Committee, and it happens to represent the largest geographical district in the state of Pennsylvania in terms of congressional districts. I'll yield to Ms. Thompson.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and I appreciate his leadership on this special orders of standing with those who stand for us each and every night. These are the folks, our members of our law enforcement, who, because of what they do, because of their courage, because of their commitment, we can sleep without concern and fear, and we can make our way throughout the day. You know, I rise today, Mr. Speaker, during this National Police Week to honor these men and women in blue. Established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week plays a special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and the protection of others. National Police Week is sponsored by the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund and supported by a variety of organizations to honor the law enforcement community. The mission of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund is to tell the story of American law enforcement, honor the fallen, and make it safer for those who serve. Over the past year, our law enforcement officers have been in the spotlight. Bad actors must be held accountable, but it is dangerous to villainize all police officers, and it is even more dangerous to seek to defund the police. Now, I'm proud to support the National Police Week resolution, which honors by name the 384 officers who were killed in the line of duty in 2020. This resolution underscores the steadfast support and appreciation for law enforcement. And as we honor National Police Week, it is important to take a moment and remember the sacrifices many officers, as well as their families, have made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to bring another important voice to this special order tonight. My friend and colleague and classmate, Ms. Tenney from New York, and we mentioned earlier how important New York is in this whole issue, particularly this year with the rapid rise in New York City in particular, their homicide rate and violent crime. So I know she has a lot to say on the issue. I'm delighted to yield the floor to her.
Thank you. I appreciate you yielding to me, and thank you so much for holding this very important evening of special orders to honor National Police Week. And I am just so honored to be here on behalf of our men and women in blue who do such a great job supporting us. I just wanted to put out a few facts on this that I thought would be interesting to our listeners. There are over 800,000 law enforcement officers across the United States serving and protecting our communities, and I commend them as they serve at great personal risk. These public servants intervene daily in dangerous and life-threatening situations to de-escalate tensions, to provide emergency care, to apprehend criminals, to defend the most vulnerable, and protect the constitutional rights of all Americans. Over the past year, law enforcement officers have faced unprecedented challenges in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic and rising violent crime. In 2020, 264 law enforcement officers died in the line of duty. In my community alone, we have tragically lost friends in law enforcement, over a dozen in just my community, who were killed in the line of duty. That's just way too many. In 2021, across the nation, 49 law enforcement officers have died, making it the deadliest period of law enforcement for over decades. Amidst these unparalleled challenges, unfortunately, politicians in Washington and around the country have perpetuated this idea that law enforcement officers are the enemy. If any of you watched or saw the wonderful law enforcement officer saving that toddler that was shot in Times Square, who is also the mother of a young child, carrying this young child to safety, it would warm anyone's heart, and we know how hard they work and how much they care for their communities. But unfortunately, they've gone so far as to create a dangerous movement known as Defund the Police that demonizes police, imperils our public safety, and needlessly divides our communities. My priorities in Congress are to support law enforcement and bring our communities back together. We must move beyond the divisive and damaging rhetoric, mend the relationships between police and the communities they serve, and give our police officers the legal protections and tools they need to safely and effectively do their job. We've done some of this in our community, and I just want to highlight one Chief of Police, Mark Williams, from the city of Utica, who has worked extensively in community policing programs, and which has really tremendously brought down the crime rate in terms of interactions with police. We still have challenges out there, but he's working hard to try to invest in community policing programs. We need money and resources to do that, and we would not be successful if we actually defunded the police and didn't give them the opportunity to work with these communities, to recruit people and people in the neighborhoods to want to protect their own communities, who actually care. So toward these objectives, I really look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. We have to solve these problems. It's essential to our safety. It's an essential role of government to keep us safe. Our constituents are depending on this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back, and thank you to my colleague from Louisiana for doing this. I really appreciate the effort.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate those remarks, and that is an important perspective. And we have another one that I am delighted to yield the floor to. This is a gentleman that also knows quite a bit about sacrificial service to the country and our communities. I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Baird, the great state of Indiana.
I thank my colleague for yielding this time for me, and today I rise to show my support for our men and women in law enforcement. Unfortunately, there's a growing movement across this country that's trying to defund the police departments and disparage the character of all of our police officers. This movement is having a deadly consequence on our communities. We're starting to see what happens when we defund the police. For the first time in decades, violent crime is rising in the United States. Major American cities saw a 33% increase in homicides in 2020. Many of these cities took the advice from radicals and sliced their police departments with the ultimate goal of defunding them. These reckless decisions didn't make our communities safer. Instead, it only empowered criminals and put those most vulnerable in harm's way. All Americans want bad police officers to be held accountable, but all Americans also want to be safe in their own communities. Police officers risk their lives every day to try to make that a reality. Congress should focus on making sure our police departments have the resources they need to keep criminals off the street, while implementing the needed reforms to hold accountable bad officers. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Baird. We appreciate those comments. And next, I'm delighted to yield, go all the way over to the state of California and yield to Ms. Kim from California's 39th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for hosting this special order tonight. And as we celebrate National Police Week, I would like to also add my voice and recognize the brave men and women who put their lives on the line to keep our community safe across California 39th District and beyond. We also honor those who have paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. I'm proud to support our law enforcement and their important hard work they do each and every day. From Captain Stephen Tuzzi and Deputy Louis Denver with the Walnut Diamond Bar Sheriff Station in Los Angeles County, who I rode along with, by the way, last week, to Orange County Sheriff Don Barnes and their hardworking team, I'm always talking to our law enforcement across Los Angeles, Orange, and San Bernardino counties on how I can help make sure that they have the support and the resources needed to perform their demanding jobs and learn how I can support our police officers in Congress. I would also like to recognize the men and women of our Capitol Police here in Congress who put their lives on the line to protect not only the members of Congress, but our staff and all the House staff behind the scenes who make this place run. We are so grateful for you and appreciate each and every one of you. This National Police Week, I encourage all of us to take the time to thank a police officer in your area. It's because of our police officers that we can live our daily lives each and every day knowing that we are kept safe. So I'm proud to be standing here and back the blue. Thank you, and I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. You are so right that we need to back the blue, and I'm so grateful to be joined by so many colleagues who share that sentiment, and delighted next to yield to another freshman who's made a real mark here on Capitol Hill and is very passionate about this issue as well, Ms. Fisbach from Minnesota's 7th.
I thank my colleague for yielding to me on this important special order on National Police Week. Mr. Speaker, it is National Police Week, and I rise today to join my colleagues in support of the men and women of law enforcement. We ask law enforcement to do an impossible job, and they do it with professionalism, compassion, and grace. Their days are spent putting themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, and they are always on call. For that alone, they deserve our gratitude. But the men and women of law enforcement do so much more. And I want them to know that there are many of us who are not afraid to stand up and say, we support you. We see the sacrifices you make and the good that you do. We see the time that you spend away from your family and the emotional toll the job takes on you. I think of my many friends and family that are police officers and the hard work that they do. They will always have a special place in my heart. But even as the profession faces unprecedented scrutiny, the men and women of law enforcement still do their jobs with pride because for them, it's about more than just a paycheck. It's about serving their neighbors. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting, not defunding, law enforcement. Let's take care of those who take care of us, and together, let's work on making our communities better. To the men and women of law enforcement in Minnesota and around the country, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fischbach, and that's an important perspective from the great state of Minnesota, and from there we'll go down to the Carolinas and hear from our dear friend Dr. Murphy, who represents North Carolina's 3rd District. Happy to yield.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the time. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate National Police Week. After the year our police officers have endured, where radical activists sought to defund them, even asinine proposals to abolish them, it has never been more important to show our appreciation to them. For months, we have heard anti-American activists and even some of our colleagues tell us that the act of policing is inherently evil and unfixable. But, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Last year alone, 264 police officers from across this country gave their lives while protecting their communities. Throughout it all, the overwhelming majority of police officers are good men and women who have stepped up for their community and built mutual trust that is vital to them doing their job. Sure, there are bad apples out there. I'm a physician. We have bad apples in medicine, but we don't seek to abolish doctors or the practice of medicine. Nobody dislikes bad officers more than good officers because they give the good officers a bad reputation. 99% of police officers do their job with fairness, integrity, and honor, and should be not lumped in with the few officers who disgrace their profession. On the whole, police officers have done the best they can to defend their communities over this past year. For their thanks, 23 American cities have cut their budgets. Unsurprisingly, this has contributed to the biggest crime wave of the 21st century, making their jobs even harder and destroying decades of progress. For instance, New York defunded their police by $1 billion. The result? A 97% increase in shootings and a 45% increase in homicides, especially crime in minority communities. Make no mistake, these horrifying statistics can be traced directly back to defunding the police. If it can be happened to this legendary police department in the country, the NYPD, it can happen anywhere in your neighborhood also. In reality, we should be investing more in our police. The job of police officer is an incredibly difficult one. They are often asked to make split-second decisions which have enormous consequences. This is why we should be providing them with more resources and training rather than demonizing them. I, along with my fellow Republican colleagues, will continue to stand by the men and women in blue who faithfully and sacrificially serve their communities and keep our families safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank my friend for those important words, and you're exactly right. They need to be better funded and given greater resources and greater training, and we support that because we back the blue. And another dear friend who certainly shares that sentiment is my good friend from the state of Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. I'm delighted to yield him the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Service to our nation comes in many forms, but none are more foundational to upholding our laws and protecting our communities than the service of America's men and women in blue. On the surface, celebrating National Police Week means taking a moment to thank police officers for their service. Looking deeper, National Police Week gives each of us a chance to reflect on the critical role that law enforcement plays in our society and reaffirm our commitment to their important work. Respect for law and order is necessary to build a strong community. Our vision forward increases funding for law enforcement to improve education and ensure police have the tools to keep themselves and their communities safe. Now more than ever, we must stand united in our fight against Washington Democrats' radical calls to defund the police. This rhetoric is dangerous and has real consequences on the safety of officers everywhere. Tragically, more officers have been killed in 2021 than in the past 2 years combined. Every officer who puts on that uniform does so at great risk to themselves. They run toward dangerous situations, and by their courage, ensure the protection of those who they serve. Many make the ultimate sacrifice in service to their communities. For these reasons, and so many more, our nation owes these heroes, a debt of gratitude. This National Police Week, now know that we salute you, not just today, but every day. We are with you, and we are grateful for all you do to keep us safe. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. May I inquire as to how much time is remaining? Time.
The gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to yield next to a gentleman from the great state of Alabama, the 1st District, Mr. Carl.
Thank you to my colleague from Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, I rise on this year's National Police Week. I rise to recognize the brave men and women in law enforcement all over the country, as well as honoring the many police officers who have lost their lives in line of duty. While some folks from around this country and across the aisle are calling for defunding and debanding the police department, I'm proud to be a strong supporter of our law enforcement, and I will always back the blue. Nothing was more obvious than this last week and a half when I was with the Border Patrol. We have got to put more money into our law enforcement. We are choking them down. We've got to give them more resources. Now more than ever, police officers are in need of increasing resources, as well as increasing support from our communities that they serve. Police officers are willing. They choose an incredible, tough job with long hours, not enough pay. So it's critical for us to give them support and the respect that they deserve. I will continue doing all I can do to support law enforcement in South Alabama and all over the country. And I encourage all my colleagues to support and fully fund the police. Thank you, and I yield my time back.
I thank my friend from the great state of Alabama, and indeed these are concerns that we share from coast to coast, and we'll go back up to the great state of New York and hear from my friend Mr. Jacobs, legislator and former Secretary of State of New York. I'm happy to yield.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my support and gratitude for the members of law enforcement bravely serving my home in Western New York and around the nation. This week, National Police Week, gives us all a chance to take pause and appreciate the dangerous, selfless, and unfortunately sometimes thankless job our police officers do. But we should not only honor them 1 week every year, we must continually show our support by resisting any and all attempts to defund our police. Every day, our police officers wake up, put on a uniform, and go out into the communities that they serve to protect us, not knowing if they will return home to their families that evening. They continually put their lives on the line. I recently was humbled to honor numerous officers in my home of Orchard Park, New York, Lancaster, New York, who rescued residents from burning buildings and brush fires while they were off duty. We need police, and we need more young people to seek out a career serving their communities in law enforcement. Unfortunately, the recent stereotyping of police over the last year has been a severe deterrent to new members joining and also caused massive retirements of existing law enforcement, making all our communities less safe. The assault from the left on our police must come to an end. It is imperative that we properly fund, equip, and support law enforcement on the local, state, and federal level. To conclude, our police are heroes and deserve to be honored as such. I join my colleagues in thanking them this week for their bravery and their service. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for that perspective from New York, and we'll go from coast to coast, out west, back to California. Delighted to yield as much time as you may consume to Mr. Obernolte, California's 8th District.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman, my colleague from Louisiana, for yielding. I am honored to join in helping to celebrate National Police Week, where we take a moment out of our lives to honor the commitment and the sacrifice of the men in blue and the men and women in uniform who help keep our communities safe. I represent one of the largest districts in the United States and certainly the largest district in California. It is very challenging to police. And my constituents rely on the abilities of the police to uphold the rule of law and to keep them safe in a very rural setting. And our law enforcement agencies in California's 8th District has done a tremendous job of this. Just this year, the San Bernardino County Police Department, the Sheriff Department, has seized over 100 pounds of fentanyl. That's over 500,000 pills that they've kept off the street. They have also helped, just this year, 19 adults and 4 children escape the evil scourge of human trafficking. In Inyo County, the Inyo County Sheriff's Department recently held an event in which they reclaimed almost 200 pounds of unused prescription medication, keeping those toxic substances out of our landfill and out of our water supply. In Mono County, the Mono County Sheriff's Department recently implemented a 911 text to 911 system that will help the residents of Inyo County reach law enforcement services when they need it. And if you know that county, you know how rural it is and how much those community constituents depend on the response of police force. Now, I know there's been a lot of discussion in this body and in legislatures across the country about police reform this year. And what I wish that all of our constituents knew is that there is broad bipartisan agreement on 90% of that legislation. We can solve this problem in a way that implements police reform, but at the same time respecting the role that our law enforcement members fill in serving our community, that provides them the training and the resources that they need to do their jobs, and that honors the role that they play in protecting our communities. So happy National Police Week, and thank you to our men and women in uniform. I yield back.
I thank my friend for those comments, and I am happy to yield to another good friend and colleague who we trust her voice on so many things. Nothing highlights the need for law and order more than the current crisis at the border created by the Biden administration, and she has seen this firsthand because she represents Arizona. Ms. Lesko, happy to yield the floor.
Well, thank you, Representative Johnson and Mr. Speaker. For the past year, we have heard dangerous calls to disband, defund, dismantle the police. And guess what? Since then, dangerous crimes have skyrocketed. Is it any wonder? We have also seen a rising number of police officers killed or wounded in the line of duty. This is totally unacceptable. And the effort to vilify the police is to blame. Our nation's police officers are brave, hardworking men and women who put themselves on the front line each and every day to protect us and my constituents. These officers deserve to go home to their families at the end of the day. I am grateful for the sacrifices of our law enforcement officers in Arizona and throughout the entire nation, both during the National Police Week and every single day. I will support our law enforcement and defend the police. The vilification of our police officers is having a terrible effect in our communities. I have talked to police chiefs who are having a difficult time even hiring police officers. And this push in some of the legislation that we passed here in this very own House to take away qualified immunity from the police so that anybody can sue them personally is wrong. I will continue to stand up for the police. I will continue to stand up for the public. I will continue to stand up for public safety. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Arizona, and we will stand up for the police. And you've heard many comments and similar sentiments here tonight. It's been echoed over and over, and I'm delighted to yield to one more of my colleagues from the great state of Wisconsin, the 6th District, Mr. Grothman.
I stand to honor our policemen and women on National Police Week. Few things in this job are more illuminating than doing a ride-along with local law enforcement. And I strongly suggest those people out there who think we have to change the laws to harm the police, contact their local police or sheriff's department, do a ride-along, and find out what their job is really like. The week should be uncontroversial except for recently, ambitious politicians have decided to get reelected by tearing down the police. Black Lives Matter, an organization founded by Marxists, attacks the police for racism. I ran across a local school teacher educating his students the police are racist. The Democrat Party passed a bill out of this House making it easier to sue a police officer. This is one of the strange situations in which the crisis politicians talking about is actually going in the opposite direction. I picked some statistics I could find it at random. In 1971, 50 years ago, New York had 93 people killed by the police. Up until 1996, it was rarely under 20 people a year. Now, it's rarely over 10 people a year that are killed by the police. 938 reports on a study of people who died in the 30 largest cities in the United States. There's been a 37% reduction in police shootings leading to deaths. Harvard economist Roland Fryer reports police are 47% less likely to discharge a weapon when attacked by a black man, and Heather McDonald in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences reports that if there is a bias in police shootings after crime rates are taken into account, it is against white civilians. The wholesale anti-police hysteria has dramatically increased homicides in Milwaukee and other big cities as the police become more passive. Wake up, America. Familiarize yourself with the statistics and stand up to the politicians who are riding anti-police hatred to re-election.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. Those are strong words, and they are accurate. People have politicized this issue, and it's turning them against law enforcement, and it's a terrible, terrible situation. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to yield time next to the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee, the 6th District, Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the incredibly brave patriots who keep America safe. This National Police Week, I want to share my profound appreciation to members of our law enforcement community, our officers, deputies, and troopers, especially those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. America is the land of opportunity because we are a nation of laws. For our nation to remain strong, we must have law and order. Low morale is permeating police departments across our nation as rioters and lawbreakers repeatedly vilify, demonize, and verbally attack the thin blue line. I will tell you here today, any violence against law enforcement must end, and it must end now. Fair treatment in the justice system is critical, but it will not be achieved by the defund the police movement and cop-free zones. Lawlessness without police equals crime and the destruction of our republic. In my state, Tennesseans know the men and women who serve in law enforcement are some of the best people in our communities. They run towards danger, never away, and they risk their lives to protect us and our families. And those who serve in law enforcement deserve the respect of every citizen every day. Thank you to our law enforcement officers for what they do every day. And this National Police Week, we respect, honor, and remember those we have lost. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Tennessee, and happy, Mr. Speaker, to yield next to a gentleman from the great state of Texas, the 3rd District there, Mr. Taylor.
I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding. I often brag to my congressional colleagues that I hope one day America could be like the 3rd District of Texas. It is a truly magnificent county, Collin County, and one of the many factors that has led to the success of our community is the hardworking police officers who undoubtedly have played a significant role. This National Police Week, we remember those officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. I'm proud to recognize the Collin County police officers who risk their own lives and well-being to make our communities some of the very safest in the nation. In fact, the cities of Frisco, McKinney, and Plano all located in Collin County, were named 3 of the top 10 safest cities in America. This is a true testament to how well members of our community, families, neighbors, small business owners, nonprofits, and local officials collaborate with police departments to ensure Collin County remains one of the very best places in America to live, work, and raise a family. Let this National Police Week serve as a reminder that in times of disaster or crisis, police officers are the one who run towards the danger. Our brave officers go above and beyond to protect our communities, and I can never thank them enough. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas for those great words. And Mr. Speaker, what we have heard, I would yield one more colleague, a very important voice, and someone who has been on the front lines of community service and a first responder, a fire chief, which is my favorite previous job of his. Although he's been a mayor as well, hails from the state of Florida, Mr. Jimenez. Glad to yield some time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. This week, we honor our incredible law enforcement officers who work tirelessly to keep our communities safe. At a moment when some Americans have lost confidence in our country's institutions, we must come together to forge a new path of unity and purpose by addressing every injustice while acknowledging the positive actions of our police officers. This week, I co-sponsored the Justice Act to provide needed police reform to help ensure positive, fair policing. This legislation helps ensure law enforcement agencies and officers are kept safe. I know firsthand the importance of body cameras, not only for accountability, but also for the safety of every law enforcement officer. As mayor of Miami-Dade County, I was one of the first in the country to implement a program putting body cameras on our police officers. This legislation will help replicate what we did in Miami-Dade County across the country by providing $500 million for state and local law enforcement agencies to equip officers with body cameras. Police officers deserve to know we have their back. Their commitment to their communities, their willingness to put their lives on the line to keep our children and grandchildren safe must be commended and not attacked. It is time to step up and give our police officers the support they deserve. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for that voice of authority on the issue. And Mr. Speaker, I have been honored to be joined on the floor by so many colleagues from around the country tonight to honor our law enforcement officers on this National Police Week. You know, I was just sitting here as I was listening to the speeches tonight, and I was reminded, as we always are as we sit on this floor, the People's House, of the words that are inscribed right above your head there, our nation's great motto, "In God We Trust." And we are a nation under God, as we know, and millions of Americans find daily inspiration in the Word of God. On National Police Week, it's appropriate to note that we find there a useful reminder about the noble calling of those who serve our community so bravely. Indeed, it is a divine calling. And I think those who are calling for the defunding and the disrespect of our police need to remember that it was God himself who ordained that authority. It says in the 13th chapter of the book of Romans, it's subtitled Submission to Government Authorities. I just want to read that in closing tonight, Mr. Speaker. It begins at verse 1 in chapter 13. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God himself has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted. And those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers hold no terror for those who do right, Scripture says, but for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it's necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but also as a matter of conscience. It's the right thing to do. This is why you pay taxes, it says in verse 6, for the authorities are God's servants who give their full time to governing. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. Mr. Speaker, I conclude tonight with that admonition that we give honor where honor is due. That's what National Police Week is about. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a small businessman. We own a small business, my wife and I know many small business owners across America are struggling to reopen and rebuild after COVID-19 shutdowns. They simply can't find the workers to fill the job openings. Why? Because the federal government is disincentivizing people from working. Many people are making more money off unemployment insurance than they would if they were back at work. And that is having a crippling impact on Main Street across America, including in my district. People in Washington need to hear these stories. Southern Illinois is home to Belleville Boot Company, a military boot manufacturer founded in 1904. A year ago, they employed nearly 240 workers in Belleville. But after each round of stimulus checks, as good as they may be, they had fewer and fewer workers showing up. Now their workforce has dropped to 26%, and they can't find enough workers to fill the openings. In Alton, the Creative Kids Learning Center has helped educate local children for 51 years. The owner, Keith, says that they currently have 21 employees, but are desperate for more. He runs ads in the newspaper, online, and on social media, offering a good wage, and yet he receives 0 applications. 0. He's even had to turn children away because he is so short of staff. In Carbondale, Illinois, Mary Lou's Grill has been a local staple since 1962, serving up the most famous biscuits and gravy in town. On a telephone town hall last night, Marilyn, the owner of Mary Lou's, shared that her food suppliers are unable to hire enough people to run their facilities. That potentially means food shortages, skyrocketing prices for restaurants and customers. Before COVID-19, the Broadway Grill in Sparta, Illinois, had more applicants than they had positions to fill. But now, Justin, the owner, says that some former employees have told him this is not just a Southern Illinois issue. It touches every community across this country. That's why I've invited several of my colleagues to highlight how their districts have been impacted. I will start first off by yielding 3 minutes to my friend from Indiana, Representative Orlowski, and ranking member of the Subcommittee on Worker and Family Support. She in herself has many stories I'm sure she can tell. And with that, I'll yield those 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for hosting this critical special order to discuss the ongoing impact of enhanced unemployment benefits on Main Street businesses, the American workforce, and our economic recovery. Like many of my colleagues, I've seen help wanted signs all over my district. I've heard from local job creators about the difficulties they face in hiring workers they need just to stay open. Many have told me they can't even get people to show up for an interview. Enhanced federal unemployment benefits made sense last year as a way to keep those who lost a job and to reduce the economic impact of government-imposed business closures and stay-at-home orders. But now we're facing a much different situation today. Safe and effective vaccines are bringing us closer to defeating COVID-19. Employers have updated their facilities and operations so workers can safely return back to work. Businesses are fully operating. Now is the time to put reconnected employment workers with their jobs. But enhanced jobless benefits are discouraging Americans from returning to work, making it impossible for businesses to hire. The Democrats' partisan $1.9 trillion spending bill extended supplemental unemployment benefits of $300 per week until September 6th. At this level, nearly 40% of jobless Americans can make more on unemployment than they can by returning to work. Main Street businesses shouldn't have to compete with the federal government for workers. In fact, they can't compete with the federal government for workers. The labor shortage currently is crushing small business, which are fighting to keep their businesses alive coming out of a pandemic. In late March, I hosted a virtual roundtable and heard from a Hoosier who owns a small installation company. He told me, quote, "It's been quite the burden to have all these tools on hand and all these trucks in the driveway to put people in the seats, to get them to be able to drive to homes to provide insulation when nobody wants to come to work." And just last week, we saw the undeniable impact of these misguided policies when a monthly jobs report showed hiring slowing to a crawl in April in this country, despite millions of job openings. My biggest fear is that we'll see permanent job loss across this country, our economy, and small businesses will close their doors because they can't hire workers that they need. But it's not too late to avoid this outcome. I recently joined Ways and Means Republican leader Kevin Brady in introducing the Reopening America by Supporting Workers and Business Act. Our bill would turn extra unemployment benefits into a back-to-work bonus that would incentivize these workers to come back to work instead of staying on unemployment. The legislation would also reinstate the federal requirement that those receiving unemployment benefits be engaged in actively searching for a job. The American people have faced unprecedented challenges since last spring. Now, safe and effective vaccines have renewed us in our hope that we can defeat COVID-19, rebuild our economy, and return to normal life. Let's not put our recovery at risk by pushing workers to the sidelines of this economy. Let's get Americans back to work, Main Street businesses back on their feet, and the American dream back on track for every single American. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I rise to voice my concerns about the current state of the economy and the worker shortages that employers face due to the Democrats' extended unemployment benefits. As a small business owner for 51 years, I've seen a lot. I know firsthand how challenging a year of government-mandated shutdowns have been for business owners. The enhanced unemployment benefits from last year's CARES Act were meant to be temporary and targeted to the effects of this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, over a year later, and thanks to the success of Operation Warp Speed and the Trump administration's focus on vaccine development, the economy is ready to fully open. Yet millions of Americans who can return to work are choosing a government paycheck over earning an income. Unemployment was never meant to be a full-time job. We're telling people it's a career, for crying out loud. And living off the government for more than 26 weeks while you are capable of working will only delay our economic recovery. In Texas' 25th Congressional District, hundreds of small businesses are feeling the effects. They simply cannot operate their businesses if employees refuse to return to work. States need to enforce unemployment laws. If employees are offered a job and they refuse it, unemployment benefits should immediately expire. Enhanced weekly payments will continue to eliminate the incentive to return to work. Under no circumstances should they continue past September. Vaccines are widely available if people so choose, but there are no longer excuses to remain on the sideline. Before the pandemic, we had the greatest economy in modern history, certainly the best I've seen in 51 years. For all of the right reasons, and with thanks to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed by President Trump and Republicans, we had more jobs than people. But however, under President Biden and House Democrats, we have more jobs than people because what they ultimately want is to make Americans reliant on the government. It's simply called socialism. It's victims versus patriots. In God we trust. I yield back.
I thank the former speaker because of his experience in small business and running a business for a majority of his life. And I would like to now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from West Virginia, Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share stories of employers across the country who are struggling to find and hire employees. According to April's disastrous jobs report, there are 8.1 million job openings in the United States. Employers can't fill them, and as a result, can't operate their businesses effectively. The extended unemployment handouts my colleagues across the aisle keep reauthorizing incentivize workers to stay at home and collect unemployment rather than go to work. I have talked with countless small business owners who cannot compete with these handouts and are facing a grave workforce shortage. I recently visited with manufacturers in Minnesota. They've had to reduce their output on medical device orders by 20% because workers who they pay between $14 and $16 an hour are making more on the unemployment and choosing to stay at home. Paying people not to work won't help us recover from COVID-19. We must encourage people to get back into the workforce and not stay on the sidelines. The opportunity to work hard and get ahead is a pillar of the American dream. Pursuing a career, providing for a family, and supporting our communities, these are the things we should encourage and celebrate. We've got the vaccines, now it's time to get back to work. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlewoman for her comments, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mays.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the gentleman for yielding his time. For the last 8 years, Charleston, South Carolina has been named the #1 city to travel to. And despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we've seen thousands of folks come and visit our beautiful historic city. And in the next 10 days, Charleston is going to welcome a PGA tournament in Kiowa, South Carolina. There's opportunity everywhere. Our airports are full. We're seeing a record number of travelers this month and this year alone. People are on the roads driving to our beautiful city. And yet, with all of this great tourism that we're having a massive labor shortage. And take, for example, one of my friends, Wade Bowles, who owns Saltwater Cowboy in Mount Pleasant, a beautiful waterfront restaurant where you can enjoy sunsets and a great cocktail or an adult beverage of your choice. Rather than be excited about all this tourism, he's desperate to find help, desperate to find workers and staff to work his restaurant. So imagine a restaurant that once had 20 employees, now has 3, and the demands on those staff that see no end in sight right now. But he's not alone. In the state of South Carolina, there are 85,000 jobs available in the last 30 days. And we have 116,000 people on unemployment today. If you want a job, you can have a job. And Wade is offering great benefits, great salary, right on the waterfront. There's no better place to work than Mount Pleasant, right on the water. And what COVID relief, the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package meant as a short-term financial solution to help those most in need has really turned into an entitlement. We're making people dependent on the federal government for their day-to-day life when opportunity is all around them every day, even in the middle of the pandemic. And it turns out when you pay people to stay at home and not go to work, they actually do that. They stay at home. Wade is just one example. There are examples everywhere. Literally everyone in every industry that I talk to, businesses large and small, are having the same problem. Employers are desperate to find employees. And everywhere, even in the supply chain, you look at what's happening this week with our supply chain. Truck driver shortages, a shortage of CDL drivers. Many of those folks are on unemployment right now rather than going back to work. We have enormous needs in every industry across the country today. And the reality is that no business, large or small, could ever waste as much money as our federal government does. And when I look around us here today, I see a House of Representatives that has the slimmest majority in a generation. I see a U.S. Senate that is evenly split 50-50, and yet we are chasing radicalism, This is not a referendum on socialism or radical policy. This is a referendum. This year should be a referendum on both chambers working together in a bipartisan way to get our kids back in school and our people back to work and through COVID-19 successfully. Thank you, and I yield back.
And I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, next I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Esses. A good friend, and I know that he has many comments that are vitally important to this issue. And with that, I yield 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, Congressman Mike Bost, for hosting this very important special order hour. Today, we're more than a year out from the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we're also 5 months out from when the first dose of vaccine was administered. Defeating the virus through a safe and effective vaccine has been critical in reopening our country and our schools and getting Americans back to work. But the recent partisan policies of the left discourage work and create an employment gap in the country. I hear about this regularly in my district in Kansas. Small businesses who were hit hard by the pandemic, they were forced to shut down, forced to have stay-at-home orders, and are now struggling to find workers to get back reopened. One of those small business owners, Jessie Sterling, shared with me her experience of struggling to have full employment while she raises her young children, something that was much more difficult with the schools being closed. While her business has seen customers return, many of her employees have not. Unfortunately, most of Jessie's employees opted to stay home and collect expanded unemployment benefits rather than return to the workforce. The additional $300 means that most of the part-time employees are now making more on unemployment than they were making at their job. While Jessie is responsible for the education and care of her children, she now has the additional stress of picking up extra shifts to cover for the employees that aren't coming back. But it doesn't have to be this way. We need to shift our focus from the early days of the pandemic, when it made sense to expand these unemployment programs, to encouraging a return to work. Just yesterday, our neighboring state of Missouri opted out of the enhanced unemployment benefits, a move that will help encourage work and a return to normalcy. And today, my colleagues, Congressman Tracy Mann and Jake LaTurner, called on Kansas Governor Kelly to do the same thing. Our American spirit is built on resilience, hard work, and ingenuity. We've had many struggles over the past year, but our history has shown us that we will overcome, not through a heavy reliance on a big federal government, but a reliance on faith, on families, and our own work ethic. We need to encourage all Americans to pursue these ideals and get our economy back to work. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to a person that really does understand small business and farming, that understands what it's like to employ people and how important those employees are. With this, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Representative Newhouse from Washington State.
Well, I want to thank my good friend from Illinois for yielding some time in this special order. Mr. Speaker, these are trying times for our country, specifically for small business owners and their families who, in some cases, are watching their livelihoods literally disappear right before their eyes. The jobs report that was released on Friday was cited as the largest miss compared to economists' expectations since 1998. The United States filled only 266,000 jobs of the estimated 1.3 million that were predicted to be filled. That's more than a million jobs less than expected. And the unemployment rate actually rose for the first time during this recovery. For over a year, our businesses have been shuttered, our schools closed, making it impossible for parents to return to work and for hardworking individuals to earn an honest living. To make matters worse, many of our local businesses simply cannot find the labor they need because federal unemployment benefits discourage workers from returning to the workplace, further hindering the recovery of our local economies. President Biden dismissed these figures as merely a snapshot in time, refusing to see that they represent the very real struggles our small businesses and communities are facing. Just this weekend, I hosted our annual job fair in Central Washington, and the changes that I saw were stark. Dozens of employers who represented everything from the agricultural industry to law enforcement offices, restaurants, distribution centers, to government contractors who are handling nuclear cleanup. They were all looking to hire hundreds of people. And guess what? Less than 100 applicants showed up. 2 years ago, we had 500 attendees competing for many of the same kinds of jobs. Now, I know that our small businesses are the economic engine of our economy, and we must ensure that we can get that engine restarted as quickly and as safely as possible. It's time we reopen our economy, get our kids back into the classrooms, empower the entrepreneurs that are the backbone of our economy, and allow America to recover. Thank you, Mr. Boss from Illinois, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Next, Mr. Speaker, if we could, I would like to yield to my good friend, Mr. Hagedorn from Minnesota, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for holding this special order. It's a really very important issue that is all across the country, and it really doesn't matter which district, a member of Congress, you're going to have these same problems. I spent the better part of the last 2 weeks during our district work period traveling southern Minnesota, meeting with all sorts of businesses, meeting with labor, talking to the chambers of commerce. And I can tell you that, under normal circumstances, it's tough enough to run a business. It's tough enough to be productive and successful in small business. But when you have bad government policies, and that's what we have here, it makes it extra tough. And in many cases, it's limiting production. We're seeing companies like the United Upholstery Company in New Ulm, and they're having to turn away work. They actually could do 3 times more work right now if they could just find another 50 employees, but it's impossible. And it really doesn't matter if it's skilled work, unskilled work, it's just across the board. I was up in Lonsdale, Minnesota in Rice County, talked to their Chamber of Commerce, talked to their the packaging company, which is the biggest employer in town. It's production disruption across the board. They just can't find the employees. And then recently in Rochester, I was at Crenlow Industries, where they make these high-end cabs for heavy production equipment, Caterpillar, John Deere, that types of things. And, they have line employees, and they want to get those cabs worked through the line. And guess what happens? Employees don't show up. They can't fill the jobs. Lots of disruption. We're seeing these supply chain disruptions all across the country, skyrocketing costs for materials and others. A lot of this is tied to these bad policies. So what I do appreciate are some of the governors across the country who have taken it upon themselves to say, what we're going to do, if you don't look for qualified work, if you don't accept work, you're going to lose your unemployment compensation benefits. That's regular order. That's regular law. Unfortunately, in Minnesota and some other states, you have governors that want to hang on to emergency powers and still not make those requirements. So I think at the federal level, we should look, and my small business committee, other committees represented here, how we can tie those benefits to make sure that there are those strings attached. And we do everything possible to get folks back in the workforce. It's time, and I know that that's always best for folks to have good, high-paying jobs and being upwardly mobile and self-sufficient. With that, I yield back. Thanks again for putting this together.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Representative Donalds, for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The inflation report came out this morning. 4.2% increase in inflation. You got to ask yourself, what happened and how did it happen so fast? Well, one of the key things we're seeing in this economy is very clear. What we are seeing is that the pool of workers is actually quite small compared to the demand for product from people who frankly have been locked down for over a year, who are ready to go out and spend a lot of money that they've saved, get back to normal life, but there aren't the necessary workforce in order to produce a level of goods that the economy is demanding. So then, of course, the price of every individual unit is now going up because you have a scarcity of supply. How did this happen? Well, when this body passed a coronavirus spending bill or the American Rescue Plan, or however you want to call it, when we put in an additional payment of direct checks to individuals, not to mention extended unemployment benefits, that are 100% to what their wages were before the pandemic, and you let that run through the later part of this year, you're going to see exactly what we've seen all across America. You've seen too many workers not filling their shifts. I'll give you an example. I was at a McDonald's drive-through, 24-hour drive-through in my district about 12:30 in the morning. I was hungry. The first drive-through I went through, there was nobody there working. They cordoned off the drive-through. Has anybody in America ever seen a McDonald's 24-hour drive-through closed? It was closed because nobody was there. The second McDonald's I went to, there was one worker in the shop. He said, and I quote, "It's going to take me 30 minutes to fill your order because nobody else is here, and I'm making breakfast for the morning shifts." We have to pull back some of these benefits. We have to. Because the way you miss a jobs report by 750,000 jobs is by paying people to stay home. That is not working for our economy. It's not working for our small businesses. And we're starting to see the effects in inflation, and it's only going to get worse unless we act swiftly here in the nation's capital. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank the gentleman for his comments. You know, I want to thank all of my colleagues who joined me and joined us here tonight. To my friends and to my friend, Representative Jackie Werlarski, for co-hosting this special order. We all agree that it was necessary for Congress to step up and act quickly to help hardworking Americans laid off or out of work during the widespread pandemic shutdowns. But here we are, 3 vaccines, and later, the states loosening restrictions. We need to refocus on where we're going, on what we're doing, on making sure children go back to school and people go back to work. You know, I'm proud to support Ranking Member Brady's Reopening America by Supporting Workers and Business Act. Instead of paying people to stay home, it would allow states to provide back-to-work bonuses and increase funding for re-employment services. In April's dismal job report, which was mentioned earlier, it is an indication we have a long way to go. It's a time that we need to get our economy back on track and our people back to work. Every time we go down the street, if you listen to the people who spoke here tonight, jobs, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted, and no help to be found. Why? Because as good as intention as we had when we passed the unemployment extensions, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is we're prolonging this situation where we can actually get back to work. We can take these things off. We can actually be safe going to work. We're being vaccinated. Things are gearing back up. Let's not go down the path of government entrapment. Let's go back to what America is about. People seeking employment when jobs are there, to bettering their family when jobs are there. Not through government programs, but through the opportunity of actually working every day to provide for their families and to provide their children and grandchildren with opportunities. We're going to have to do that because we've spent a lot of money this last year, quite often in making sure that our American citizens were taken care of, and rightfully so. But now, it's time to go back to work. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I think it's going to be Mr. Mast. Well, let's see who goes to the mic. Let's hold on one second.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also joined by my colleague here, Mr. Roy. There will be some colloquy going between us as we each feel the need to discuss what's going on in Israel right now, the response by the world, the response by the United States of America. And Mr. Roy, I don't know if you have any opening comments that you'd like to begin with, but we can certainly start with that.
Well, I would just say how much I appreciate the gentleman, appreciate his service, appreciate his understanding about how important Israel is to us as an ally and how important it is for our country to stand united right now as we watch our friends under attack. And I look forward to engaging with him and would yield back.
Yeah, let's start with what my friend just said, our friends under attack. That first word, under attack, is the most important part to realize here. And I want to quote one of our other colleagues in a statement, Miss Omar, in one of her statements about these very events. She said, Israel airstrikes killing civilians in Gaza is an act of terrorism. Palestinians deserve protection. Unlike Israel, missile defense programs such as Iron Dome don't exist to protect Palestinian civilians. It's unconscionable to not condemn these attacks. That's absolutely right. Palestinians don't receive support like Iron Dome. That would be akin to giving Al-Qaeda or ISIS or the Taliban U.S. bomb technicians and military personnel to help them out. That would be the apples to apples comparison of giving the attackers, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, others. That would be the equivalent of giving them those kind of assets. Hamas purposefully makes their civilians the shields to their offensive points. That's not hyperbole. Think about that, what they do to their population. I don't want to just speak about this in platitudes. And if you have anything to add, by all means, I'll just yield to you as that time arises. I want to speak about these by specific incident to say exactly how much Israel is being attacked. And let the American people judge who is the aggressor here. We'll go over both rocket attacks, which are acts of terrorism, and suicide bombings. And I'm not even going to read, you might think I'm reading every one of them in history, but I'm not. They're all serious, but I'm reading what largely became the most serious of them. We'll start just now with the rocket attacks. I'm not going to read for today because the totals aren't in, but as of yesterday, over 600 rockets were launched into Israel. When I say 600 rockets, I don't want people to think they're small, the size of this table or my cane. We're talking about Fahar 5 rockets. They're made by Iran. They're 21 feet long. That's basically a little bit longer than a Chevy Suburban. The warheads on these rockets are about 90 kilograms or 200 pounds of explosives. To put that into perspective, what detonated underneath my feet when I lost my legs was probably somewhere around 5 to 10 pounds. So each of these warheads being fired in, somewhere around 200 pounds of explosives. So just yesterday, 600 rockets. May 9, 6 rockets. April 25, 5 rockets. April 24, 2 rockets. April 23, 36 rockets. April 15, 1 rocket. January 20, 1 rocket. January 18, 2 rockets. Going back into 2020, December 26, 2 rockets. November 21, 1 rocket. November 14, 2 rockets. October 22, 2 rockets. October 16, 1 rocket. September 15, 13 rockets. August 21, 12 rockets. August 16, 2 rockets. August 2, 1 rocket. July 5, 3 rockets. June 26, 2 rockets. June 15, 1 rocket. February 23 and 24, 90 rockets over the course of that Sunday and Monday. Moving into 2019, November 12, 190 rockets launched by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. May 5, 200 rockets. May 4, 250 rockets. March 25th, 1 rocket. March 14th, 2 rockets. Going back into 2018. November 12, 1 mortar. November 11, 17 rockets. August 8, 8 rockets. July 26, 11 rockets. July 14, 174 rockets. Barrage, Israel. And we're talking about, let's put this into perspective as well, a country roughly the size of the state of New Jersey, not the breadth of the United States of America.
Traveled to Israel?
Many times.
And is the gentleman aware that even when it's the size of New Jersey, really the population center is really in an area pretty much the size of probably about a quarter of New Jersey, or half of New Jersey, right? And so they're facing at all times, in Lebanon, for example, there's about 150,000 rockets sitting there pointing at this space between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem in the northern part of Israel, where virtually all of the population lives, of all walks of faith, by the way. And that they are under constant threat, and without Iron Dome would be in grave danger as they're taking this rocket fire that they're taking from the Gaza Strip today.
You're exactly right. And we've both had the honor of spending time there. I have had the honor in my life of wearing 2 military uniforms for a dozen years in the U.S. Army, and also for a period wearing the uniform of the Israel Defense Forces. And one of the things that I learned so well in my time spent serving there was what I feel the same way about as a father of 4. When you go over there and you get to the weekend and the time for Shabbat dinner, each family over there, because everybody serves, as they get their family together for that Shabbat meal, every family is waiting for a son, a daughter, a grandson, a granddaughter to come home from that weekend from their service that everybody is mandated to perform, and that in all likelihood during some time in their service, they will probably have to wield their weapon in defense of Israel, given the percentages of the times that they find themselves under attack.
As you've been watching over the last several weeks with our friends in Israel under attack, particularly this week, with the amount of missiles that are going in, there has been wide success, obviously, with Iron Dome. But obviously that puts a continued stress on Iron Dome, and as the gentleman concerned as I am, that we have this country standing alongside Israel to ensure that they've got the resources they need, that they can continue to have a strong Iron Dome, continue to be able to push back on the rockets that are being fired into Israel from Gaza Strip by Hamas.
Could not agree more, and to put in perspective why, a great American word, Alamo. Mm-hmm. Israel is it's an Alamo in the Middle East of freedom, democracy, human rights for all people. That's what they are in that region. And if we don't stand for them, for that friend, that great ally in this region, who do we stand for?
And I'm a proud representative of San Antonio, Texas, where our Alamo stands. And so I appreciate that reference. Is the gentleman aware that there has been numerous casualties, numerous deaths as a result of this rocket fire? Very specifically, including non-Israeli citizens. In fact, I saw some social media yesterday of a young Indian woman, from the country of India, who was killed while visiting Israel. And there have been numerous others, children and others that have lost their lives, and also, thousands upon thousands of Israeli farmland that has been torched and burned, livelihoods that have been put into disarray as a result of this rocket fire. Does the gentleman agree with that?
Totally agree. Let's make a perspective on that as well.
Please.
I just went over a tremendous list of years of rocket attacks. Now, when Israel goes and flies over the Gaza Strip and puts a piece of ordnance on a target, it's because that location is where they were firing rockets from. They are defending themselves. That's very specifically, it's the definition of defense. All of those rockets and mortars being lobbed into Israel, those are fired entirely indiscriminately beyond, say, they're trying to send them in an area. They're not trying to send those rockets in to land and take down a date tree or some other kind of farm field or something like that. Their specific intent is to indiscriminately hit the largest centers of population and anybody or any piece of infrastructure, whether it's related to military, civilians, restaurants, you name it, they don't care. It is the definition of indiscriminate killing.
Is the gentleman aware that there have been numerous people who have thrown out the phrase that Israel, many of our friends, by the way, that Israel has a right to defend itself, right? And we hear this regularly. Would the gentleman agree that Israel has more than a right to defend itself, but rather a duty and, in fact, responsibility to defend itself, defend the people of Israel, and to stand strong as what you just described, the greatest democracy in the Middle East, with a plurality of individuals in that country who respect freedom and democracy in a multi-ethnic population, even as we are, as a result of my belief of the previous administration, experiencing a renaissance in Middle East potential peace. We're seeing the response to that here, if the gentleman would agree.
I would respond to the gentleman by saying, what greater calling for any government, what greater responsibility for any government than to protect its people? You speak in length about the protection that the United States of America owes to its people on the southern border. It's one of the things that you address so regularly, and that carries over to what we're speaking about right here. And I would add on this point simply to that. When I go back in time and say, what brought about me going over to put on the uniform of the IDF? I was a student in Boston, and at that time, a recent Gaza war was going on back in 2014. And what I witnessed there, aside from people that were protesting Israel, again, for going out there and defending herself, were people also seeing U.S. service members like myself. They were out there to protest Israel, but they started harassing people like me and my family because they could see I was a U.S. service member. And so that goes to the jump that they make when they layer the United States and Israel next to one another. But what I said to myself after those experiences was, this makes absolutely no sense. This is total hypocrisy. If any one of our neighbors, Mexico, some Caribbean country, Canada, started lobbing rockets or lobbing mortars into the United States of America, my friends in the service would go and eliminate those enemies. And everybody in the United States of America would be grateful to them for doing so. And how we do not afford that same right to Israel, or some of our colleagues do not, is absolutely beyond me.
Would the gentleman be surprised if I told him that on my first trip to Israel in 2014, May, I believe, that we were able to take a helicopter tour of the north end of Israel, as I described earlier, where the bulk of the population is, and fly up the Jordan River and go up to the northern part of Israel, and that we would have been able to experience visiting a hospital in Israel where Israeli doctors, Jewish doctors, were caring for, at the time, the gentleman will remember in 2014, what was going on in Syria and the devastating toll that the Syrian regime was having on its own people, and that there were children and women and those that were being attacked in their own country in Syria, who were receiving top-notch, the best medical care in the world in Israeli hospitals, and then Israelis secreting them back to Syria and not making it public so that there would be no reprisal taken on, against these Syrians because they had gone to get care in Israel. Would the gentleman be surprised by that based on his experience and his service in the Israeli Defense Forces?
Not surprised in the slightest. And we've seen this not just go on for those that were wounded in Syria and other places. We can see it right here in our own area of the world, where Israel responded to the earthquake in Haiti and other natural disasters around the globe. They are often among the first on the ground to go out there and respond. The gentleman has spoke about his time in Israel, and we've spoke about some of these rocket attacks. And again, I don't want to live in the ambiguous here. I want to speak to exactly what has gone on in history. And I'm now going to move at this point to some of the suicide bombings that have taken place in the state of Israel and go through some of those. 2016, bus bombing, 20 injured. Hamas takes credit. Now, before I continue with just saying Hamas takes credit or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, it's important to have perspective on that as well, that in 2006, Hamas is not just a terrorist organization. In 2006, they became the majority elected government for the Palestinian Authority. So when people talk about a two-state solution, you're talking about Hamas, that I'm going to speak about in length here, being the government entity that would be that second state. Let's continue on. We'll go to 2006 here. Rosh Hashanah restaurant bombing, 11 killed, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Hasharon Mall, December 2005, 5 killed, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Market bombing, October 26, 7 killed, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Mall bombing, July 12, 2005, 5 killed, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Club bombing, February 25 in Tel Aviv, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade and Hezbollah involvement. Bus bombing, January 29, 2004, Jerusalem, 11 killed, Hamas. Liberty Bell parking bus bombing, February 22, 8 killed, Al-Aqsa Martyr Brigade. Ashdod Port Massacre, March 14, 2004, 10 killed in a double suicide bombing carried out by, again, Hamas. Beersheba bus bombing, August 31, 2004, 16 killed. Hamas claims responsibility. And again, I'm reading to you just a small portion of all of the attacks that I could read to you. Haifa bus 37, suicide bombing, March 5, 2003, 17 killed. Bus station massacre, January 5, 2003, in Tel Aviv, 23 killed. Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas. Mike's Place, suicide bombing, a pub, April 30, 2003, 3 killed, Hamas. Gross Square attack, May 17, 2003, 2 killed, Hamas. Jerusalem, bus number 6 bombing, 7 killed. Hamas claims responsibility. Davidka Square bus bombing, June 11, 2003, 17 killed. Hamas claims responsibility. And the list could go on. I don't know if you'd care to comment on any of this as I could continue year after year with these suicide attacks, the stabbings, the bombings, the vehicular manslaughter, the rocket attacks. It goes on and on.
I would say to the gentleman that my response is that I could go through a similar list, and the gentleman has done that perfectly well. What I was struck by in my time in Israel, and that was particularly in the summer of 2019, as I already described in May of 2014, the extent to which the people of Israel were so grateful, one, for the United States' support in working with them on Iron Dome in order to have the technology, and not just Iron Dome, David Sling and all the various different technologies that they're using, to be able to live and to be able to live in less fear. And their ability, by the way, to build a fence, to build a infrastructure and border in order to prevent traffic and people coming in that might wish to do them harm, and the extent to which they would tell stories about loved ones that each and every one of them had lost in one of these suicide bombings or some other attack. But that how gratified they were that many of these things were things they were talking about in the past, and that Israel was moving forward and being able to live in peace and to be able to live without fear of those kinds of attacks as much. And I would just question whether the gentleman would agree that I don't necessarily always believe in coincidences when we have an administration who refuses to even call Prime Minister Netanyahu for the first 40 or 50 days of the administration. We have an administration that was more interested in sitting down with Iran than sitting down with our friends in Israel, that we might see that some of our enemies, our mutual enemies, are emboldened to engage in this kind of attack.
I could not agree more with the gentleman. It is important that we acknowledge the truth. Who are our friends? Who are our enemies? Who are those that are posing a threat? What is the threats that they are posing? And we make that known. That has an effect on the saber rattling. And we should take the saber rattling that goes on, whether it's in Iran or whether it's in a Palestinian-controlled territory or Syria or anywhere else. We need to take that seriously. And to your point about that pride that you saw in that friendship between the U.S. and Israel, on a separate experience. Again, in Israel, I believe this was in 2017 for myself. I'm with my wife. We're down on the Sea of Galilee with other members of Congress. And literally, inside of a restaurant filled simply with patrons of that area, the patrons in that restaurant stood up, and to us that were members of Congress, the United States House of Representatives, bipartisan group, and they sang "God Bless America." Yeah. I would challenge anybody. Would you agree that we could find many places across the globe where we would be hard-pressed to find a group of restaurant patrons that would stand and sing twice, in my experience, "God Bless America"?
Well, the gentleman recounts something that I experienced as well, and more than that, a heartfelt then description of the reasons that the Israelis are so thankful for our friendship and our support, and their belief, I believe rightfully so, that the United States relationship with Israel is a significant part of their ability to exist as a nation, particularly under the intense scrutiny and attack that they find themselves. And here we are, I think 73 years now since, and I think this Friday will be the 73rd anniversary of Israeli independence. I think I'm right about that. I just pulled that out of my head. And that almost now 75 years is, I think, in direct connection to America's support. And it, of course, has ebbed and flowed over the years. But that support, and that particularly strong support with President Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem, I believe that the people of Israel rightfully recognize that support as key to their security and safety, if the gentleman agrees.
I totally agree, but it didn't stop with moving the embassy to Jerusalem. It had to do with acknowledging, is Iran a friend or an enemy? And reversing what had gone on with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, moving away from Iran, moving back toward our consistent friend and ally, Israel. It had more to do with going out there and recognizing the relationships that we have through our cross-military training exercises that we do, sharing of military technologies, and so on and so on. It didn't just end with acknowledging something that everybody knew for decades, since the beginning of Israel. Where is the capital? That was an important piece of it for the president to make that acknowledgement. But it went so far beyond. Would the gentleman agree?
Well, and I appreciate it. I do agree with the gentleman. I might say to the speaker, in order to be deferential to my friend's time, if I might ask how much time remains in our half an hour. 8 minutes total. I thank the speaker. I would agree with the gentleman. I would add a couple of other thoughts. I noticed today a tweet on May 11th, which would be yesterday, by Supreme Leader Khamenei, Iran, quote, "Palestinians are awake and determined. They must continue this path. One can only talk with the language of power with these criminals, i.e. Israelis. They must increase their strength, stand strong, confront the enemy being, of course, Israel, and force them to stop their crimes." Would the gentleman agree that Iran is certainly responsible and tied to the supply of rockets, technology to Hamas that is being targeted towards our friends in Israel, and that we must remember where Iran stands with respect to Israel and the United States?
I thank the gentleman for his question, and I could continue on through this list and read year after year: 9 killed, 6 killed, 14 killed, 11 killed. And as I read Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, and Hezbollah in that list as well. And the list goes on year after year after year. And as you look at those threats and those calls to violence, it begs the question. I can't take credit for this quote. I forget who exactly said it first, but they said, you don't sell a gun to somebody that wants to shoot you. And this was the failed policy that President Trump worked to correct in reversing from that relationship with Iran and strengthening that relationship with Israel. Would the gentleman agree?
I would agree, and I think that it's critically important to remember who we're dealing with and who we empower at the expense of both our national security and the national security of our friends in Israel. I would also offer a tweet that I saw from his home base in Qatar. The Hamas political director and literal United States designated terrorist, Ismail Haniyeh, tweets his support of the attacks on Israel. This individual notes, and I don't know that we need to get into cancel culture, but this individual notes that he won't be banned from Twitter. And I think this is something that we should all be cognizant of as we're looking around the world, when we remember that in the previous administration, President Trump's policies, that we were seeing extraordinary gains in peace in the Middle East. Arab countries recognizing Israel, opening up flights and engagement between Israel and countries that before would not recognize them. Does the gentleman agree with that?
Thank you for your question. Not only do I agree with that, but I think one of the most important points that we make on that is that it was without concession. We didn't have to negotiate, the president did not negotiate or barter a deal that says, listen, you need to go out there and submit to another authority that is bombing you, sending mortars, sending rockets, kidnapping people from your territory. You don't have to submit to some other authority in that in order to have this peace. It was a negotiated peace based upon a truth, and I believe an acknowledgement by those other nations of exactly what has been read off here today. The historical documentation of rocket attacks, mortar attacks, suicide bombings that point to the fact that Israel is not the aggressor. They show a tremendous amount of restraint year after year after year. The fact that their enemies that attack them are not simply a smoldering pile of ashes at this point is demonstration of the restraint. I don't know that if we had that kind of history that our enemy would not be a smoldering pile of ashes.
I would agree with the gentleman. I would suggest that the gentleman made the point best earlier when he said, how would we respond in the United States of America if this many missiles were being fired from Mexico, where, by the way, we have cartels who are operating, control of our border? If we had literally, and here's some of the data, the gentleman quoted some data, here's some from my staff, more than 1,500 missiles, possibly 700 already, I think the gentleman alluded to, in the last 72 hours on average every 3 minutes by Hamas. 200 of the rockets fired fell short of crossing the border and caused civilian damage. IDF targeting military PIJ and Hamas infrastructure, the operatives and the rocket launchers. An Iron Dome battery was operationalized from reserves. IDF thwarted an attack by an elite Hamas unit, which was trying to dig a tunnel into Israel. And now you've got the Palestinian Islamic Jihad Quds Brigade saying, quote, it will expand the ring of fire and target Tel Aviv and after Tel Aviv with huge rocket barrage. That this is the state of things in Israel. And that, to the gentleman's point, and I'll yield back, no American would be sitting here today if I'm sitting here in Austin, Texas, or San Antonio, Texas, about 150 miles from the western end over to Mexico, if we had 1,500 rockets firing in on San Antonio or Austin, look, man, I'd be grabbing my weapons and I'd be heading down to the border and we'd be taking care of business. I mean, this is the reality of what we're talking about. So when I hear people saying Israel has a right to defend itself, it has a duty, a responsibility to defend itself. And I support them fully, and I would yield back to the gentleman.
And by my calculation, we should have about 2 minutes remaining, and so I'll try to give you the last word in just a moment. I would just bring us back to what I opened up with for myself here, and that was the tweet, the statement. It was put out in a number of places by our colleague, who I am absolutely astounded sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee with me, Representative Omar, that Palestinians deserve protection, and that Israel is somehow the aggressor committing an act of terrorism, and ask that the American people go out there, do your own research, look up what the history is, look at the attacks, see what's going on, and judge that for yourself in the most honest way that you can. And I will give the remaining time to the gentleman from Texas.
Well, I think the gentleman, this is kind of an impromptu colloquy, but I think this is the best of what we do in the House, and I'd like to do it more often with you and other colleagues. I would just say to the gentleman who has served in IDF and who has served in our armed forces, you bear the scars of your service. We thank you for that. You know well what the Israelis are experiencing every day. And I'm glad that you and I stand here united along with at least the majority of our conference. I wish it was more of a bipartisan agreement of our duty in this country, our responsibility to stand with our friends in Israel, with whom we have an extraordinary relationship, that our joint efforts to stand athwart terrorists, to build things like Iron Dome, to work together on missile defense technology, has made this world infinitely safer, and that the most recent administration, the President Trump administration, deserves extraordinary credit, which it never gets in the press, for what was an unbelievable achievement with respect to Middle East peace and the direction we were headed. And that we're going to stand with Israel, that we're going to make that an unequivocal statement, that we stand with Israel, we're going to defend Israel, and we're going to make sure that we can work together in peace going forward for the betterment of this world and for our mutual relationship. And with that, I would yield to the gentleman for any closing thoughts.
And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.